The flashfire. Summary: Minato's Hiraishin was just one big prank. His speed was actually a bloodline. Naruto awakens it at an early age and becomes the flashfire, capable of giving people burns just by running his fingers across someone's skin as he passes them at speeds that make him seem to turn invisible even to the Sharingan. Need to know: Naruto prevents damaging his hands from friction burns by running chakra through them. By the time the Rookie 9 graduates, Naruto is already a Jounin, which is why he fails the Genin exam. It makes no sense to put an actual Jounin on a Genin team. Iruka already knows of Naruto's status since he sometimes has to miss days at the academy to go on missions. The excuse is usually that he is just skipping. The only reason why Naruto is not an official Jounin before he graduates is that Sarutobi is trying to keep Naruto hidden from the village hidden in the rock for as long as possible. Naruto's codename is Kitsune, but as he starts accepting missions and actually taking credit for them, he will begin being called the Flashfire. Before graduation, Naruto has only been sent on missions inside the Land of Fire. He does know the Shadow Clone Jutsu since the Hokage felt that he should know it, so that he has a clone jutsu, but he rarely uses it in a fight due to his speed, relying on it more for recon purposes. As for the Trikanai that Minato used, it is more of a beacon to tell Minato where he needs to go when he activates his bloodline. 1. Joining the slipstream. 5 years after Kyuubi attack, October 10th, Hidden Leaf Village. A festival was currently underway in the marketplace of the village hidden in the leaves. Unfortunately, not everyone was currently enjoying it. Halfway across the city, a mob was currently chasing a blonde 5-year-old, screaming out threats as the members of the mob began catching up to the child. Why are they doing this? What have I ever done to them? The blonde thought as he kept running. As the crowd got closer, a shinobi threw a kunai at the blonde barley, missing the child as he stumbled on a piece of loose pavement. They're actually trying to kill me, the blonde thought with wide eyes. As he thought this, something unlocked inside of his body before he suddenly felt as if he could go much faster than he currently was. Not caring where the feeling came from, the blonde focused on it and shot away from the mean adults, leaving a dust trail to their shock. The blonde ran for a while before coming upon the main gate of the village and stopped running and began panting, ignoring the shocked looks of the guards at the gate from seeing someone so young running so fast. As he was hunched over with his hands on his knees, the boy thought, I don't know what just happened, but I'm glad it did. Right as he finished that thought, the blonde's eyes rolled upwards before he collapsed. As he fell, one of the guards rushed over and caught the boy. Turning to his partner, he said, I'm taking him to the Hokage. Getting a nod from the other, he put the blonde on his back and began roof-hopping to a tower in the distance. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto woke up to find himself in the middle of an intersection in a sewer. Looking around, he thought, great, they still caught me and dumped my body in a sewer when they were done. Now how do I get out of here? That was when Naruto noticed a sound. It wasn't a dripping sound like what you would expect in places like a sewer, although there was that. No, it sounded more like a whooshing sound. If Naruto had to describe it, he would say it sounded like some kind of a giant breathing. Naruto looked down the hall that the breathing sound seemed to come from and shrugged. Might as well go check it out. I've got nothing better to do down here, Naruto said to himself before he began walking down the corridor. A short time later, the hall opened into a huge room with bars at the end that formed a pair of truly massive doors. As he entered and began walking towards the door, a voice called out, stopping him in his tracks, so my jailer finally decides to come see me. Naruto shivered as he heard the voice. Don't ask him how, but he felt like the voice would scare the crap out of anyone who heard it. A large growling sound filled the chamber before the voice spoke again. Child, come closer. Naruto shook his head and said, no offense whoever you are, but I'm not quite sure I want to. There was a loud roar before what could only be described as large claws appeared between the bars, slamming on the ground about 10 feet in front of the terrified blonde who had fallen on his butt with a shout. More growling sounded again as the claws withdrew before Naruto heard, curse this seal. If it weren't for that damnable piece of paper, I would devour you. Hearing that he was safe, although not sure how a piece of paper could hold something that had claws that big at bay, the blonde stood up and called out, who are you? Dark chuckling was his answer before the blonde saw a shape take form in the darkness. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw 9 tails waving in the air, falling back on his, but again he started chanting, "I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm so dead." The revealed fox roared again and said, "Shut up, you insect. You're not dead, so stop your useless blabbering." Naruto shook his head and said, "I've got to be dead. The fourth killed you. Foolish mortal. No mere mortal could ever kill me. The only thing that pitiful human could do was seal me inside, you pathetic brat. But mark my words, as soon as I can, I'm getting out of this rotten cage, and on my way out I'll devour you." Naruto's face turned from a look of fear to a look of confusion. "What do you mean sealed you inside me?" The fox began chuckling darkly and said, "Tell me, kid, have you ever wondered why everybody in that god-forsaken village of yours hates you?" Naruto nodded before the fox continued, "That's because that mortal who you call the fourth sealed me inside you. You aren't dead, this is your mind." The blonde's eyes widened as he tried to process what he was hearing. Then he got angry as everything sunk into his mind as he remembered all the beatings he had received in his short life, as well as all of the names he had been called. Standing back up, he yelled, "You mean to tell me you're the reason my life has been so bad? Why the hell did you even come here and attack us? Huh? Answer me." The QB roared again. The roar was so loud it actually sent the blonde flying for a few feet. "Do not presume to command me, you insect. I may be imprisoned here, but that does not make me your slave. And as for why I attacked your village, if you must know, I got bored so I went to have some fun. Now get out." A wave of red energy rushed out of the cage and slammed into the blonde, forcing him out of the room and out of his mind. Hokage Tower, Hokage's office. As Naruto came to, he heard 2 voices talking. I swear Lord Hokage, he had been going Jounin level speeds before he stopped. And then once he got to the gate, he just fell over out like a light. I see. While I admit that it is hard to believe, why don't we ask Naruto what happened? He seems to be waking up now. Naruto opened his eyes to find himself in a familiar office on a couch. As he sat up, the man that Naruto had begun to see as a grandfather came up to the couch as the gate guard from before hung back. Kneeling down in front of the blonde, the Hokage gave his grandfatherly smile and said, "You gave us a bit of a worry, Naruto. How do you feel?" Naruto groaned before saying, "Besides the fact that my legs feel like I've been running for days, I feel fine, old man." Said old man nodded and said, "Speaking of running, Naruto, Kotetsu here said that you had ran to the gate at pretty fast speeds. Do you mind telling me what happened?" Naruto shrugged and said, "I don't know. One moment I'm running for my life from another mob. The next a kunai nearly hits me, and I felt like I could run faster than anyone in the village. I just focused on that feeling, and the next thing I know, I'm at the gates trying to catch my breath." Saratobi raised an eyebrow and thought, did he unlock his bloodline? I thought that wasn't supposed to happen until he was 16. It must have been because of the kunai being thrown at him. The old man was brought out of his thoughts by a hesitant voice saying, "Old man?" The Hokage looked at Naruto, who was looking at him like he was trying to figure out if he should keep speaking. "Yes, Naruto? Was there something else you need to tell me?" Naruto nodded slowly and said in an unsure voice, "Well, you see, after I got to the gate, I ended up passing out and woke up in some kind of a sewer. I ended up meeting the Kyuubi." Naruto frowned as Saratobi and Kotetsu's eyes widened before continuing, "At least I think I did. That was one hell of a dream if I didn't. It said something about being sealed inside me and us being in my mind at the time." Saratobi sighed as he felt a headache as big as the Hokage monument coming on. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, he said, "Kotetsu, you are dismissed. I don't believe I have to tell you to keep what you have heard in this office to yourself. The last thing we need right now is anyone else learning that Naruto has talked to the Kyuubi." The guard nodded and walked out of the office, closing the door on his way out. Saratobi then looked back at Naruto and said, "Naruto, there's a lot we need to talk about. First off, I'm afraid that wasn't a dream. Unfortunately, nothing we could do could kill the Kyuubi. It was a form of solid chakra. Therefore, the only thing the fourth could do was seal it inside of you, giving his life in exchange." Naruto was wide-eyed as Saratobi continued, "I was hoping that you wouldn't find out about that until you were older, but I guess there's nothing I can do about that now. Either way, we have something else that is possibly even more important to discuss. You remember that feeling of being able to run so fast that you talked about?" Naruto nodded and Sarutobi took out his pipe and stuffed it with tobacco before using a small fire jutsu to ignite it and took a deep draw to steady himself before saying that felling was your bloodline limit activating itself. Naruto's eyes widened as Sarutobi continued saying it wasn't supposed to activate until you were 16, but it seems that your near-death experience unlocked it early. I was going to tell you about your parents then, and to be completely honest with you, I still want to wait for a while before I do. But your father was adamant about me telling you when your bloodline activated. Naruto frowned and said, "Why did you want to wait? You told me that you couldn't find anything about them." Sarutobi sighed again and said, "Naruto, you have to understand that both of your parents had many enemies, and if any of them ever learned that you were their child, they would stop at nothing to harm you in order to get revenge. They might even kill you. So I'm going to have to ask you to tell absolutely no one what I'm about to tell you. Understand?" Naruto looked down and nodded. Sarutobi nodded as well and said, "The first thing I suppose I should tell you about is your bloodline. It doesn't actually have an official name, but your father called it the slipstream." 7 years later, Hidden Leaf Village main gate. Kotetsu and his partner Izumo were lounging inside the gate guard's booth with no one in sight when they heard a voice say, "Do you guys ever stay awake your whole shift? If I didn't know any better, I would say you two are being paid to sleep." The two looked up and saw a 12-year-old blonde in a regular shinobi outfit with a pack over his shoulders signing the check-in sheet. Kotetsu smirked and said, "You're just jealous that you don't have as easy a job as we do, Kitsune." Said Shinobi simply smirked and shook his head before saying whatever, before seeming to disappear like he was never there. Izumo shook his head and said, "No matter how many times I see him do that, it still weirds me out to see him just disappear like that." Kotetsu merely chuckled with a yeah before placing his head back on the booth's counter and went back to sleep. Naruto reappeared at the door of his apartment and pulled out a set of keys before finding the right one and placing it inside the door's lock. As he turned the key, he thought, "I'm so glad no one lives up here with me. No awkward questions to answer if I ever just appear in front of someone." Once the door was unlocked, Naruto walked in and closed the door before heading to his room and putting the pack into his closet after pulling a scroll out of one of the side pockets. Naruto then grabbed an orange jumpsuit and changed into it before hanging his previous outfit in the back of the closet. Untying his headband, he then opened a secret compartment and placed it in before shutting it. Closing the closet door, Naruto walked back out of his apartment and locked the door before disappearing again. Hokage Tower, Hokage's office. Sarutobi was currently doing every Kage's enemy. As he signed another form and reached for another from the large pile of paperwork on his desk, he said, "I take it your mission was a success." Naruto nodded from where he was standing in front of the desk and said, "Yes, sir. No problems eliminating the bandits. Overall, it was a smooth in and out operation. My report has the specifics on what was stolen and everything else." As Naruto spoke, he placed the scroll on the desk, and Sarutobi nodded before lightly muttering about there being even more paperwork and that his successor must have used his bloodline limit to get done with it so easily. Naruto smiled when he heard this and said, "You know, old man, I think I figured out on the way back how he actually did it so fast, and it wasn't his bloodline either." Sarutobi's eyes widened, and he said, "Really? How?" Naruto simply made a cross shape with his hands, and after a moment Sarutobi's eyes widened further before he began banging his head on his desk, saying, "Stupid, stupid, stupid." The door to the office opened, and Sarutobi's secretary poked her head in and said, "Sir, is everything all right?" Naruto turned around as Sarutobi raised his head that now had a red mark on his forehead and said, "Yeah, Mrs. Reynos, everything's all right." The old man just realized something that he should have figured out a long time ago. Mrs. Reynos nodded, not questioning how Naruto had got in, without her noticing having stopped trying to catch said blonde getting in past her years ago. Smiling, she closed the door again and went back to her desk. Hiruzen shook his head free of the cobwebs he had put into his mind and decided to get to other important matters. "So you believe that Mizuki will finally take the bait this year?" Naruto turned back around to look at his leader and nodded, saying he's getting pretty impatient, but he seems willing to wait until after graduation. He probably feels that since it will be 3 times this year that I'll be desperate enough not to ask too many questions. Like they say, third time's the charm. Tell you what though, If he doesn't go for it this time, I say just send him to Ibiki regardless. I don't think I could take another year in there. I can't tell you how many times I wanted to wipe that smug smirk off of the Uchiha's face during our spars. Sarutobi nodded and said, I know it's been hard for you, Naruto. But look on the bright side. We do this right, and you most likely won't have to deal with young Sasuke or any of your other classmates for a long time. Naruto nodded again and said, yeah. I'm going to miss Hinata, though. She was the only one who was actually nice to me. Tell you one thing, though. I'll be glad when I no longer have to act like I'm head over heels in love with Haruno. That girl hits as hard as Lady Tsunade. I swear the two are distantly related or something. Well, see you later, old man. As Naruto was turning to exit the office the normal way now that the important stuff was talked about, Sarutobi said, actually, Naruto, I have another mission that I think you might enjoy doing for me. Naruto rose an eyebrow before catching the thrown scroll and unrolled it before smirking as he read what was written down. Looking back to his leader and nodding, he tossed the scroll back and said, I'll get right on it. Take a look out your window at the monument in the morning when you hear the shouting start. Sarutobi nodded and said, I'm looking forward to it. The next morning, Sarutobi heard, hey guys, look at this. Turning around in his seat just in time to catch the Jinjutsu that was over the Hokage monument fall, the old man fell out of his seat in laughter as he saw what Naruto had done to get everyone's attention for his mission. The fourth's head had 2 fingers painted next to it in the victory sign, as well as its tongue sticking out, while the other Hokages were painted looking up as if they were shaking their heads in exasperation. Painted over the heads were the words, the hidden leafs, number 1 prankster strikes again. On the monument, Naruto gave himself a pat on the back before he heard Uzumaki. Naruto looked to the side and saw a team of 4 Umbu coming at him. He mock-paled before grinning like a madman and ran over to the edge of the monument before shooting off down the side with the Umbu right on his tail. What followed was one wacky chase as Naruto led not only the first team, but 5 other Umbu teams on a merry chase through the city, with said blonde laughing the whole way. It wasn't long before almost every single Umbu was trying to catch him. 3 hours later, he dropped into an alley and grinned before disappearing and reappearing in the Hokage's office. Smirking at the old man who looked over at him, he said, how was that for testing Umbu patrols, old man? Sarutobi smirked as well and said, I would say that was well done, Naruto. Now I think you should go on a class. Don't you agree, Iruka? Naruto hadn't noticed that Iruka was standing inside the office until he heard Lord Hokage. You actually told him to do that? Naruto turned around to see his fellow shinobi of the leaf and said, yeah, do you really think I would pull such a big prank if I didn't have the old man's go-ahead? What do you take me for, Iruka, an academy student? That reminds me. Naruto went over to the window and ran through a few hand signs. 5 seconds later, 1U seals on the monument that Naruto had placed down last night activated, and the paint evaporated, leaving the monument completely paint-free. Iruka shook his head at the undercover Jounin and thought, I'm getting too old for this. As the two were leaving the Hokage's office, one of the Umbu chasing Naruto entered the office. Seeing the blonde, the Umbu was about to grab him before the Hokage coughed and tossed the scroll that he had shown Naruto to him. Reading the scroll, the Umbu slumped and Sarutobi said, I expect to see some improvements from this captain. We don't want an enemy shinobi being able to move around so easily. The Umbu nodded before bowing and left room. Iruka and Naruto followed him as they headed back to the academy. As they exited the tower, Iruka said, I still cannot believe the Hokage actually gave you a mission like that, Naruto. Naruto merely shrugged and said, me either. But hey, I'm not complaining. Iruka chuckled and said, I doubt you ever would. You do realize, however, that you won't be able to do any more pranks in a few days, right? Naruto made a sad face and said, don't remind me. I'm going to miss being able to let some steam out with pranks. The rest of the trip to the academy was relatively quiet after that. As they entered the building, they made a quick stop to grab some rope from the supply storage room, and Iruka tied Naruto in order to keep up pretenses. 5 minutes later, Naruto was sitting on the ground in front of his classmates as Iruka lectured him, much to the students' entertainment. Once he was done, he turned to the class and said, now then, since Naruto decided that class was not important enough to actually attend, we're going to have a pop quiz on the Henjutsu. There was a collective groan from the students while Naruto and Irika mentally smirked at their discomfort. As Irika untied Naruto and he joined the line, Shikamaru, who was next to him, looked at him and said, this is such a drag. Why do we have to have a quiz because you didn't come on time? Naruto rose an eyebrow but didn't say anything. The students meanwhile performed the jutsu. All of them passed with only a few mistakes. When it came time for Naruto's turn, he stepped up. Irika looked up from his clipboard where he was marking the scores and said, all right, Naruto, your turn. Naruto nodded and brought his hands up. He briefly considered pulling a prank on his fellow shinobi, but decided that he should probably give Irika a break now that he was getting close to the end of his undercover mission. So shrugging to himself, he made the necessary hand signs before being covered in smoke. As it died down, a perfect copy of Irika was standing in front of said teacher. Irika nodded and put a mark down on his board as Naruto dropped his transformation and went back in line. After the quiz was done, Irika put his clipboard on his desk and said, all right, class. Since the final exam is tomorrow, I'm giving you guys the rest of the day off so that you guys can prepare for it. If any of you want some last-minute practice for your kunai and shuriken throwing, I'll be at the target range. Other than that, good luck to you all, and I'll see you tomorrow. Naruto stood up and followed Irika out the door, and the two headed towards the target range as the other students filed out, some heading to the range with the two shinobi and the others leaving the academy. Once they were at the target range, the students began picking up training kunai and shuriken and lined up for their chance at the targets. Irika was watching them from a safe distance, supervising with Naruto standing next to him, having been able to choose his gear first. So what do you think of their chances during the exams? Irika asked Naruto in a low voice so no one else could hear them. Naruto studied the students for a moment before saying none of them should really have any problems with the academy final exam as far as I can tell. As for the actual final exam, well, that really depends on who gets which sensei, since they usually do different tests even if they are generally the same idea. Any idea on the team placements yet? Irika shrugged and said a few. The third is hoping for a repeat of the Ino Shikacho team's record with their children, and Hinata, Shino, and Kiba would make a good tracking team. Everyone else will probably just be a grouping by grade, and if I know they can work well together. Naruto nodded and said, what about the Uchiha and the Haruno? It's obvious that they'll be together since they're the top two of the class, as sad as that is in her case. But who will you put with them? Irika shrugged again and said, I'm not sure. Truth be told, if you weren't undercover and your grades were an actual representation of your skills, then you would have been placed with them due to the balancing rule. Naruto made a face and said, thank God they're not then. I don't think I could stand being on their team. Irika nodded and continued. The Hokage said that he would handle it though, so we'll have to see. Naruto nodded before walking over to the line of students and took his turn, making sure to miss every once in a while. Scene change. Ninja Academy day of final exam. Naruto currently had his head on his desk taking a nap as the students were taking their ninjutsu tests. When his name was finally called, Naruto walked into the room where Irika and Mizuki were. As he saw Mizuki, he mentally sneered and thought, if this guy doesn't take the bait, I'm still going to bust his ass to a Ibiki. Jinjutsu on my written chakra strings diverting my kunai enough to barely hit targets, and whatever he's going to try in here is more than enough to show he's a traitor in my book. Irika was having similar thoughts about his ex-friend since he had seen the Jinjutsu when Naruto had turned in his test. Shaking his head of those thoughts, he said, okay, Naruto, all you have to do is make 3 clones and you graduate. Naruto nodded and faked a look of concentration before he made the necessary hand signs. Just as Naruto decided to overload the jutsu as much as possible, he felt a slight Jinjutsu come over him, disrupting it even more. Naruto mentally shrugged and let loose with the fire hose that was his chakra anyway. A single poof of smoke appeared to his side before a clone that looked like it had been beaten by a horde of Sasuke's fangirls was on the ground, with its right foot twitching. Irika rose an eyebrow at the sight, having not only sensed the Jinjutsu, but also how much chakra Naruto put into it, and thought, how is that thing not a shadow clone? Naruto really let loose on that one. Oh well, time to get this show on the road. Sighing, he said, I'm sorry Naruto, but you fail. Naruto hung his head down as Mizuki tried to defend him, never noticing the smirk on the blonde's face. An hour later, Naruto was on the swing in front of the academy watching the students being congratulated by their parents. Feeling a pang in his heart at the sight, he thought, I wish mom and dad were here. He was brought out of his musings as he heard whispering directed towards him. He's the only one who didn't graduate. Yeah, well, good riddance. You know that he's the... Shoo, we're not supposed to talk about that. Naruto mentally rolled his eyes and thought close-minded fools. He then sensed Mizuki's presence and thought about damn time. Now let's see if he really took the bait or not. Scene change. Forest outside of the village. Naruto appeared at the designated spot for the transfer with the forbidden scroll on his back. Looking at his watch, he saw that he had 5 minutes before it was showtime. Deciding that he wanted an early warning on this one, Naruto crossed his hands and 4 poofs of smoke appeared. As the smoke cleared revealing 4 copies of himself, he said spread out and hide. Dispel yourself if you catch sight of the target. The clones nodded before giving salutes and took off into the forest. 2 minutes later, he felt one of his clones dispelling, telling him the traitor was almost at the meeting spot. Naruto dispelled the rest of the clones and sorted their memories before Mizuki landed in the clearing. Naruto, I see you have the scroll. Were you able to learn a jutsu from it? Mizuki asked, hoping to get Naruto in a sucker punch move. Naruto shrugged and said didn't see much point since I can already use one of the jutsu in it. Here, let me show you. Mizuki's eyes went wide as Naruto crossed his hands, and a 20-foot radius ring of Naruto's surrounded the two. Naruto smirked as he tossed the forbidden scroll to one of the clones and pulled out his headband. As he tied it, he said, Mizuki, as a jounin of the Hidden Leaf Village, I have been ordered to bring you in for questioning. Will you come quietly? Mizuki just stared for a moment before he began laughing an insane laugh and said, that's a laugh, you demon brat. I have to admit that your jinjutsu may have surprised me, but there is no way a dead last demon brat like yourself could be a Jinnin, let alone a jounin. Naruto smirked and said 2 words, under, cover, and with that, he disappeared, causing Mizuki to look around frantically before he felt a burning feeling on his back. Screaming out in pain, Mizuki turned around trying to find the blonde, but wound up with another line of pain going down his back again. If the traitor could see his back, he would have noticed his clothes burn around 2 severe burns on his back that was in a cross shape. Mizuki suddenly screamed in pain again as a burn appeared running down first his right arm and then his left. As he tried to figure out what was happening, a burn trail appeared along the backs of both his legs, causing Mizuki to scream even louder. Finally, a burn ring appeared around his neck. Mizuki finally couldn't take any more and fainted from the pain. Naruto reappeared with his hands in half-ram signs held loosely by his sides with blue chakra surrounding the straight fingers in a thin shell. Dropping the chakra technique, Naruto walked over to Mizuki, shook his head, and said what a pansy, before taking out a spool of ninja wire and began tying the traitor. Once he was done, he took the scroll back from his clone before dispelling the ring. Picking up Mizuki in a fireman's lift, Naruto began heading to the Hokage's tower where his leader and the head of the interrogation department were waiting for his packages. 2. Shocking revelations. A couple of days after the night that Naruto apprehended Mizuki, Naruto was talking with Sarutobi. They were in the ninja registration office, but with Naruto's shadow clones keeping a lookout for any of his classmates, the two could have conversations and still have an early warning system to tell Naruto when he needs to leave before they arrived. So mind telling me which teams you think will most likely make the cut, old man? Naruto asked as he leaned back in the chair for the graduated students to sit in while the Hokage went over their ID photos. Sarutobi gave a light nod and said, well, the younger Ino Shikacho team should be able to pass my son's test. The new tracking team comprised of Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame under Kurenai Yuhi will most likely pass as well. And the final team to most likely pass would be Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Sai, under Kakashi Hitaki. Naruto rose an eyebrow and said, Uncle Kakashi actually passing a team? Wow, either the civilian council ordered him to, or it's going to snow in a desert somewhere. But who's this Sai person? I've never heard of him. Sarutobi sighed and said he's one of Danzo's trainees. Said that he would be a good balancer for the team since he is more capable than young Sakura and almost as good as young Sasuke. Naruto narrowed his eyes when he heard the elder's name. The man had tried to approach Naruto more than once as he trained to become a shinobi, but he gave Naruto really bad vibes whenever he did. One of Naruto's clones suddenly dispelled itself, telling him that a little kid was coming towards the office with a shuriken in his hand. Frowning at the unusual sight, he looked over to the old man and signed what his clone had seen to him. Sarutobi sighed before signing back not to do anything right as the door opened, and said kid came in running with the shuriken held haphazardly up high and yelling out on guard, "Old man, today is the day I finally defeat you." Ah. Unfortunately, the kid tripped on his scarf halfway to said old man. The kid groaned before getting back to his feet and said, "What tripped me?" Turning to Naruto, he said, You tripped me, admit it. I would have gotten the old man if you hadn't." Naruto shook his head and thought, this must be the old man's grandson, Konohamaru, that I've been hearing about. I had wondered when I would meet him. Standing up, he went over to Konohamaru and kneeled down before plucking the shuriken out of the kid's hand faster than he could see and said, "Okay, first of all, you tripped on your scarf. Either shorten it or stop wearing it completely for a few years because you're still too young to actually wear that the way you are. Second, you were holding this wrong. You hold it the way you did, you're more likely to cut yourself than your enemies. You have to hold it between your fingers. And third, what the heck were you thinking of trying to take on the Hokage with a full-out charge? If you were an enemy, he could just kill you with a focused blast of his killing intent." The kid was staring at Naruto for a moment before he shook his head and opened his mouth to say something when the occupants of the room heard, "Honorable grandson, are you in there?" A special jounin came in through the open doorway before noticing Naruto crouched down in front of his charge. The man stiffened before saying, "Hello, Uzumaki." Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly at how the man in front of him stiffened but dismissed it and said, "Ebisu, I take it this kid is your charge?" Ebisu nodded and said, "That's right. I have been handpicked by the Lord Hokage to train his honorable grandson." Naruto shook his head and said, "Why does everyone feel the need to call him that? The kid's got a name. It should be used." Ignoring the look he was getting from said kid, he said, "If you need me, old man, I'll be at my training field on the monument." Sarutobi nodded and Naruto disappeared, making Konohamaru's eyes widen. Turning to his grandfather, he said, "Hey, old man, how did he do that?" Ebisu squawked out something about showing the Lord Hokage proper respect, but Sarutobi just chuckled and said, "Naruto is a very fast person, Konohamaru." Ebisu pushed his sunglasses higher up his nose and said, "Be that as it may, I still think he's too young to be a jounin Lord Hokage." Konohamaru's eyes widened again, hearing that, while Sarutobi rose an eyebrow and said there have been others who have become jounin at that early, if not earlier in age. Ebisu, Itachi Uchiha, and Kakashi Hatake, just to name a couple. Ebisu frowned and said, "With all due respect, Lord Hokage, but one of those went insane and killed his own clan, while the other has degraded into a perverted delinquent who has no sense of punctuality whatsoever." Sarutobi frowned and said, "That's true." He then brightened and said, "But I don't think we need to worry about Naruto going down either of those paths, especially the on-time part. Hard to be late for anything when you can get from one side of the village to the next in less than 5 seconds. Ebisu was about to concede that point when he noticed that his charge had slipped away at some point in time. Looking around frantically, he said, "Where did the honored grandson go?" Sarutobi chuckled and said, "I think he went to go find Naruto. He certainly seemed to have made an impression on him." Said blonde was currently throwing kunai at targets in his training field on the Hokage monument behind a thin strip of woods, hiding it from any of the occasional visitors to the monument. It was a good place for him to train since it was a wide open place that allowed him to place various targets around the area that he could work on his speed against, and also had woods all around that he could work on moving through at high speeds. Throwing another kunai into a target, he said, "You know, Konohamaru, if you want to talk to me, you're going to actually have to come out of hiding." Said kid came out from behind a tree and said, "How did you find me? I thought my hiding skills were the best." Naruto rose an eyebrow and said, "Maybe for a kid who hasn't had any of the stealth classes in the academy, but it would be pretty obvious to anyone Chunin or higher, especially since you weren't trying to hide your chakra presence. So what did you need?" Konohamaru looked down for a moment and then said, "Teach me." Naruto's eyebrow shot back up and he said, "Teach you? Why would I do that?" Don't you already have a teacher? Konohamaru looked him in the eye and said, yeah, but he never teaches me anything. He just keeps saying that if I do what he says that I'll become Hokage quicker. And he never calls me by my name. He just calls me honored grandson, just like everyone else. You are the only one besides my family to actually call me by my name. Naruto sighed and said, Konohamaru, I can't be your teacher. I have missions I have to go on. Konohamaru looked back down before Naruto continued, but I should be able to show you a thing or two every now and then. Konohamaru's head snapped back up, and he said, really? Naruto nodded and said, yup. Why don't we start with something pretty simple? Come on over where I'm standing, and I'll show you the proper way to throw a kunai. As Konohamaru came over to where he was standing, Naruto went over to the targets and pulled out the kunai he had thrown before walking back to Konohamaru. Once he was beside the kid, he started explaining how to throw the throwing knives while Konohamaru listened intently. In a nearby tree, Ebisu watched the two and thought, I guess the Lord Hokage was right about him. I think I'll let him continue these lessons every once in a while. It seems to be doing the honored grandson some good. As Konohamaru continued throwing the knives trying to get the hang of it, Naruto looked over at the tree that Ebisu was in. The special Jounin nodded to him before taking off. Naruto rose an eyebrow and thought, I guess he's not so bad after all. 1 week after the Mizuki incident. This year's graduates were all in the familiar classroom for the last time. Or at least that's what they thought. Irika of course knew that quite a few would probably be back here or be out of the program completely. He quickly shook that thought out of his mind though as he stepped in front of the class and got their attention with his big head jutsu. Irika was about to begin his speech when one of the students said, hey, Iruka sensei, where is Mizuki sensei? Irika's face hardened, but a voice from the doorway answered for him. Mizuki was a traitor that was apprehended a week ago during a sting operation when he attempted to steal the forbidden scroll of sealing. The class looked to the door and were surprised to see a familiar blonde leaning against the door frame. Kiba looked at him and said, what are you doing here dead last? You were only supposed to come here if you graduated. Most of the other students agreed, while Hinata looked at him and hoped that he had actually somehow passed. Naruto pushed off from the doorway and flicked his headband that the graduates only just now realized was on his forehead before he said, mind how you talk to your superiors in Izuka. I was under orders by the Hokage for the past 3 years to draw that traitor into a trap and take care of him. I am not in the mood to deal with some fresh out of the academy rookie who can't accept the fact that someone was working undercover. The class was stunned with various thoughts running through their minds. Some were re-evaluating what they thought they knew about the blonde, while others were furious that the dead last had apparently been stronger than he let on. Guess who? Meanwhile, Hinata was just confused. She was glad that Naruto had failed on purpose, but was beginning to wonder how much of what she had seen of the blonde that none of the others did had been real, of if at all, was just an act. Naruto then walked over to Irika and took a scroll out from his Jounin vest that made the class even more shocked when they finally noticed that not only was Naruto not wearing his Kill Me orange jumpsuit, but was wearing the uniform of an elite shinobi of their hidden village. Giving the scroll to his comrade, he said, here, Irika, the Hokage wants you to go over this when you have the free time and tell him what you think once you're done. Irika nodded before he put the scroll in his Chunin vest and said, well do. Thanks, Naruto. Naruto nodded before he turned to face the class and gave a quick salute before seeming to disappear into thin air. Irika chuckled at the dumbfounded looks on all of the students, which snapped them out of their shock, and began shouting out questions. Irika got a tick mark on his head before he performed his patented big head jutsu again and said, be quiet. Now then, allow me to explain a few things that are to be expected of you, and then I'll get to the teams. 10 minutes later, Hinata was sitting on a bench by herself as she slowly ate her lunch as she tried to make sense of what she and the rest of the graduates had been told before their teams were announced. Mind if I join you for a moment? Hinata looked up and saw the blonde that she admired standing in front of her. Her eyes widened before she shook her head with a blush forming on her cheeks. Naruto sat down beside her and sighed and closed his eyes. After a moment, he said, I want to thank you, Hinata. Hinata looked at him in confusion and said, for what, Naruto? Naruto smiled and opened his eyes to look at Hinata and said, for being the only one to actually treat me as a fellow classmate instead of the class punching bag. You're the only reason why I didn't lose it this year and just let loose on all of them. I can't tell you how many times I wanted to just say to hell with my mission and show them all exactly what I could do, especially when it came to the Uchiha. Naruto had a scowl at the end, but quickly shook his head and smiled again, and said anyway, I just wanted to say thanks and give you some advice that should really help you in the future. I know you have some confidence issues, Hinata, said Hyuga, looked down, causing Naruto to put a hand on her shoulder to get her to look at him again. But believe it or not, you actually make a fantastic kunoichi. You're one of the smartest girls the Academy has produced this year, and when you get really serious, your taijutsu can't be beat without the other person going through hell first. Hinata got another blush as Naruto continued. Your only problem seems to be that you're afraid of what others may think of you. Anyway, here's my advice. When you have something that you have to do in front of or for someone, just forget about them. Seeing her confused look, he elaborated. Forget that anyone is judging you on what you do. Simply focus on the task and do it. Don't worry about what others think about every single thing that you do. It's you who's doing them, not the other people around you. If it pleases them, then that's great, but if not, then it's not the end of the world. You'll just have to try harder next time. Understand? Hinata nodded, and Naruto smiled again before standing up. Turning to her, he said, I need to get going now, but if you ever need some help or just someone to talk to, I'll do my best to be there for you, all right? And if you can't find me, just ask the Hokage, he'll know where I am. Hinata nodded again and softly said thank you. Naruto nodded with his smile still in place and said no problem. See ya, Hinata. He gave a quick salute before disappearing to go do the other errands that he had been assigned for the day. Time skip, 1 month later. Naruto was currently teaching Konohamaru and his two friends Moegi and Undin the leaf balancing trick in his training field on the Hokage monument when a hawk began circling overhead and gave out a cry. The three kids lost their focus and looked up along with Naruto. Naruto whistled, and the hawk landed on his outstretched arm, surprising the three kids. Naruto untied the note from the hawk's leg and sent it back to its roost with a small but quick jerk of his arm, letting it know that it could go back. As the hawk took off, Naruto looked at the note and frowned a little before putting the note in one of his vest pockets. Turning to the kids, he said, the old man's calling. It's probably for a mission, so I'll probably be away for a while. Keep working on this, and when you can balance the leaf in your palms for a minute, move to your fingers and do the same. If you finish that before I get back, start adding leaves to each finger. The three kids nodded and Naruto disappeared from view. Naruto reappeared in the Hokage's office and came to attention before saying, You summon me, sir? Sarutobi nodded and said Team 7 was just recently assigned an escort mission for a bridge builder from the Land of Waves. Their mission was to escort the man back to his home and protect him while he finished a bridge from any bandits that would turn up. However, the client lied about who would be after him, and the team ran into a couple of Chunin-level ninja. Kakashi decided to continue the mission due to what he says are extreme circumstances. He has requested backup though, and I am sending you as it. You are to leave immediately. Expect more enemy shinobi, possibly at Jounin rank. Any questions? Naruto shook his head, and Sarutobi tossed him a scroll that Naruto caught before giving a salute and disappeared again, heading to his apartment to pack for the trip. Once Naruto had everything he would need, he quickly went to the village gate and showed Kotetsu and Izumo his mission scroll as he signed himself out. Once that was done, he quickly focused on the sense of extreme speed and took off. Minato Namikaze's Hiraishin Jutsu is heralded as a masterpiece of seals. Nothing could be further from the truth. The Hiraishin was nothing more than Minato using his bloodline. When a bearer of the slipstream bloodline uses it, they move so fast that they get tunnel vision, making it very dangerous to use in a combat situation. And that is where the pronged kunai comes in. Each seal on the kunai actually contains some of Minato's chakra that would steadily pulse it out, allowing him to know where everything was around him. Now Naruto may not have any of the special kunai, but he could do one better whenever he joined the slipstream. Naruto instead put his status as a Jinchuriki to good use. With his seriously massive chakra stores, Naruto could send out a constant wave of chakra, giving him a real-time chakra field of vision that negated the tunnel vision effects of using his bloodline. And since this chakra sonar actually helped his chakra capacity grow as his body adapted to the repeated use of the technique, Naruto was able to keep the technique going for hours on end if needed. and that made for one scary shinobi that even his father would be hesitant to fight. As Naruto ran and his vision tunnelized, he began pulsing out his chakra. This was really the only way someone could tell Naruto was in the room if he had his bloodline active, even if he was running circles around the person. If a Hyuga was ever to try and spot him when his technique was going full blast, they would be instantly blinded by all the chakra in the air, which was why Naruto never used it whenever he knew Hinata was watching with her Byakugan active. As he ran, Naruto thought, "Hang on, Uncle Kakashi, I'm coming." Scene change. Scene of first fight with Zabuza. Kakashi was currently trapped in a sphere of water that Zabuza was holding together with his hand in it. Kakashi looked out at his team that was doing their best to not wet themselves, while Sasuke and Sakura anyway, and shouted as best as he could through the technique at them. "Don't just stand there. Take the client and go. His water clones can't get too far from the original." This fight was over the instant he caught me. But before the trio of Chunin could say anything, Zabuza suddenly yelled and pulled his hand out of the water to look at his arm that was completely covered in burns from shoulder to wrist. As the water sphere burst apart, Kakashi caught himself from falling completely into the water and looked up just in time to see a knee planting itself into Zabuza's chin. Zabuza shot up and back before hitting the water and bounced 5 times hard over it before sinking. As he watched the missing knee sank, Kakashi heard a voice say, "Uncle Kakashi, how many times do I have to pull your bacon out of the fire?" 3. Silent Killings Match. Sakura and Sasuke had absolutely no clue whatsoever what just happened. One moment Kakashi's begging them to take their client and get as far away as possible. The next instant Zabuza lets the technique he trapped Kakashi in drop for some unknown reason and then is sent flying by a familiar blonde who just appeared out of absolutely nowhere. Sai was the only one who had any idea at the moment where Naruto came from and how he had come to be there. After all, he had been informed by Danzo about the blonde. Meanwhile, Kakashi was getting to his feet as Naruto looked over to the side at him and said, "You all right there, Uncle Kakashi?" Kakashi nodded, but before he could say anything, a water dragon formed over where Zabuza had sunk and rushed toward the two. Naruto disappeared and then reappeared on the shore with Kakashi right behind him as the dragon slammed down right where they had been a second before throwing up waves. As they settled, they showed Zabuza standing where they had been. He looked at Naruto with contempt and said, "I'll have to admit, that was a pretty good shot, kid. And whatever you did to my arm hurts. But there is no way a runt like you has any chance against me. Still, I'm curious. What's your name, boy?" Naruto smirked and said, "My name is unimportant Browless. I will tell you that my code name is Kitsune, although others have began calling me the Flashfire." Zabuza frowned, but before he could do or say anything, Naruto disappeared again. As Zabuza began looking around for the brat, he began sensing a ton of chakra permeating the air. It was like when he used the hidden mist jutsu, only it was 5 times more potent. Back on the shore, the 3 Chunin felt it as well. Sakura looked around with wide eyes and thought, "Is all this Naruto? How could he have this much chakra?" Sasuke clenched his fist and thought, "Is this how much the dead last was hiding? I should have that power, not him." Sai was merely observing to the best of his abilities. Danzo had always told him and the rest of the Root Umbu that Naruto had the potential to be even better than the 4th and to consider themselves lucky if they ever witnessed him in action. Tazuna, meanwhile, was just trying to figure out how a boy no older than his escorts could just disappear like that. Kakashi was most likely the calmest out of everyone, as he simply waited for Naruto to make his move. He was ready to be the backup for his sensei's son if he needed it, but he highly doubted he would. Then Naruto's voice sounded from all around at once, reminding the 3 Chunin and Bridge Builder what Zabuza had done just earlier. There are 4 types of burns: 1st degree, 2nd degree, 3rd degree, and 4th degree. Which burn should I use today? Everyone except for Kakashi was looking around trying to find the blonde while wondering at the same time what the hell he was talking about. That all changed when they heard, "Why don't we start with 2nd?" Right after he said that, Zabuza screamed in pain as a 2nd degree burn suddenly appeared going across his chest from right hip to left shoulder. Right after, his left arm became completely covered in burns, just like his left one, only these were much more painful. Even from the distance the Chunin were at, they could see the big blisters that were already beginning to form. Zabuza then yelled again and turned around trying to hit something behind him, showing everyone the 5X-shaped burns on his back that were placed with one right in the middle with the other four connected with one on each of the four lines of the center one. Zabuza roared in pain again as his pant legs burned near the back of his knees, showing even more burns there. He then shouted out, "Where the hell are you?" Everyone then heard chuckling before Naruto said, "What's the matter, Zabuza? I thought you were a master of silent killing. Surely you can find one little kid without too much problems, right?" Before Zabuza could say anything, though, he flew to the side before abruptly switching directions constantly, like he was a pinball stuck in the bouncer section of an invisible pinball machine. Finally, after a minute of this, he was suddenly sent flying into a tree trunk. Zabuza screamed out in pain as the burns on his back hit the tree trunk, causing the blisters to pop. Naruto reappeared on a tree branch to his right. Zabuza looked up at him and said, "What are you?" Naruto looked down at him and said, "Your worst nightmare." All of a sudden, 3 Senbon needles embedded themselves in the side of Zabuza's neck, causing him to slump over dead, startling everyone else. Naruto hopped down and said, "You sure took your sweet time, Hunter Nin." Everyone looked up to where Naruto was looking and saw a Hunter Nin of the Mist who looked to be no older than Naruto and a Genin. He can only be about as old as Naruto, but he's a Hunter Nin already. Naruto I can understand since he uses his bloodline. But for a Mist Shinobi to be a Hunter Nin at such a young age, how strong is this guy? Kakashi thought as he studied the kid. Sasuke was fuming. Damn it. First the dead last, and now this new guy. How many people my age are there that are stronger than me? I need more power. It's the only way I can kill him. Sakura was still shocked at how sudden Zabuza had been defeated and then killed, while Tazuna was just glad that it was all over. The Hunter Nin dropped down to the ground near Zabuza's body and said, "My apologies, but it was apparent that you had everything under control. Besides, I'm not sure I would have been able to handle Zabuza if you hadn't worn him down like you did. Now if you will excuse me, I must dispose of the body." The Hunter Nin made a hand sign and then disappeared with the body in a whirlwind of leaves. Kakashi lowered his headband covering his Sharingan eye and slumped a little before saying, "I'm glad that's over." Naruto looked over and noticed his uncle's slumped-over form and said, "Does that thing still drain you as bad as before, Uncle Kakashi?" Kakashi nodded and said, "Yeah, but it's not as bad as if I had actually used it for more than keeping up with Zabuza. It would have been worse if I had actually had to use it to copy any of his jutsu." Naruto hummed and said, "Still, we better find you a place to lie down soon." Turning to Tazuna, he said, "How close are we to your house, old man?" "About 5 more miles. Tazuna said. Naruto nodded and went over to Kakashi before slinging one of his arms over his shoulders and made a lead-the-way motion with his free hand. As the Genin fell in around them, Sakura decided to ask about the things on her mind. "Hey Naruto, getting HM?" In response, she continued, "What exactly did you do back there? You just disappeared for a while, and then these burns appeared, and after that Zabuza just started flying through the air." Naruto thought about whether or not he should tell her anything considering how she had treated him in the past, but decided that he might as well, otherwise she and the Uchiha would never leave him alone. "It's actually pretty simple, Haruno. I merely moved faster than the eye could see. Those burns that appeared on Zabuza's body resulted from the friction of pressing my fingers against his skin while I moved so fast around him. As for the flying around bit, I was simply hitting him with my fists." Sakura frowned and said, "Wait, if those burns resulted from friction, why aren't your fingers burned? And for that matter, how did just your fingers burn Zabuza's whole arm?" Naruto shook his head and said, "You know, Haruno, for the smartest girl in your class, you sure don't think. What is the most important thing that a shinobi uses that separates us from civilians?" Sakura's eyes lit up in understanding before she scowled at the tone of voice Naruto used. She refrained from hitting him, though, since he was carrying her sensei, like she could without Naruto allowing it. She then frowned and said, "You still didn't answer the other question." Naruto shrugged and said, "Because it's obvious, Haruno. Instead of just my fingers those 2 times, I simply placed both hands around the arm around the shoulder and rubbed against the entire arm on the way down." Sakura looked down, obviously thinking that she should have realized that. Sasuke, meanwhile, was trying to glare a hole right through Naruto's back. "Dope, how did you get so much power?" Naruto glanced back and said, "Watch your tone, rookie. I've been an actual shinobi far longer than you have. That's why the Hokage chose me to go undercover and not you." Sasuke grinded his teeth and said, "Answer me." "Sasuke, that's enough," Kakashi said, finally entering the conversation. He looked over his shoulder at the genin and continued with a glare, "I will not have you disrespect a jounin of our village. Am I clear?" Sasuke glared at his teacher, but finally ground out a "yes, sensei." The rest of the way to Tazuna's house was pretty much quiet after that. Once at the house, Tazuna knocked on the door. It opened to reveal a woman who was definitely pretty. Smiling, she hugged Tazuna and said, "Dad, you made it back all right." Looking at the shinobi, she said, "Are these?" Tazuna nodded and said, "Yes. These are the shinobi that I hired." The blonde was sent as reinforcements, and I must say I'm glad he was. Sasuke scowled at that, but wisely stayed silent while Tazuna's daughter smiled at them and said, "Thanks for keeping Dad safe. I know he can be a handful sometimes." She ignored the hey from her father and continued, "My name's Tsunami, by the way." Naruto rose his hand, and Tsunami shook it as he said, "Naruto Uzumaki, jounin of the village hidden in the leaves. The man currently on my shoulder is Kakashi Hatake, the same. Behind me are Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Sai, genin of the village hidden in the leaves, and Uncle Kakashi's team." Tsunami rose an eyebrow at the word uncle, and she wasn't the only one. Sakura had been wondering why Naruto had called her sensei uncle when he first arrived, but had forgotten to ask him about it since she was more interested in finding out how Naruto had did what he did during the fight. "Uncle, you two don't look related," Tsunami said. Naruto chuckled and said, "Oh, we're not. Not by blood anyway. I guess you could say he's a family friend of mine. Now, I don't mean to be rude, but if it wouldn't be too much, could we lie him down somewhere? He drained himself pretty badly during the last fight." Tsunami shook her head and moved to the side and said, "Of course. Sorry about that. Just put him upstairs in the guest bedroom." Naruto nodded and entered the house, followed by the others. The genin sat themselves around the living room once they entered, leaving Naruto by himself as he helped his mentor up the stairs to the guest room. Once there, Naruto gently laid Kakashi down on the bed before going to the door and making sure that they were alone. Finding no one coming up the stairs, Naruto closed the door and placed a privacy seal on it before turning back to Kakashi, who had been watching him. "So you figured it out as well?" Kakashi said in a serious voice. Naruto nodded and said, "Yeah. That hunter went right for the neck with those needles of his. Less muscle there to get in the way of a pressure point shot. How long do you think we have?" Kakashi thought, and then said, "At least a week. That's how long it will take him to recover from the fake death state. Maybe a little more if they try to fully heal the burns you gave him." Naruto frowned and said, "I shouldn't have played around with him. I should have just stabbed him in the heart when I first got here." Kakashi shook his head and said, "We both know that you hate taking a life so carelessly. And there's nothing we can do about it now but prepare for them. We're going to have to get the genin up to speed. We should probably teach them tree climbing." Naruto's eyes widened, and he said, "You haven't taught them that yet? What have you been doing for the past month?" Kakashi frowned and said, "Trying to get them to work as a team. What's the point in teaching them high-class moves and jutsu if they wind up not caring if they hit their teammates or not? You've never had problems working with others, but with them, they can't even agree on who cleans up what part of a park." Naruto sighed and said, "I see. Well, in that case, I don't really blame you. I guess while you're teaching them, I'll guard Tazuna. Get some rest, uncle. We can tell the rooks tomorrow." Kakashi nodded and Naruto turned around and took down the privacy seal before stepping out the door. Closing it softly, he walked down the stairs and entered the living room. Sakura looked up as he came in and said, "Naruto, how is sensei?" Naruto shrugged and said, "He's fine, Haruno. A little tired, but nothing that a good night's rest shouldn't cure. Make sure you guys get a good night's rest tonight as well. I know for a fact that Kakashi is going to give you guys some hard training tomorrow. If any of you guys need me, I'll be outside setting up some patrols with my shadow clones. And then I'll be on the roof." Naruto turned and left the living room again and left the house itself. Crossing his hands, a platoon of clones appeared. Looking at them, he said, "I want half of you to set up a perimeter around this house. The other half head to the bridge and make sure no one tries anything funny with it." The clones all saluted before taking off to complete their task. Naruto then turned towards the house and jumped up onto the roof and settled down. And now we wait. 4. Getting ready. The next morning, Kakashi joined everyone at the table for breakfast. As he sat down, he said, "Guys, there's something important that we have to tell you." The three Chunin looked at Kakashi, and Sakura said, "What is it, Kakashi-sensei?" "Zabuza's alive." Everyone but Naruto gaped at him. Sakura was the first to recover and said, "Are you sure, Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi nodded, but it was Naruto who answered. The hunter Nin used Senbon needles. They're highly accurate, and the hunter shot for the neck. There are certain pressure points on the body that will put someone in a death-like state, and the neck has the least muscles that would interfere with hitting those points. Add to the fact that the hunter moved the body when he was supposed to destroy and right where it was, and you have a fake hunter Nin working with Zabuza. Sasuke scoffed and said, "And you call yourself a jounin? You couldn't even catch a fake in the act." Naruto rose an eyebrow and said, "Well, I didn't see you doing anything, Uchiha. And besides, even if I attacked that hunter, if it had been a real one, what do you think the repercussions would be for our village? Kakashi and I had to take that chance or risk a war between the leaf and mist. So why don't you keep your mouth shut, since you obviously have no idea what you're supposed to do in that kind of situation?" Sasuke glared and was about to say something when Sakura shouted out, "Don't talk to Sasuke-kun like that," and tried to hit Naruto. As the fist came towards him, the two disappeared and then reappeared against a wall with Naruto's left wrist pressing her throat in and a kunai in his right hand holding her chin upwards. Naruto glared at Sakura as the kunoichi stared in shock and horror. Naruto then growled out, "Listen, Haruno, and listen good. Your dear Sasuke isn't the top dog, and he never was. You all think he's someone special and call him a genius, but guess what? He's not a genius, he's just a regular Uchiha who hasn't even activated his Sharingan yet. The only Uchiha genius that the Leaf Village produced was his brother Itachi, and he never relied on his Sharingan to copy other people's jutsu like the rest of that band of thieves. And if you ever try to attack one of your superiors again, I will write you up so fast the Hokage will get paper cuts from it. Am I clear?" Sakura nodded as much as she could with a kunai under her chin, and Naruto released her. Turning around, he saw Sasuke glaring at him, and he said, "The same goes for you as well, Sasuke. We aren't in the academy anymore. Get your act together or leave the program. We don't need upstarts like you trying to prove you're better than everyone else." Turning to Tazuna, he said, "I'll be waiting outside to escort you to the bridge." The old man nodded and Naruto walked out. As he left, a small boy came downstairs rubbing one of his eyes from sleep before looking around at the expressions on everyone's faces and asked what's going on. Kakashi shook his head and said, "Oh, nothing much. Just a little dispute." He then stood up and said, "Sakura, Sasuke-sai, finish up your breakfast and then meet me outside. We have to get you guys as up to speed as possible for when Zabuza comes back in a week." Sakura looked at him and said, "But Kakashi-sensei, what could we possibly do in a week that will prepare us to fight Zabuza? We couldn't do anything last time." Kakashi merely smiled and said, "You'll see." 15 minutes later, Tazuna and the rest of the people working on the bridge were staring as a shadow clone was reporting to Naruto, with the rest of the clones spread out along the bridge, keeping an eye out for anyone trying to harm the bridge. "All quiet. Nothing to report, sir," the clone said as it gave a salute to its creator. Naruto nodded before turning back to Tazuna and said, "Hey Tazuna, need some extra hands?" Meanwhile, Kakashi was leading his team into the forest. Once Kakashi thought they were at a good spot, he turned to his students and said, while giving his smile, "All right, my lovable students. Today we are going to learn how to climb trees." Sakura and Sasuke looked at him like he was crazy before Sakura said, "But Kakashi-sensei, we can already climb trees." Kakashi smiled again and said, "But can you do it without using your hands?" Kakashi then turned and walked to a tree before wailing up it. Sasuke and Sakura's jaws dropped, while Sai simply looked on. Kakashi reached the lowest branch of the tree about 20 feet up and hung down from the bottom of it. Keeping his smile, Kakashi said, "This is a chakra exercise that is essential to all ninja. Using your chakra, you can stick to the sides of any solid object. You must focus your chakra to your feet to stick to the surface. Too much, and you will blast yourself off. Too little, and you will slip off." Kakashi reached into his kunai pouch and threw 3 kunai on the ground in front of his 3 students' feet and said, "You should use those to mark your progress. I'd suggest getting a running start." Sakura and Sasuke got determined looks as they picked up the kunai while Sai simply bent down to pick his up. The three then focused on separate trees and took off at them at a run. Sasuke made it up about 10 steps before the bark suddenly splintered, and Sasuke launched himself back as a small crater the size of his foot and half an inch deep appeared. As Sasuke backflipped and landed in a crouch, he thought, so it's an exercise of balance. Too much chakra, and you push the object away from you. Too little, and you don't stick. This is easy. Sasuke looked up, his eyes widened when he saw that Sakura was on a branch at the same level as Kakashi. What are you doing on the ground, dickless? Sasuke's head jerked to the side, and his eyes virtually bugged out when he saw that Sai was on a branch of his own about 10 feet above Sakura's position. Sakura's file said that she had perfect chakra control, and I imagine that Danzo had made sure Sai was as capable as possible. Sakura, meanwhile, was shooting a glare and shouted out, "Don't insult Sasuke-kun." So much for the heir of the most powerful clan of the Hidden Leaf Village. It seems like Sakura and Sai are a bit better at this than you are, Kakashi said, trying to motivate Sasuke. Sasuke growled before rushing the tree again. Scene change. Tazuna's bridge 30 minutes later. The bridge was buzzing with activity as the workers worked beside some of Naruto's clones. Each worker had a clone to help him who was being taught how to do what they were doing. The general plan was that since clones were only made out of chakra, they could continue working when their teachers were taking a lunch break, while said teachers could watch and correct if they had to. That way they could get an extra hour in building the bridge, but still leave at the usual time. Naruto had briefly considered making more clones when the workers were done for the day, with the sole purpose of carrying on for the night. But Tazuna shot the idea down, stating that even if the clones learned how to do everything perfectly, he and the other workers would have to check each section they built, and if any of them weren't up to spec, they would just have to tear them down, which would be a waste of materials. Naruto conceded the point, though he did say that he would keep those clones around at night again to guard the bridge, since Gato might just decide to try and blow the bridge up and be done with it. Tazuna had paled at that and readily agreed that it would be a good idea. That night at dinner, Naruto was sitting next to Tsunami's son Inari when Team 7 came in the house with the three genin in various states. Sakura came in looking absolutely exhausted, but other than that, fine. Sai looked like he had done nothing more than have a light jog for about an hour. But it was Sasuke's appearance that nearly made Naruto laugh. He was covered in scuff marks and looked about ready to collapse. "You guys have fun?" Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Sai didn't say anything and instead just sat down and began eating, while Sakura groaned in response before following suit. Sasuke glared at the blonde before following suit, causing Naruto to chuckle. "What's so funny, dope?" Sasuke growled out. Naruto's face instantly turned serious, and he said, "Watch your attitude, rookie. Like I said to Inuzuka, I wasn't in the mood to deal with a rookie that couldn't handle the fact that I was undercover, and I'm still not. You're not the greatest thing to grace the earth, and you never will be. You aren't even the greatest Uchiha. You're just a second-rate one who hasn't even activated his Sharingan yet." Sasuke roared and launched himself at the blonde, only to be caught by Kakashi. "Calm down, Sasuke. Naruto, I would have expected better from you," Kakashi said, glaring at Sasuke and then looking at Naruto in a disappointed manner. Naruto shrugged and said, "What do you want me to say, Uncle Kakashi? The Uchiha needs to learn that he's not as great as he thinks he is. And since there is no real way to sugarcoat it in a way that he would still understand, I simply told him in the most straightforward way possible." Naruto's eyes then narrowed, and he said, "And as far as I'm concerned, the Uchiha were all overrated anyway. They were nothing but thieves stealing the hard work of others. The only one who wasn't like that was Itachi. No wonder he went and killed the rest of his clan. He must have gotten sick of all their arrogance." Sasuke roared and struggled to break free of Kakashi's grip and shouted out, "You take that back." Naruto stood up and began walking out of the kitchen. As he passed through the door, he called out, "Why would I take back the truth?" An hour later, Kakashi came out of the window to his room and found Naruto staring at the moon. As he sat down beside him, he said, "I really wish you wouldn't antagonize my students, Naruto." Naruto simply sighed and said, "I'm sorry, Uncle Kakashi. Really, I am. But considering what I went through last year, especially at the hands of those two, I find it real hard not to. Haruno, I may change my mind about if she gets her act together, but the Uchiha is a real piece of work that needs to be brought back down to earth. Asking me to be nice to him would be like asking me to move the Hokage monument by myself. It just can't be done, especially considering what that clan has done to me in the past. Kakashi sighed and said, I know where you're coming from, Naruto. You know I do. But they're my responsibility. Just try not to start any more fights, all right? Naruto nodded and said, I'll try, Uncle Kakashi. I promise. Kakashi nodded as well before heading back to his window and said, Good night, Naruto. Don't stay up too late. Yes, mother, Naruto said with a smile, earning a chuckle from his fellow Jounin. Scene change. Zabuza's room in Gato's base of operations. Zabuza hissed in pain and then sighed in relief as his tool placed some more cream on the burns on his back. Thanks to Gato, Haku had been able to procure fast-acting medicine for the burns that the blonde had given him. They would be gone by the end of the week. As Zabuza thought about their next fight, he said, Haku. Yes, Zabuza-sama. I want you to find out anything you can about that blonde brat. And when the time comes, I want you to fight him. You're probably the only one who can keep up with his speed. As you wish, Zabuza-sama. The next morning when Naruto was exiting the house with Tazuna, Kakashi had Sai join Naruto in guarding the bridge since he had mastered the tree climbing exercise. When Naruto had asked him why he wasn't going to teach the boy water walking, Kakashi simply smiled and said, I'll leave that to you. Naruto had simply rolled his eyes and motioned Sai to follow them. When the trio reached the bridge, Naruto dispelled the clones from the night before and replaced them with a fresh batch. No use giving himself a massive headache by absorbing more than a full day's memories from so many clones all at once. Naruto then created 2 more clones, one to stick with Tazuna and the other to show Sai how to walk on the water to the bridge. Once everything was taken care of at the bridge, Naruto took off, shocking all of the workers by seeming to disappear in thin air. Naruto joined the slipstream and took off to explore the island a bit. While he could have sent clones to do this, it was much quicker for Naruto to do by himself since he could use his chakra sonar technique and not worry about being dispelled when he ran out of it. First, though, he wanted to see how his former classmates were doing. Scene change. Team 7's training area. Kakashi suddenly sensed a ton of chakra coming from the direction of the unfinished bridge and thought, here he comes. Right after that thought, he said, Hello, Naruto. Naruto smirked from his position next to his fellow Jounin and mentor and said, Hey, Uncle Kakashi. Just wanted to see how they're doing and tell you that I'm going to look around a bit. Kakashi nodded and said, I have no problems with that. But if you find Gato's base, don't do anything drastic without telling me first. No telling what would happen if we acted too hastily. And as you can see, they're doing fairly well. It was true. Sasuke had made it about halfway to the top, while Sakura was resting in one of the highest branches. Naruto nodded before he gave Kakashi a salute and took off again. True to Kakashi's prediction, Naruto had found Gato's base. As he studied the base from a high tree branch, wondering if he should go ahead and scout it, he spotted a figure that looked like a boy his age exiting the ramp and entered the woods. Deciding to follow the boy, he dropped down from the tree and began following him, using his high Jounin stealth to follow him without chakra. He had a theory who the boy was, and it would do him no good to tip off the kid by using chakra if he was right. Following the boy to a field where he began picking herbs, Naruto considered his options. He could either confront the guy now and possibly save himself the trouble of having to fight both him and Zabuza at once at a later date. He could just leave the boy alone and hope for the best, something that Naruto really did not want to do. Or he could try to learn as much as he could about the boy. Naruto then remembered Kakashi's order. Even though the two were both Jounin, Kakashi had superiority out in the field due to him having been a former Umbu captain before he left and became a regular Jounin. Deciding that his third option was still within his order's parameters, Naruto moved around the clearing to make it seem like he came from the village. Once he was in place, Naruto began walking into the clearing. The boy quickly caught sight of him, and Naruto noticed the boy almost imperceptibly stiffening when he saw who it was, confirming to Naruto that he was aware of who he was facing. Naruto put on a warm smile and said, I must admit, I wasn't expecting to find someone way out here. The boy smiled as well, though Naruto noticed most of it didn't reach his eyes, and said, Well, this is the best place to find the herbs that I need. Naruto nodded and said, True. Some of these herbs are pretty good for medicine. Take this one for example. He bent down to pick up a herb he recognized and said this one is a good one for treating the pain that comes from first and second degree burns if mixed with a couple of others and turned into a paste. The boy cocked his head and said, "You seem very knowledgeable about them." Naruto chuckled and said, "I had to be. I can't tell you how many times I've burned myself." The boy rose an eyebrow and said, "Really? You don't look like you've been burned often." Naruto smirked and said, "And you don't look like you're actually a boy with that pink kimono, but we all like to hide certain things from others." The boy stiffened just a little and said, "Yes, that's true." Naruto then shook his head and said, "Where's my manners? I'm Naruto." The boy gave another one of those smiles that didn't quite reach his eyes and said, "Haku." Naruto nodded and said, "So, you collecting these for someone who needs them, or are you like me who likes to have some handy in case of emergencies?" Haku looked hesitant before he said, "These are for someone that's a precious person of mine." "Tell me, Naruto, do you have anyone that is precious to you?" Naruto cocked his head trying to figure out where the boy in front of him was coming from, but said, "Yeah, I've got a few." Haku smiled again, and this time it did meet his eyes as he said, "Then you must be truly strong, for I believe that it is only when you are protecting something that is precious to you do you become truly strong." Naruto smiled and said, "A good thing to believe." He then frowned and said, "Unfortunately, I know one person who would not agree. His whole clan was killed, and he's obsessed with revenge. All he cares about is getting stronger, and he thinks that everyone else is just dragging him down." Haku frowned at this, but shook it off and said maybe he will come to his senses someday. "Yeah, maybe," Naruto said softly before seeming to brighten up a bit. Smiling at Haku, he said, "Well, I better get going. See ya, Haku." And with a two-fingered salute, he turned around and disappeared, making Haku go wide-eyed. As Haku recovered from his surprise, he thought, "I hope I can match his speed when the time comes." As Naruto ran, he thought, "Now that is one interesting kid." 5. Final preparations / meeting on the bridge. Scene: Tazuna's house. Naruto and Sai were seated next to Tazuna and Tsunami as they ate their dinner, waiting for the rest of Team 7 to come in from training. Inari sat across from the two, Nin glaring at them as he ate. Hearing the door open, Naruto sent a quick chakra pulse that was so small, only a sensor could sense it if they weren't right next to the blonde. Sai rose an eyebrow as Naruto went back to eating, unconcerned with whoever was coming in. Sai understood why as Kakashi walked in with a slightly exhausted Sakura and a moderately tired Sasuke following him. As the three sat down, Kakashi turned to Naruto and said, "So how did Sai do?" Naruto shrugged and said, "About as well as can be expected. He got the concept almost instantly, but as we both know, it takes more than that when it comes to walking on any kind of liquid." Kakashi nodded as Naruto continued. He was able to stand after about half an hour, but it took him a bit longer to learn how to walk around a bit without sinking. He still can't do it while fighting though, so we'll have to work on that tomorrow. Kakashi nodded before he began eating. Turning to the other two Genin, Naruto rose an eyebrow and said, "And how are you two doing?" Sasuke glared at him while Sakura hesitantly said, "I pretty much have it completely mastered. Right now Kakashi Sensei has me running up and down as many times as I can to build up my chakra reserves. And Sasuke-kin is a little over 3/4 of the way to the top." Naruto nodded as Sasuke sent Sakura a glare for telling the blonde that he still felt was a dead last, that he hadn't reached the top yet. "Why do you even bother?" Inari asked as he glared at them all. "Come again?" Naruto asked as he took another bite and swallowed before looking at Inari in curiosity. "I said, why do you even bother? It's not like it will help you when Gato comes to kill you all. You're just wasting your time. Gato is invincible and nothing you do will stop him. You don't even know anything about us or this village, and yet you come prancing in so happy and carefree, not knowing anything about pain, and you make me sick." "Inari," Tsunami said sternly before a raised hand from both Kakashi and Naruto stopped her from berating her child. Naruto shot a questioning look to Kakashi, who nodded, answering the unspoken question. Naruto then turned back to Inari and said, "Inari, don't talk about what you don't know as if you do. You say we don't know anything about what pain is, but in reality, compared to some of us at this table, you don't even know the meaning of the word." Inari glared, but before he could open his mouth, Naruto continued. "Let me guess. You probably lost someone to Gato, right? Most likely your father or someone who was like one to you since it's only you, your mother, and your grandfather living here, and that picture on the wall looks like a person has been ripped out of it. Well, let me tell you something. You only lost one person, but Uncle Kakashi lost not only his father, but his two teammates and his teacher as well. The Uchiha kid here lost his entire clan in one night. And I've had it even worse. I've seen the dark side of humanity, and let me tell you, it is not pretty. I grew up an orphan the day I was born. From day one I was on my own because almost my entire village sees me as worse than an outcast, and let me tell you, it was not easy. The orphanage threw me out when I was around 3, and I've had to live about 2.5 years on the streets wondering if I will be able to find my next meal in time. I've had to avoid mobs who wanted to beat me into an inch of my life over as long a period of time as they could before finally finishing me off. Store owners spit in my face and throw me out of their stores almost constantly. And those who do sell to me usually overcharge me or sell me shoddy goods. I can't even make any friends of my own age because parents would always tell their kids that I was either a bad person or even a monster. Some would even beat me if I even try to speak to their kids. You think you got it bad? You have no idea how truly blessed you are to live like you do. You at least still have your mother and grandfather. So don't say that I don't know what pain is because in my eyes you're just a little kid who can't handle the real world. People die Inari. It's a fact of life that none of us can escape. Yeah, you lost someone when he was killed by Gato, but you aren't the first person to lose someone, and you sure as hell won't be the last. It's not the pain that we face in our lives that define us, but how we handle it. There are those like you who throw themselves pity parties all their lives doing nothing about it. And then there are those like your grandfather who feels the pain, but still goes on doing his absolute best to make a difference. Think about that, and then ask yourself this. Do you want to continue doing nothing as the pain constantly builds on itself? Or do you want to do your absolute best to make sure nothing like the event happens again? Will you stand up in the night and stand firm? Or will you let the darkness consume you? Only you can make that choice, Inari, and there will come a time when you must choose. And that choice will have an impact so large on your life that you will only be able to tell how much it did years from the event. Everyone besides Kakashi was staring at him as he stood up and walked out of the house. As the door to the house closed, Tazuna turned to Kakashi and said if I wasn't looking at him as he said that, I would have thought an adult was doing the talking. Kakashi nodded as he sighed and said he's had to grow up faster than anyone else in his generation. Was he telling the truth? Did he really have it that bad? Tsunami asked as she wiped away the tears that had sprouted during Naruto's little speech. Worse, Kakashi said before turning to Inari and said Naruto is right Inari. Everyone feels pain at some point in their life, but it's how you handle it that shows what kind of person you really are. Kakashi then stood up and went up the stairs to the room he was sharing with the other males. As he did, Sakura and Sasuke pondered what Naruto told them since they had no idea how rough his life had been. The only thing that they had seen when they saw Naruto had been the smiling idiot who was always claiming that he was going to be Hokage. So I was going over the information that Naruto had gave as well and thought, so that is how he is so strong while still so young. He had to become stronger than most to survive. Danza-sama was right. He is not one to be underestimated. Scene change, forest clearing. Shadow clone jutsu. As the call went out, numerous clones appeared in bursts of smoke as the originals stood in front of them. All right, listen up. I want all but 5 of you to work on moving through this forest as fast as you can without using our sonar technique. We're good up to low jounin speeds, so let's see if we can't reach mid jounin by morning. Remember to create and dispel every hour and a half. Understood? Hi. Get to it. Most of the clones took off, leaving only the 5 clones who were at the front of the group. Naruto grinned as he looked at them while reaching into his kunai pouch with both hands, and said, well then, shall we get started? The 5 clones gave predatory grins as they also reached into their kunai pouches. In one simultaneous movement, the 6 blondes brought out their hands with the kunai twirling around their fingers before ending in reverse grips and disappeared. For the next 3 hours, the only thing that the clones working on nighttime travel without the sonar technique could hear was one practically continuous sound of metal against metal. Scene change, Tazuna's house. The next morning, everyone was seated at the kitchen table eating breakfast except for one blonde. Sakura glanced at the empty seat that had a plate placed in front of it before turning to her teacher and said, Kakashi-sensei, don't you think one of us should go looking for him? Kakashi chuckled and said, now Sakura, I know you're worried that Naruto didn't come back in. But if there is one thing that I have learned about Naruto from all the years that I've known him, it's that he almost always comes back before losing consciousness. Sakura frowned at this, not really reassured by her sensei. The sound of the front door opening caught everyone's attention as Naruto tiredly shuffled in. Most of the people seated at the table widened their eyes or raised their eyebrows as they noticed all of the slashes and tears on Naruto's clothes. As Naruto sat down with a tired grunt and pulled his plate towards him, Kakashi chuckled and said, so how many did you get up to and last against Naruto? Naruto tiredly took a bite out of his breakfast and swallowed before saying 5, and we went all night. Wouldn't have been so bad if I didn't have about 100 clones working on moving at night at mid-Jounin level speeds without using my technique. Damn clones all decided to pop within a few minutes of each other when the sun rose up, when they knew that they were supposed to do 1 per minute. Kakashi rose his visible eyebrow and said, wow, that's pretty good all things considered. Usually you can only go halfway through the night if there's more than 3 of you. Sakura looked confused as both Sai and Sasuke gave Naruto calculating looks. Turning back to Kakashi as Naruto began eating again, clearly showing that he wanted food at the moment, she said, I don't understand Kakashi-sensei. Why would Naruto need to work on moving at Jounin speeds at night if he's already so fast? And what kind of training are you talking about? I'm right here, you know. Naruto said with his mouth full before swallowing and said, to answer your question, Haruno. Yes, thanks to my bloodline, I can move faster than probably anyone on the planet, but it gives me tunnel vision when I move as fast as I normally do. To counteract it, I use my huge chakra reserves to make a constant field that is moving away from me that I use sort of like echolocation to be aware of my surroundings. However, if I ever fight that way with a Hyuga or a Uchiha with their dojutsu active, it would effectively blind them for a while, if not permanently, since they can see chakra. So I have to work on not relying on the technique so much when I move. As for the training I myself did, I merely went against 5 clones, and we fought as fast and hard as we could all night while we had joined the slipstream. Does that answer your questions? Sakura nodded, then cocked her head and said, wait, what's this slipstream? Sasuke's eyes narrowed, probably planning on somehow joining this slipstream that made Naruto so fast. Poor, ignorant fool. Naruto smirked as he saw Sasuke's expression and said, sorry Uchiha, this is one thing the council can't ever be coerced into handing over. Looking back to Sakura, who was beginning to glare at Naruto for the statement, he said, the slipstream is the name my father gave our bloodline since it doesn't have an official name. Understandable considering he was the first one to find out about it. Maybe even the first one to ever have it. It explains the sensation we feel whenever we focus on the feeling of extreme speed it gives us. Hence the term joining the slipstream whenever we do. Naruto took a last couple of hurried bites before standing up and headed out of the kitchen without any sign of being tired, calling over his shoulder, give me a few minutes to get changed, and we can head out to the bridge Tazuna. And Sai, don't think I'm going to go easy on you just because I had a training night. I swear I'm going to get you combat water walking by dinner time if it kills me. Everyone but Kakashi stared at him with slightly dropped jaws before Sakura turned back to Kakashi and asked Kakashi-sensei, how can he possibly be able to still move like that? He looked exhausted when he first came in. Kakashi chuckled and said, that's Naruto for you. I've seen him train for 2 days straight, drop dead on his bed, and then 3 hours later be right back at it again. He has chakra reserves that could make any Kage envy him and the stamina to match. He's going to make whoever he marries one happy woman in bed. Kakashi thought to himself, giggling, perversely drawing weird looks from everyone else that he waved away. Everyone's attention was brought to the stairs when they heard a shout from upstairs. Oi, Uncle Kakashi, you aren't reading that crap you call literature in front of Inari, are you? You know he's only 10, right? Kakashi's sweat dropped as he rubbed the back of his head, while Inari looked at him in confusion before saying, of course not. Why would you think that? Because I know you. Naruto deadpanned as he came down the stairs and walked over to the group and sat back down to finish his meal. Kakashi somehow teleported to the nearest corner with his back to the others and a storm cloud over his head. He used to admire me. Where did that lovable kid who wanted to do everything like me go? Kakashi asked as anime tears could be seen falling into a puddle. Naruto and the others' sweat dropped before he said he ran away screaming when you showed him those books of yours. The miniature storm cloud got even bigger, and Kakashi said, I was only trying to show you the greatness that was your godfather's work. Naruto snorted as he took a bite from his meal and said that's not greatness. That's a sad man's attempt at showing the world his perverted fantasies and a release to all men for their frustrations at never being able to have their bedroom fantasies come true. Everyone else's sweat drops grew bigger before Kakashi was suddenly beside Naruto and screaming in his ear sacrilege. You take that back, you heathen. Right before the back of Naruto's fist implanted in his face, causing him to slump to the floor with a pained grunt of ow. Naruto looked down at his father's student while he dug his pinky into the ear that the silver-haired man had shouted into and said, face it, Uncle Kakashi, the only good book that he wrote was the first one. You know, the one with the main character that I'm named after, and probably the only book that doesn't have more smut than actual plot that he'll probably ever write. Kakashi's hand shakily rose from his face-down position as he said, I reject your reality and substitute it with my own. Naruto snorted and said, whatever you say, Uncle Kakashi, before taking one last bite and stood up again to place the plate in the sink. Walking back around the table, he said, I'll have a clone waiting for you outside Tazuna. Sigh. If you're not at the bridge in 10 minutes, I'm throwing your butt into the ocean along with a few kunai attached to some exploding notes. Right after he said that, Naruto disappeared, and it was only the sound of a clone coming into existence immediately after that informed them that Naruto was telling the truth. Tazuna shook his head and said that kid is really something else. Taking one last sip of his coffee, he stood up and said, come on, kid, we better get going. Sai simply nodded and stood up as well before the two walked out of the house together accompanied by Naruto's clone. Scene change, Tazuna's bridge. Naruto reappeared to see what was to him a rather amusing sight. Most of Naruto's clones who were on guard duty the night before were standing in a line across the entrance of the bridge with Tazuna's workers behind them watching anxiously and a group of thugs in front of them. The supposed spokesperson and leader of the thugs looked as red in the face as a boiled lobster, while most of the clones had grins on their faces. The clone directly opposite of the leader was brushing his nails over his shirt and looking for dirt. The leader of the thug glared at the clone as he did this and said, now you listen here, you brat. I don't care if the original you is here or not. Now step aside and let us through. And why would he do that when it's his job to keep people who are obviously not here to work on the bridge off of it? Naruto asked as he disappeared and then reappeared in front of his clones, surprising the man. The man and the other thugs quickly got over their shock, and he said, are you the original? Naruto looked at him like he was stupid and said, no, I'm a water clone sent to shift the shadow clone guard, you moron. The bridge workers all laughed at this since Naruto had explained to them the differences between the clones he used and the other types of clones that ninjas often used. The thug's face reddened even more if that was possible, and he took a step as he said, you will let us pass right now, or else. He was unable to get any further as Naruto's fist made residence in his stomach as Naruto glared up at the man as he folded over the fist before taking a quick step back and kicking the man in his jaw so hard that he went flying before crashing into the trunk of a nearby tree, causing large cracks to form from the impact. The builders gave a cheer as the thugs looked on in shock. Naruto turned his glare onto the other thugs who instantly took a step back, unleashing a bit of killing intent to further unnerve them. He pointed to the fallen man and said, get him out of here and don't come back. The men quickly nodded before one of them rushed over to their leader and dragged him away as the others broke out into a run. Sighing as he watched the men flee, Naruto dispelled the clones before making a fresh batch to help the workers. As he did, he spotted Tazuna and Sai with his clone walking down the path from his house. As Tazuna walked up and noticed the damaged tree, he said, what happened here? Naruto shrugged and said nothing much, just showed some thugs why you don't want to mess with a jounin. Tazuna studied the blonde for another moment before shrugging and went over to his workers who were talking excitedly about how Naruto had handled the situation. Naruto then noticed Sai staring at him intently and said, what? Sai cocked his head as he gave a false smile and said, I'm just contemplating how I don't think I would want to fight you, Naruto-san. Naruto frowned at the formality and said, "Just call me Naruto, Sai. And why would you have to fight me?" Sai made a motion of his shoulders that might have been intended to be a shrug and said, "You never know," before walking down to the water and stepped onto it, trying to get the hang of moving around on the liquid surface. Naruto and the clone traded looks before simultaneously rolling their eyes and heading to their respective charges for the day. 6. Battle on the bridge. The rest of the week passed quickly and quietly. Sai had mastered combat water walking to a point that he could spar with Naruto for about 30 minutes by the end of the week. Sakura had joined them 2 days after the day Naruto beat up the thug leader, when Kakashi judged her ready to learn the next exercise and be able to do it for more than 10 minutes at a time. She took to it just as fast as she did tree climbing, but had to near constantly walk around the surface of the water to get her chakra reserves even higher. Sasuke had joined them a day before Sakura, but was still the slowest at learning it, taking him until the end of the very last day to get up to combat level, making the emo even more broody than normal and giving Naruto headaches every time he demanded to be taught a jutsu or something instead. Now it was the night before they were expecting Zabuza to show up. Following Kakashi's advice, Tazuna had already told the workers to not show up the next day, and the Chunin were showing signs of nervousness and anxiety. Well, Sakura and Sasuke were. Sai looked as cool as he always did, but Naruto blamed that on the route training he had been given. After dinner, Naruto had taken Inari outside, and the two were now sitting on a dock looking out across the water. As the two stared at the reflection of the moon with their knees to their chests, Naruto glanced over at Inari and reached into his kunai pouch. Handing the throwing knife to the kid, who looked at him in curiosity, he said, "Here, use this if things get rough tomorrow. I'll leave some clones that should handle anyone who gets close, but it's always better to have a backup plan. Make sure you keep that on you at all times, all right?" Inari nodded and accepted the blade, staring at it for a minute before putting the blade in his pocket. As he stared out at the water again, he said, "Thanks, Naruto." Naruto rose an eyebrow and said, "For what, Inari?" Inari looked back at Naruto and said, "You were right. I've been nothing but a big baby ever since I lost Dad. But now I plan on changing that." Naruto smiled and ruffled the younger boy's hair and said, "I'm sure you will, Inari." Scene change. Next day, Tazuna's bridge. As the Leaf Nin along with Tazuna came upon the bridge, they saw mist that was thicker than usual clinging to it, blocking their view of the end of the bridge. Naruto had already informed Kakashi that Zabuza had been in the area, and the older Nin had ordered Naruto to dispel the clones so that way they could draw Zabuza out. "Looks like the party's about ready to start," Naruto said, earning a nod from Kakashi. Turning to his students, he said, "Don't leave Tazuna's side." Getting nods from the Chunin, the group began walking through the mist. Once they were halfway down the bridge, Naruto held up a hand, stopping everyone, and called out in a sing-song voice, "Oh, Zabuza, where are you? Come out wherever you are." As everyone besides Kakashi, who simply rose an eyebrow, stared at him, a dark chuckling echoed around the area before the mist died down a little, revealing two figures in the mist. "Why did you have to tell the bridge workers not to come today? I was looking forward to having some fun," said the tallest figure. Kakashi shrugged and said, "Sorry, but I think the workers preferred having all of their body parts remain connected to each other." Naruto, meanwhile, was staring at the smaller figure, who turned his head slightly so that it seemed that he was looking at him as well. Naruto pondered his options since he knew who the figure was and wasn't looking forward to fighting the guy. Coming to a decision, Naruto looked at his superior from the corner of his eye and said, "Uncle Kakashi, if I take his co-worker out of the equation, do you think you can hold Zabuza back for a short while without killing him?" Kakashi looked down at Naruto with confusion in his eye as he said, "Yes. But why would I do that?" "Because I plan on showing them that they're working for the wrong person," Naruto said as he continued staring at his newest acquaintance. "Oh, and how do you plan on doing that?" Kakashi asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto turned his head to his fellow Jounin and said, "We both have dealt with crime lords before, so you know that Gato's going to betray them so that he doesn't have to pay so much. I'm sure Zabuza's expecting the same thing, even if only a little. I just have to show his partner and confirm that fact. Once Zabuza knows that his employer is planning on betraying him, he won't fight anymore." Kakashi considered what the blonde said. On one hand, it could actually make Zabuza drop his mission. On the other hand, the man might not believe Naruto and just continue attacking. Either way, though, Zabuza's partner would not be there to back the man up. Sighing, Kakashi nodded to Naruto, who closed his eyes and concentrated as he began opening the water gates to the dam that held back his chakra. As Zabuza felt the chakra presence in the younger Jounin rise, he growled out, "Haku, get ready." "Yes, Zabuza-sama." No one was prepared, though, when Naruto's chakra presence spiked to unbelievable levels, causing a large and very visible pulse of chakra to expand from his body, pushing the mist away and revealing the blonde coated in a blue shell with his hair blowing around like he was in a wind that only blew around him. As everyone stared at him, an even larger pulse shot out from his body that headed inland. Locating a large group of chakra presences that were nowhere near the level of a ninja that wasn't located near the village, Naruto opened his eyes and said, "I think I found the bastard. There's a large group headed this way." Kakashi nodded and said, "You've got 15 minutes. If you're not back by then, I'm taking him out." Naruto nodded, showing he understood before he took off running at low Jounin speeds toward the now visible pair of missing Nin. More specifically towards the fake hunter Nin. Said Nin stiffened in preparation before Naruto disappeared halfway to him. Less than an instant later, the masked figure vanished as well. "What the?" Zabuza exclaimed, trying to figure out what happened since his tool hadn't used his jutsu yet. Kakashi simply chuckled and said, "Don't worry. Naruto is simply taking him somewhere private so that we can have a rematch without interference from either side this time." Zabuza humphed at this and said, "It doesn't matter. I had planned on Haku fighting him anyway." "Well then, shall we get started?" Kakashi asked as he rose his headband, revealing his Sharingan eye. "Let's," Zabuza said as mist began building again. As the mist closed in, everyone heard Zabuza's disembodied voice saying, "This time will be much different, Kakashi." Scene change, Tazuna's house. The two clones stationed at the bridge builder's house felt the pulse shoot out from the original, and both saw two figures heading their ways with swords strapped to their waists in the range that the sonar was usually used at. Frowning, one of the clones began walking toward the forest where the two swordsmen were and said, "I'll handle this." He was stopped by the other clone grabbing his shoulder. Turning to his comrade in confusion, the first saw the second look towards the house. "Let's see how he handles this. We can step in before it gets out of hand." The first clone considered for a moment before nodding. The two clones then went around the house to wait. 10 minutes later, Inari was helping his mother in the kitchen when they heard the sound of wood being sliced apart. Both of their eyes widened when the two swordsmen stepped into the kitchen. "Those are the men who killed Dad," Inari thought as a similar thought ran through Tsunami's head. "Heh, looky here, aren't you a cute one?" One of the swordsmen, who was bald, said. "Heh, I didn't know the old man had a grandson. Oh well, just one more thing I can cut up." The other one, who was wearing a cap over his silver hair, said, looking at Inari. Inari swallowed before he remembered what Naruto had told him that night at the table. Stepping in front of his mother, he pulled out the kunai Naruto had given to him and held it in a reverse grip like the blonde had told him, drawing raised eyebrows from the two swordsmen. "I'm not going to let you hurt my mom. You took my dad. I'm not letting you take her," Inari said with a lot more confidence than he felt. "Heh, look at this kid. He actually thinks he can stop us. Let's show him how wrong he is," the bald man said as both took a step forward and began to draw their blades. Their hands had only reached their hilts, though, when both felt cool metal against their throats. Inari and Tsunami's eyes widened when the two clones seemed to appear out of thin air behind the swordsmen with their kunai already out in revered grips and in position. "Maybe he is not ready yet," the first clone started. "But he is on the right track," the second finished before looking at Inari and nodded. Inari returned the nod as he sighed in relief before the first clone said, "So you're the guys who killed Inari's father, huh? Normally we would just kill you and be done with it, but I think it would be better to let the villagers give you a trial and let them serve justice." Both swordsmen then fell unconscious due to the clones slamming the rings of their kunai against their foreheads faster than anyone could see. As the first clone began tying the two up, the second walked over to Inari and ruffled the kid's hair as he said, "Good job, Inari." "Thanks, Naruto," Inari said before looking down and said, "But I was so scared. I really thought they were going to kill me before you appeared." The clone smiled and said, "It's all right to be scared, Inari. All humans are at one time or another." But like pain, it's what you do when you experience it that makes a difference. Bravery isn't the absence of fear. It is when you overcome it. And today you took your first step in doing so. Now come on. We have to get these two to the proper authorities, and we don't want to leave you or your mom alone. Inari nodded as the first clone picked up the swordsman and fireman lifts and followed the others as they led the way to the village. Scene change. Gato's dock 30 seconds after second pulse. Haku suddenly reappeared stumbling in front of a dock that held a large boat that belonged to Gato. He shook his head from the disorienting effects of being grabbed, and then rushed to another place so far away in almost as little time as the blink of an eye before the boy noticed where he was. Looking around at the dock, he thought, what am I doing here? Better yet, where's Naruto? He was brought out of his thoughts when he heard the sound of a lot of people moving on the path through the forest, making no attempt whatsoever to hide their passing. Turning around to look, he saw a bunch of people walking down the path with Gato at its head. The man sneered and said, what are you doing here, brat? I would have thought you would have been with that was Zabuza. Oh well, this just makes things easier. Might as well start with him, boys. The crowd gave a cheer as they started advancing. Haku frowned behind his mask and said, what is the meaning of this? Gato laughed and said, isn't it obvious? I never planned on paying your baby of a master. It's much cheaper to hire these thugs to take you out once the job is done. Still, like I said, since you're here, we might as well get started. Consider this payback for breaking my arm, you brat. Haku stiffened and was about to reach for his Senbon needles when he heard a disembodied voice say, yeah, I don't think so, causing everyone to stiffen. A second later, all of the thugs suddenly all fell to the ground, as if some grand puppet master had got tired of using all of them. Gato's eyes widened as he saw that each thug had a hole in the back of their head with blood slowly seeping out. Haku himself was sweating nervously behind his mask as he thought, that could have been me and Zabuza. Naruto suddenly appeared in front of the midget, scaring him even further as he grinned before leaning in and said boo, in a dark voice. Ah! Gato yelled out in fear as he fell on his butt and did his best to get as far away from the blonde by crawling backwards with one of his arms in a cast. Naruto smirked at this and said, you've been a bad boy, Gato, driving people to the brink of their existence just to satisfy your own greed. It's time for you to be judged. No, please. I'll give you whatever you want. Money, women, land, whatever you want. Gato said in fear as he continued to crawl away from the blonde who had begun taking small steps toward the crime lord while Haku merely stood watching. Whatever I want. Naruto mused before saying, all right, I'll let you live if you give me one thing. Gato's eyes showed his relief as he said, of course, whatever you want. Naruto's eyes hardened, and he said, I want you to bring back Inari's father and everyone else you killed. Gato's eyes widened even further than before. Just as he began stuttering a response to the demand, Naruto disappeared and Gato's head separated from his neck as Naruto reappeared behind the body with it in one hand and a kunai with wind swirling around in his other. Naruto spat at the body and said, he got off easy in my opinion. Don't you think so, Haku? Haku jerked and said, you knew? Naruto nodded and said, since I spotted you leaving Gato's base that day. Come on, let's go tell Zabuza that his contract is over. Haku nodded and Naruto disappeared. An instant later, Haku vanished without a trace, as well leaving only the dead bodies with blood pooling around them to give evidence of what happened. Scene change. Tazuna's bridge. Kakashi was staring at Zabuza, who was staring back at Kakashi as he was held in place by Kakashi's ninja dog summons. A short distance away, Tazuna and the Chunin were looking on, wondering why Kakashi wasn't finishing the job. Why don't you just finish the job, Kakashi? I wouldn't have expected a man like you to be so hesitant to kill your opponent. Kakashi shrugged and said, just waiting for Naruto and your partner to get back. Zabuza's eyes narrowed as he said, what do you mean? Kakashi was saved from having to answer when everyone heard a voice say, dang, Uncle Kakashi. When I said hold Zabuza up for a little bit, I didn't mean literally. Everyone looked past the two figures where Naruto was standing beside Haku, who was shaking his head from the sensation of being transported so far so fast a second time. Everyone's eyes were then drawn to the head in his hand as it dripped some blood onto the bridge. Sakura's hand instantly went to her mouth as she tried to keep her breakfast down while Tazuna and Sasuke had similar problems but were handling it better. Sai merely raised an eyebrow at the sight. Zabuza's eyes widened as Naruto tossed the head to his feet and said, "Your contract's over, Zabuza. Good thing too, in my opinion, since Gato never planned to pay you." "He's speaking the truth, Zabuza-sama. I heard it from the man's mouth myself, and he had a bunch of men coming to the bridge with him. He said he was going to betray us once the deed was done," Haku said as he took off his mask. "I see," Zabuza said as he sighed, and then looked Kakashi in the eye and said, "Can you please get these damn mutts off of me?" Scene change, village center. That night, the whole village was in the village center celebrating their freedom. As some of the villagers sorted through everything Naruto and his clones had retrieved from Gato's base, the others were having a feast and dancing. Zabuza and Haku looked down from the roof of one of the stores. On either side were Kakashi and Naruto. "So what now, Zabuza?" Kakashi asked as he saw his students in the crowd. Sakura was fully enjoying the atmosphere while Sasuke watched the activities dispassionately, while Sai was off to one side drawing. "Not sure. I guess it's back to the road for me," Zabuza said. "You could always join the Leaf. We could put in a good word with the Hokage," Naruto said as he watched the people below him. Zabuza shook his head and said he wouldn't allow it. Not if he doesn't want trouble from the Hidden Mist Village for harboring one of their missing nin. "No, I'm afraid that life on the run is the only one I have in store for me now. Although I think I may hang around here for a while." Naruto frowned before Zabuza caught his attention as he said, "Kakashi, will you do something for me?" Kakashi glanced over at the man and said, "What is it?" "I want you to take Haku back to the Leaf with you. He's not an actual missing nin, so your Hokage should be able to let him in." Haku's eyes widened, and he said, "Zabuza-sama?" Zabuza turned to the boy he secretly thought of as a son and said, "Listen to me, Haku. I don't want life on the run to be the only thing that defines your life. It'll be better for you if you had a place you can call home and not have to constantly worry about Hunter Nin." "But," Haku started before Zabuza held up a hand and said, "But nothing, kid. You've served me well. But now it's time for you to find your own dream." Haku began to tear up before Naruto put a hand on his shoulder, causing him to look at him, as he said, "I'll make sure he's taken care of." Zabuza nodded and said, "Thanks, brat." Scene change, 3 days later. It didn't take long for the bridge to be completed now that all of the villagers could help without needing to fear for them and their family's safety. Once it was time for the Leaf Nin and Haku to head home. As the small group stood at the foot of the bridge with the village in front of them, Tazuna stepped forward and said, "Thank you for everything you've done for us." "It was our pleasure," Kakashi said as he shook the hand the bridge builder offered him. Zabuza then stepped forward and placed his hand on Haku's shoulder and said, "Grow strong, Haku." Haku nodded and said, "I will, Zabuza-sama." Naruto noticed Inari crying and stepped over to the boy and ruffled his hair. "I promised myself I wouldn't cry ever again," Inari said as he looked down. Naruto smiled and said, "It's all right to cry, Inari. Crying when someone says goodbye is just a way to show the bond you have with that person. Take good care of everybody, all right?" Inari nodded and Naruto rejoined his group as the rest said their goodbyes before turning around and began walking across the bridge. One of the villagers looked thoughtful and said, "By the way, what are we going to call the bridge?" Tazuna rubbed his chin in thought and said, "How about the Bridge of New Beginnings?" "Sounds good to me," Inari said, drawing agreement from the others. 7. Getting a partner. Forest treetops en route to the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto shot through the trees beside Kakashi with Team 7 behind them. On Naruto's other side, Haku looked like he was on autopilot as he silently jumped from branch to branch. As the air whistled from the shinobi's passage, Naruto considered how he was going to watch over Haku when he joined the Leaf ranks like he promised Zabuza. The old man he wouldn't have a problem with. It was the council that Naruto was worried about. Knowing the civilian side and some of the shinobi members, they would most likely try to force Haku to form his own clan, and there was no way Naruto was going to let them push Haku around just so that they could get a bunch of ice-wielding shinobi in the future. He'd rather tell the entire Hidden Stone village about his heritage than let a friend of his be manipulated like that. Naruto's face hardened into determination as he decided on what he would do. The civilians wanted a clan? Well, they would get one. A clan that was known to be as fierce as the whirlpools they lived near. It was time for Naruto to remind the council of the alliance the village had made with his mother's homeland. Kakashi noticed Naruto's expression change out of the corner of his eye. Turning his head to the blonde, he said, "What is it, Naruto?" Naruto waited until he had shot off the next tree branch before saying, "You know they're going to try and force Haku to make a clan, right?" Haku jerked out of his thoughts at this while Kakashi nodded and said yes. "But I doubt Lord Hokagesima will allow that." "Yeah, well, I'm not going to take any chances. I gave Zabuza my word that I would take care of Haku, and I plan on keeping that promise," Naruto said. Haku smiled and thought, "Thank you, Naruto. I only hope I can stand by you when your time of need comes." Kakashi frowned and said, "What are you planning, Naruto?" Naruto's eyes gained a mischievous look as he grinned like the fox demon he contained as he said, "If the council tries anything, they will experience firsthand what made my clan so formidable." Sasuke and Sakura perked up in interest when they heard that Naruto actually came from a clan. "Naruto actually has a clan? But I thought he was an orphan," Sakura thought. "The dead last has a clan? Humph, no matter. It couldn't have been much of a clan if I've never heard of it," Sasuke thought with a frown. Kakashi frowned and said, "Be careful, Naruto. The council can make things incredibly difficult for you if you anger them." Naruto scoffed and said, "Like they haven't already tried to make my life a living hell as often as possible? Let them try. I'll send them on such a loop they'll be trying to make sense of things for a week afterwards, and I'm not talking about using my bloodline either. You reveal your status, and they might force you into the CRA," Kakashi warned. Naruto snorted and said, "Let them try. Everyone seems to forget that little law is completely voluntary. Not even the Hokage could force someone into it, even if he wanted to." Sasuke's eyes widened at this information since everyone had told him that he would be obligated to have more than one wife since he was the last loyal Uchiha. Hence a number of the more rabid fangirls trying to gang rape him every now and then so that he would have to marry all of them. Naruto smirked as he saw Sasuke's expression with his sonar technique that he had activated for just that purpose. Looking over his shoulder, he said, "So Uchiha, are you planning on being told to use the CRA? Probably be the only way the council could get little Uchihas since you seem to want everyone to think you're gay." "Oh boy," Kakashi thought as Sasuke saw red and launched himself with a war cry at a, in his opinion, way too annoying blonde to let live, who was maniacally laughing as he easily avoided the enraged Uchiha and kept bouncing from tree branch to tree branch, avoiding the kunai, shuriken, and even occasional fireball sent his way. Sakura was blushing both from embarrassment at one thing that Naruto had implied and anger at another as she shouted out to the two boys who were constantly moving ahead of the group, "Get him, Sasuke-kun. Make him suffer." Kakashi sighed and thought to himself, "I thought I asked him not to antagonize them." Haku's sweat dropped and thought, "How can someone be so mature one minute and then act like that in the next?" Sai merely raised an eyebrow and said, "I don't see what putting Dick less through the CRA would accomplish. It wouldn't matter how many women marry him if he doesn't have the proper tools to make a clan." Kakashi's eye widened as he knew what was about to happen next as he looked back over his shoulder. Sure enough, Sakura's face had reddened even further as a dark aura surrounded her. "Sai." Sakura ground out before launching herself at the boy, who gained a fake smile and dodged the girl's charge much the same way as Naruto did with Sasuke, as the two shot through the forest with the kunoichi, trying to kill the rude operative. Haku's sweat dropped again as Kakashi sighed. Turning to the scarecrow Jounin, he said, "I'm going to have to get used to this, aren't I?" "I'm afraid so. At least Naruto isn't a part of Team 7, so it shouldn't happen too often," Kakashi said as a particularly large fireball was seen exploding up ahead, followed by Naruto's laughter as he shouted, "Hey Sasuke." "I think I felt a breeze that time," followed by Sasuke's roar of anger. Kakashi sighed again before saying, "Come on, we better catch up to them." "I'm not sure I actually want to," Haku said before the two increased their pace to be right behind the two pairs of attempted murderers and their tormentors. Scene change. Hidden Leaf Village main gate. It was just another boring day for Kotetsu and Izumo as they were once again assigned gate duty. That is until Naruto and Sai landed side by side and turned around just as a panting Sasuke and Sakura landed behind them. "You two enjoy your exercise?" Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow as Kakashi and Haku landed behind the exhausted pair of Chunin. I'm going to kill you dead last. Slowly, painfully, Sasuke growled out, too exhausted to attack the blonde anymore. You know, flat chest, I'm surprised you can actually be a ninja. I would have thought that an abnormal forehead such as yours would make getting to places quite a task. And Dickless seems to be missing more than just his tool. He had no stamina whatsoever. How he will survive in bed is beyond me. Sigh, when I get through with you, not even the tracking teams will be able to find you. There won't be anything left. Sakura growled out, also too tired to actually follow with her threat. Kakashi stepped forward and put a hand on each of the exhausted Genin's shoulders and said, Now. Let's not fight now that we're home. Haku merely shook his head and thought, what have I gotten myself into? Naruto simply smirked before turning back around and walked over to the gate booth and signed the team in, as he said Team 7 and Jounin Naruto Uzumaki returning from mission to wave with possible new recruit Haku Momochi. Haku's head turned so fast Kakashi actually heard it crack a little as he stared at the blonde in surprise. Zabuza asked that you take his name when you joined us, Kakashi said as Haku switched his attention to the scarecrow standing next to him. As Haku was trying to work out what he was feeling from that revelation, Naruto was enjoying a nice conversation with the eternal Chunin, as the two were often called. What did you say to make the kids so mad? Kotetsu asked as he glanced at the still panting Uchiha, who was currently trying to burn a hole into Naruto's back with his glare. Naruto smirked and said not much really. Just said that the council forcing him to take part in the CRA was the only way they would get more Uchihas, since he seems determined to make everyone think he was gay. The two guardsmen chuckled and Izumo said, and their other teammate? Naruto shrugged and said, well, I was already ahead of them when he got Haruno mad as well, but I think it was along the lines that no amount of women could make Uchiha's clan come back, since he doesn't have the necessary tools. Then he just started insulting the both of them when the two caught up. The two chuckled again as they shook their heads, and Izumo said, yep, that sounds like something Sai would say, all right. Naruto chuckled as well and said, yeah, I get the feeling that he doesn't really respect those two. That's putting it lightly. Sai seems to feel that if he doesn't insult those two at least 5 times a day each, then he has failed some personal mission of his, Kakashi said as he and Haku joined the three. Naruto smirked and said, sounds like a guy I wouldn't mind working with every now and then. Kakashi rose an eyebrow and said, even if he started insulting you? Naruto's smirk turned into a good-natured smile, and he said, Uncle Kakashi, in my line of work, you have to learn how to honorably take as much as you give, and I've given a lot. Kakashi and the two Chunin chuckled, and Izumo said, that's certainly true. I still remember that one time you gave all of the Nara's dear red, glowing noses and placed blow-up Santa Clauses all over their clan grounds 3 years ago. Haku stared at Naruto as the blonde chuckled and said, yeah, that was fun. Well, we better get going. I'm sure the old man knows we're back already and probably wants our report as soon as possible. Kakashi nodded and turned back to his genin, where Sai was taking advantage of the other two's exhausted states by being more insulting than usual. Okay, you three. Naruto and I are going to go report to the Hokage, so you three have the rest of the day off. You guys also have the next few days off since you completed a crank mission. Be at our training ground in 3 days for more missions. As Sakura and Sasuke mumbled out their replies and Sai nodded, Naruto grabbed his two companions and disappeared. Scene change, Hokage's office. Sarutobi looked up from the scroll he was reading at his desk as he sensed Naruto's chakra in the room the instant he appeared in his office, with Haku and Kakashi shaking their heads, trying to shake loose the cobwebs. Ugh, I hate it when you do that, Kakashi said as he gathered his bearings. Agreed, Haku said. Sarutobi rose an eyebrow and said, nice to have you back, you two. Now, as much as I'm interested in who this young man is, SOP demands that I hear out your report first, so could you please tell me how your mission went? The two Jounin nodded, and Kakashi began giving their report, with Naruto interjecting here and there where he was more involved. Once the report was finished, Sarutobi sighed and placed his arms on his desk and leaned forward to study Haku, who did his best not to fidget as he became nervous from the man's stare. So Zabuza asked you to bring his apprentice into our ranks? The two nodded and Sarutobi sighed again, and said if this was almost anyone else we were talking about, I wouldn't have a problem with it, but considering that man's history. Naruto stepped forward as the old man trailed off, and said, Hokage-sama, what is the one thing that you said was my greatest strength? Sarutobi could tell how serious Naruto was about this, seeing as he had used his formal title, and as he focused on the blonde, decided to be straight to the point as well, and said your ability to judge people. He sighed again before continuing, very well Naruto. I'll accept Haku into our ranks, but you will be held responsible for him. Am I understood? Naruto nodded, and said crystal, sir. Sarutobi nodded as well, and focused back on Haku, and said now then Haku, if you're going to be joining the ranks of my ninja, I need to know just what exactly you can do. Haku nodded, and said I have a bloodline that allows me to naturally mix wind and water nature chakra into ice nature chakra. I know various D to be ranked water jutsu, although I primarily use ice jutsu. My strongest jutsu is one that surrounds my opponents with a dome of ice mirrors that I can travel through at speeds that are the faster than most high-level jounin. I am highly accurate with Senbon needle and have a vast knowledge of medical first aid and how to use herbs effectively in making medicine. I see. Well, it's nice knowing that I'll have another shinobi who can help out in the field if his comrades are injured, but you having a bloodline may prove to be a bit of a problem in the near future. Sarutobi said as he felt a headache coming. You mean the council most likely trying to make me form a clan? Haku said. Sarutobi nodded, knowing that Naruto was most likely the one to let the boy know. Before he could say anything, said blonde said Hokage-sama, as clan heir of the Uzumaki clan, I am recommending Haku Momochi to be placed under clan guardianship. Sarutobi's eyes snapped over to the blonde in surprise as he said, Naruto, we've discussed what announcing your status would cause. Naruto nodded and said, I know that it will only give me more grief from the council, old man. But I am not going to let them turn Haku into breeding stock. Even the Uchiha doesn't deserve that fate. And if they try to throw that CRA on me when I tell them, then I'll just shove it right up their butts. I've taken a lot from those guys, but this is one thing I will fight for. Everyone heard the determination in Naruto's voice, and Sarutobi saw a fire in the blonde's eyes that he hadn't seen since he had told Naruto about his parents that night 7 years ago. Sarutobi grinned. If the council tried anything, Naruto would give them such a headache they wouldn't be able to look at anything shinobi-related for a month. Very well, Naruto. As of this moment, Haku Momochi is currently under the protection of the Uzumaki clan. All decisions that affect him must be brought to you before any measures are taken. As such, it falls upon you to make sure his needs are taken care of. I will also be making him your partner on missions. Do you find this acceptable? Naruto nodded and said, I do. Sarutobi nodded as well and said, very well then. Bringing his focus to Kakashi, he said, I'm afraid that this will have to be a private conversation from now on, Kakashi. You're dismissed. Kakashi nodded and turned to walk out of the door. After the door closed, Sarutobi focused back on Naruto and said, now then, if you're going to make this official, even if it's just with the council, there are a few things we must go over. For starters, am I to assume that you want me to still vote for your clan if you are unable to attend a council meeting? 8. This is why I hate politics. Take 1. Naruto closed the door to the Hokage's office as Haku massaged his temples. Are all things related to politics like that? Haku asked as the two began walking out. Nah, some are worse. Naruto said lightly as he nodded to Mrs. Reina's, who returned it with a small smile before going back to her own work. As the two began walking through the hall that led to the main stairwell, Haku glanced over at Naruto before focusing back in front of him as he said, thanks for everything. Naruto smiled and said, don't mention it, Haku. You're my friend, and I make it a point of making sure nothing happens to my friends if I can do anything about it. Now come on, we've got a tour to go on, and then I'll show you where your apartment will be. Haku looked confused and said, but the Hokage didn't say where I would be staying. Naruto grinned and said because he didn't have to, and I quote, it falls upon you to make sure his needs are taken care of. That includes where you'll be living. Luckily, the apartment that's next door to mine is empty. I'm sure Mr. Adragas won't mind you moving in. He and the rest of my neighbors are fairly agreeable people. Haku nodded and said, I'm glad. Some of the people Zabuza and I had to room with over the years weren't the best of neighbors at times. Naruto chuckled and said, I bet. But I'm pretty certain that as long as you aren't shaking the building with any loud music, these neighbors will be a lot more friendly with you." Haku smiled and said, "I'm sure they will be too. So where are we going first?" Naruto smiled and said, "Well, I don't know about you, but I'm hungry, so I was thinking of showing you my favorite restaurant first." Haku nodded and said, "Sounds good." Scene change, the next day. Naruto hated being right, especially when it came to the council. Right now he was standing in front of them with Haku standing by his side, ready to give the council hell as they glared at him while he smirked at what he had planned. It was too bad. Naruto was looking forward to the day's activities that he had planned. Flashback. Naruto was in Haku's apartment as he made breakfast for his new teammate, while said ice user was sitting at his table. "You don't have to do this, you know," Haku said. "Think of it as a housewarming gift. Besides, I need to know that you are well fed for what I have planned for us today." "What you have planned?" Haku asked. "Yeah," Naruto said as he turned off the oven and brought over the bacon and eggs that he had made and placed it next to the toast. As he continued, "I want to see just what exactly you can do, especially with this ice mirror trick of yours. Well, and I think we could teach each other a few things as well since you and me actually share the same elemental affinities. The only real difference between us is that while you mainly use your water element, I'm more of a wind type. With any luck, we could teach each other how to use our secondary affinities better." Haku nodded and said, "I think that would be extremely beneficial to both of us." Naruto nodded as he sat down, and the two began eating. 10 minutes later, the two boys were cleaning the dishes. They heard someone knocking on the door. Naruto and Haku traded glances, and Naruto said, "I told you we would be called on sooner or later." Scene change, council chambers. As Naruto and Haku approached the doors to the council chambers, Naruto said, "Unless I say otherwise, let me do all the talking. There's a certain way you have to handle the civilians if you want to come out of any council meeting with your sanity fully intact." Haku nodded and said, "Understood. Am I to assume that I should pay attention to how you handle these civilians for future reference?" Naruto smiled at Haku as he placed one hand on the door handle, said, "You would be correct. Now, watch and learn." And with that, Naruto swung open the door, causing it to bang against the wall as he strode in with a confident air and said, "All right, people. Let's get this meeting between clowns and those who actually do something meaningful with their lives over with." Haku stared at Naruto as he joined the smirking blonde who was standing next to the Hokage, who along with the other shinobi in the room were either smirking at Naruto's statement or at least showed amusement in their eyes. The civilians, on the other hand, were glaring holes at Naruto, but who cares about them anyway? Well then, now that everyone is here, we can get this meeting underway. For those that don't know, we were discussing the possibilities of Haku Momochi being eligible for the CRA. Sarutobi said as he mentally chuckled at the civilians who were still glaring at one of his favorite jounin. "Now hold on," one of the civilians said as he stood up and pointed an accusing finger at the blonde. "What is the brat doing here? This doesn't concern him at all." "Oh, but it does," Naruto said. "You see, as clan heir of the Uzumaki clan, I have brought Haku under clan protection. Therefore, any decisions that affect him must be brought to my attention before anything can be finalized." "What?" The shinobi in the room all dug their pinkies in at least one of their ears as all of the civilians shouted out at once. "What idiocy are you talking about, you brat? You don't have a clan," one particularly nasty civilian asked. Naruto snorted and said, "So am I to assume that the spiral on not only this village's Chunin and Jounin vests, but also in our very own village symbol, is the mark of some other clan that this village has an alliance with other than the Uzumakis from the hidden whirlpool village that my mother was a part of? Or have you guys forgotten that it was the Uzumakis, including me, that have kept the QB from wiping this village off the face of the earth for 3 generations? Or could it be that you have forgotten what the Uzumaki clan status was in this village? Need I remind you that my great-grandaunt, Mito Uzumaki, was the wife of the first Hokage? I know Naruto is somehow related to her, but I don't know the actual lineage." Haku's eyes widened as the implications of what Naruto just said settled in her mind. Meanwhile, the civilians and even some of the shinobi's eyes had also widened, and most of them were stuttering. Naruto decided to build on his momentum and said, "You people seem to forget that I was chosen to be the prison of the QB for a reason. We Uzumakis are the only ones who can without a doubt fully contain and control a biju once it is sealed inside of us. And yet you constantly mix me up with the damn fox and do your best to make my life a living hell. Well, I draw the line when you mess with people that are my friends and under my protection. You want a clan? Well, you got one now. As of this moment, I declare the Uzumaki clan to be properly secured and am reclaiming my council seat. The civilians erupted into shouting as the shinobi side all leaned back in their chairs and shook their heads. Most of them had known something would cause Naruto to snap for a while now. After all, a person can only take so much, and the Uzumakis were known for being fierce warriors. Add the fact that they were just as fiercely loyal to those they called friends, and you had someone who was going to most likely make the civilians' lives hell from this period on. Am I to assume that you agree to partake in the clan restoration act, Uzumaki? Danzo asked from his seat, drawing everyone's attention again. Hell no, Naruto said. You guys seem to have also forgotten that that thing is completely voluntary. There is no way I'm going to allow anyone to chain me down in some political marriage, and in my opinion, anyone else that does is certifiably insane. I refuse to let myself or anyone else that I care about to become some glorified breeding stock for someone who just wants to increase their standing. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have more important things to do than waste my time dealing with you. So can we please go? Before the civilians could sputter out a response, Sarutobi said meeting adjourned. Thank you, Naruto said as he nodded to the old man before he and Haku disappeared. Scene change, Hokage Monument. Naruto and Haku reappeared in the blonde's training ground. Shaking his head, Naruto said, "This is why I hate politics. Everyone is scrabbling to get the bigger bone and get such big heads that it's a wonder their backs don't snap from the weight." That was very interesting how you handled that situation, Naruto-sama, Haku said as he once again tried to get over the effects of being transported so far and fast under someone else's power. Yeah, well, hopefully we won't have to deal with them again for a few more days. And what have I told you about being so formal with me? Just Naruto is fine, Naruto said as he began walking further into the training ground. As Haku fell into step with his partner, he asked, "Was it true what you said back there? Do you really contain the Kyuubi and are related to the first Hokage's wife?" "Yep," Naruto said. "Now come on, I want to see how fast you can actually go in that mirror house jutsu of yours." 9. Preview Chapter. As the feathers began falling, Naruto rose his right hand, and purple flames appeared on his fingertips before he disappeared. Gaara's eyes widened as he folded over the blonde's hand and lost consciousness. As he did, enemy Nin dropped their disguises only to be brought down by sunbon needles thrown by a figure who darted through mirrors that had appeared all around the arena in an instant. "Gaara!" Temari yelled out in fear for her brother as she and Kankuro rushed towards the two. Naruto took out two kunai from his pouch and sent them spinning end over end at the two. The two kunai missed them by the barest of margins before swinging around the two sand shinobi and wrapping them in the chakra strings that had been connected to their middles. Naruto made a fist and yanked on the strings, sending the two flying before suddenly stopping as Naruto intercepted their flight paths with half-fisted hands in their stomachs, knocking the two out as well. Naruto then spun and thrust out his arm, sending a huge blast of wind out, slamming into the Sand Trio's Jounin sensei, who had tried to sneak up on the blonde. The man shot across the arena and impacted the far wall before falling over unconscious. Naruto turned his head to Sasuke, who had stood frozen during all this, and said, "Oi, Uchiha, get your act together and go meet up with Uncle Kakashi." Sasuke shook his head before jumping up into the arena seating to find his Jounin sensei. Scene change, village wall. 3 large clouds of smoke suddenly appeared in the forest outside of the forest as war cries sounded. The clone that faced the left and right snakes both took out a vial that contained blood and poured the contents onto their palms before taking out a pill and popping it into their mouths. The two then jumped off the wall while they ran through hand signs. As cries of summoning jutsu rang out, 2 more large clouds of smoke appeared before dispersing and revealing the blondes standing on top of 2 of the big 3. As the 2 clones looked across the distance to each other, they pulled out kunai and held them in a reverse grip and nodded to each other before disappearing into the forest. Scene change, roof over Kage seating box. Orochimaru and Saratobi were staring each other down as they were surrounded by a purple box barrier. Cuckoo. Oh, how I've waited for this day. Soon you'll be dead, sensei, and the Leaf Village shall burn. Saratobi smirked and said there's just one problem with that plan of yours, Orochimaru. Orochimaru cocked his head and gained a creepy smile as he said, oh, and what's that, sensei? Saratobi's smirk turned evil as he said, I'm not your sensei, before being covered in smoke, revealing Naruto. What? Orochimaru shouted out. But if you're here, then where is he? Naruto smirked as he took off his coat, revealing a sleeveless shirt, and said right where he needs to be, leading his people. You see, Orochimaru, the Hokage decided that his time would be better spent elsewhere, so he had me take his place. You should feel honored. You'll be the first person see me earn my name of the flashfire. Right after Naruto finished speaking, the sound of fingers snapping sounded as Naruto shot his right arm to the side, and it became coated in fire. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed dangerously before his sick smile returned, and he said, you are 30 years too young to be trying to go against me, you brat. Still, you should provide some entertainment, I suppose. I was planning on having Kabuto summon her when he fought you, but I think I prefer summoning her alongside the others. Naruto's eyes narrowed, and he said, what nonsense are you talking about, you snake? Orochimaru's grin became even sicker as he ran through hand signs and called out forbidden art. Impure Resurrection. Naruto's eyebrow rose as four caskets rose from a black portal. The caskets' lids then opened, revealing their contents, and Naruto's eyes widened before narrowing as he growled out, you bastard. 10. Showing Team 8 the ropes. The week following Naruto's declaration of his claiming clan heir status had gone by rather quickly for him and his partner. After Naruto had run Haku to the ground in a fight that was no holds barred on Haku's part, figuring out just what the boy could do, he decided that if they were going to be teammates, then he had to get the ice user's speed closer to what his was. Naruto's plan for that had two main parts to it. The first was to have him use gravity weights to increase his general speed over time. The second part was for him to become able to use his mirrors for a lot longer and modify it to cover longer distances than just the dome that the original jutsu made. Only problem was that the jutsu took up a ton of Haku's chakra reserves. To solve that problem, Naruto had Haku use his jutsu as often as possible and also decided to teach Haku the shadow clone jutsu. While Haku could only make one clone and still be able to do anything, it would still help him increase his reserves. It also allowed Naruto to teach Haku more than one thing at a time, or vice versa, when it came to Haku, teaching him how to use water nature chakra. By the end of the week, both boys now had a crank jutsu for their secondary affinities, and Haku was able to go both longer and farther in his mirrors. Now the two were testing just how fast and long Haku could travel through the mirrors by doing laps around the top of the mountain. As they were coming up on their training site, Naruto spotted an Umbu standing next to the three logs. As Haku appeared in a mirror and jumped out, he said, Umbu in the training ground. Let's see what he needs. Haku nodded, and the two shifted their course to land in front of the Umbu. Once they landed, the Umbu spoke short and to the point. Uzumaki-san, the Hokage wishes to speak to you and your partner. As soon as Naruto nodded, the Umbu disappeared in a sunshine. Naruto glanced over at Haku, who simply sighed before the blonde disappeared, with Haku vanishing as well an instant later. Scene change, Hokage's office. Saratobi looked up from the book he had been reading while his shadow clone worked on paperwork as he sensed the two boys appearing in his office. Haku shook his head as he usually did, but didn't say anything since Naruto had told him that he was going to have to get used to those speeds if they were going to be partners. He was getting better at it, but it still disoriented him a little. You wanted to see us, old man? Naruto asked, ignoring the double at the desk with ease that came from working with clones for so long. The original Hokage nodded and said, I did, before closing his book after putting a bookmark in, and stood up from his couch to walk over to the desk where the clone handed him a scroll. Walking back to Naruto and handing him the scroll, he said, I just assigned Team 8 their first crank. It's just a standard bandit raid for a village 2 days out, but due to what happened on Team 7's mission, I've decided that whenever possible, I should have someone of at least Chunin rank to accompany rookie Genin teams when they go on crank missions. I believe that the speed you two possess should be enough to prevent anything untold from happening during their raid. Team 8 will be expecting you at the gate in 30 minutes. Naruto nodded as he opened the scroll and read through the contents briefly before rolling it back up, and said understood, we'll be there. Scene change, village main gate. Team 8 was leaning against the gate as they waited for the two-man team that would be accompanying them. Kiba humphed and said, I still don't think that we don't need these guys. We don't need babysitters. Kurenai sighed and said, I told you, Kiba, after what happened to Team 7, the Hokage doesn't want to take any more chances with our less experienced Genin. Kiba frowned and said, so they ran into a little bit of trouble. So what? Doesn't mean that we will. Hinata and Kurenai both frowned before Shino said, even if that is true, it is better to be prepared in case things do go wrong, which, considering our mission, is more likely than other possible cranks we could have been assigned. I'd listen to your teammate if I were you, Inuzuka. You never know when things could spiral out of control. Team 8 glanced over to where the voice came from and saw Naruto with someone they had never seen before walking towards them. Hinata instantly saddened, thinking that Naruto had found someone else besides her. As Naruto and Haku joined them, Naruto nodded to Kurenai and said, Kurenai, it's good to be working with you again. Likewise, Uzumaki, Kurenai said with a small smile. She then glanced over at Haku, and Naruto followed her gaze before saying, oh, where are my manners? Allow me to introduce Haku Momochi, my partner. Haku, this is Kurenai Yuhi, the Hidden Leaf's resident Jinjutsu mistress, and her team, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka. Shino and Hinata gave nods when introduced, which Haku returned. Kiba, of course, decided to try and flirt with Haku in his unrefined way. Walking over to Haku, he said, hey there, want to get something to eat after the mission? Naruto shook his head and said, Inuzuka, you do realize that Haku is a boy, right? Kiba's eyes widened as Haku chuckled. Kiba opened his mouth to say something, but only sputtering came out. Hinata let out a small sigh of relief, which Shino caught, but didn't comment on. Kurenai, meanwhile, was frowning and said, Momochi, you wouldn't be related to Zabuza Momochi, would you? Haku shook his head and said, not by blood, but I was his apprentice before he requested Naruto-san and Kakashi-san to take me back to the Leaf when they finished their mission in Wave. He requested that I take his last name when I joined the Leaf. Kurenai nodded and said, I see. Well, now that introductions are over with, I believe we should be going. Naruto and Haku nodded, and Naruto said agreed. Turning to the Genin, he said, don't worry, Inuzuka. You won't even notice we're there once the fighting starts unless you guys get in trouble. Kiba glared at the perceived insult, but the other two simply nodded before Kurenai took off into the trees with the others right after her. Scene change. Next day, en route to Client Village. Kurenai was once again in the lead position as her team followed with Naruto and Haku on either side, and a little behind the Genin as they traveled in a standard formation with Kiba and Akamaru at the point and Shino and Hinata behind him. As he landed on a branch and shot off, Naruto sent out a light chakra pulse like he usually did when traveling at slower speeds and noticed Hinata's Byakugan active again. Naruto shook his head and thought, she's been activating that thing near constantly now. She's lucky I've been limiting how strong my pulses are, or I would have blinded her the first time she did. Naruto waited until both he and Hinata were once again in the air and said, something the matter, Hinata? Hinata flinched before looking over her shoulder at the blonde and said, no. What makes you think something's the matter? Because you keep on using your Byakugan. So what's wrong? Naruto asked. Nothing. I just don't want to be caught by surprise in case we run into an ambush, Hinata said with a small blush growing on her face. Kurenai, meanwhile, had a small smile while Kiba was frowning. Naruto rose an eyebrow and said, if you say so, although I'm pretty sure that we don't have to worry about that just yet. Tell you what, turn off your Byakugan for a minute and I'll do a full scan on the area we're in. No, he's not completely oblivious like Canon. He's just giving her a way out. Hinata slowly nodded and turned off her Byakugan as she looked back forward as Naruto gathered his chakra for a moment before sending it out in a visible pulse that would travel further than a normal chakra pulse. After a minute of letting the pulse turn into a steady field and doing a thorough scan of the area, Naruto let the chakra dissipate into the air and said, all clear, nothing in a 100-yard circle except for some forest animals. Hinata nodded without looking back and thought, now what do I do? 5 minutes later, Hinata had finally gathered enough courage to say, Naruto? What is it, Hinata? Naruto asked as he focused on the girl again. Well, I wanted to say thank you for the advice you gave me back at graduation. It really helped. Naruto smiled and said, don't mention it, Hinata. And my offer from then still stands as well. You ever need any help with anything, just come to me, and I'll help any way I can. Hinata nodded, as well as a small blush made its way across her face. Luckily for Hinata, Naruto was behind her and didn't see it. Scene change. Forest just outside of Client Village. The meeting with the village's mayor had gone fairly smoothly. He had told the shinobi that the bandit raids had always come from the east. Unfortunately, the bandits would sometimes kidnap some of the women, so there was the possibility of there being a hostage situation, which made Naruto a bit nervous. In the past, whenever Naruto did a bandit raid, it was over nearly before it began, since Naruto would use his bloodline to take all of the bandits out at once, not giving them a chance to even recognize they were under attack, which meant they couldn't try and play the hostage game with the blonde. But this wasn't Naruto's mission to complete, it was the Chunin of teammates. He, Haku, and even Kurenai were simply there to supervise and step in if things got too far out of control. And unfortunately, those three were doing this sort of thing the first time. Naruto glanced at the three who were studying tracks from the most recent bandit raid and figuring out where they needed to go. From what he could tell, they were doing a good job figuring out how many bandits there were and how many people were taken. He just hoped they would do just as well when under pressure. Haku stepped over to his side and said they seemed to know what they are doing. Naruto smirked and said they're a tracking team. I would sure hope they could find traces of a bunch of bandits passing through. Haku nodded and said I would hope so too. Haku then noticed that Naruto's gaze was more on Hinata than the other two. Is there something going on between you and Hinata-san? Naruto blinked before turning to Haku and said, what gives you that idea? Haku rose an eyebrow and said, you seem to get along with her better than the other two Chunin. Naruto snorted and said, that's not very hard. She was the only one to actually treat me like a human being when I was undercover to draw out that damn traitor Mizuki. Don't get me wrong, Aburame over there never picked on me or anything, but he was still indifferent. I see, Haku said as he glanced back towards the Chunin, who began walking with Kurenai falling in behind them. As the two boys fell in as well, he said, so there is nothing between you whatsoever? Naruto took a quick glance at his partner before looking forward and said, not that I'm aware of. I mean, I know she has a crush on me, but truth be told, I don't know if I'd ever like her that way. Well, I guess only time will tell, Haku said, and Naruto nodded before Kiba said, I've got a scent that's going the same way. We should be able to follow it straight to the camp. Kurenai nodded and said, good, lead the way. Let's try not to walk right on top of them before we have a proper plan though. The Chunin nodded before Kiba took point again and began running at a moderate speed with the others following. Scene change. 100 yards from bandit camp. The Leaf Shinobi were about 100 yards away from the bandit camp, hiding in the trees to avoid any patrols as Hinata did reconnaissance with her Byakugan. I see the camp. There's 15 bandits. They've got their tents in a circle with a fire in the middle. There's a few in the tents sleeping, but most are around the fire eating. There's a cage holding 10 women in the biggest tent. One of the bandits is guarding them, but he is currently sleeping. Kurenai nodded and said, any bandits patrolling? Hinata shook her head, and Naruto raised an eyebrow and said, that's weird. Either they're sure that no one can find this camp of theirs, or they're just plain stupid. Most likely a combination of the two, Kurenai said before turning to her students and said, Kiba and Shino, I want you two to focus on the bandits while Hinata releases the prisoners. Shino, I'm going to need you to send your insects out first to drain them as much as possible. Have them do it as discreetly as they can. The longer they don't know what's happening, the better. Kiba, 5 minutes after they start, I want you and Akamaru to tear through them with your Fong over Fong attack. Make sure you get as many as possible in your first sweep. Hinata, I want you to slip into that tent and take care of the guard and slip the prisoners out the back and bring them to me before Kiba attacks. Once the prisoners are safe, I want you to go back and give Kiba and Shino any backup support they may need. If things get rough, the rest of us will give you a hand with long-range support. Does everyone understand? The three Chunin nodded, and the group began to prepare. Time skipped 10 minutes later. Naruto looked on from his spot in the trees as he saw Shino's bugs moving along the ground like a black living carpet as they headed to the ring of tents. Once the insects reached the tents, they began spreading out with some slipping into the tents themselves to feed off of the sleeping bandits. The rest encircled the camp before heading inwards in small groups that gave everyone a hard time spotting them if they didn't know what to look for. Meanwhile, the bandits that were around the campfire were having a jolly good time as they ate their meals unaware of the approaching threat. Naruto frowned. The plan was going smoothly so far, but something was nagging the blonde at the back of his mind. Something wasn't right, and not knowing what it was driving the blonde crazy. Reaching to the radio that was clipped to his ear, he set it from standby receive to send and receive. Naruto took another glance into the camp before tapping his mic and said, "Haku, do you copy?" There was a short pause before Naruto heard, "I copy, Naruto-san. Is something wrong?" "I don't know. I just have this feeling that something is wrong. You see anything unusual on your end?" "Negative, Naruto-san. There is nothing on my end," Haku said. "This is Kurenai. I don't see anything unusual on my end either. Keep an eye open though. I don't want to be taken by surprise." "Understood," Haku said. "Roger that," Naruto said. The three vets then watched as twin spinning drills burst out of the woods from two different directions and tore through a tent each on their way into the circle and began tearing apart the bandits who could only stand before suddenly falling over from having their chakra eaten. The fight, if you could call it that, was over in minutes. Now none of the tents were left standing and the bandits were all sprawled out on the ground, either already dead or bleeding out from the cuts Kiba and Akamaru had given them. Said Chunin was currently being given the first kill talk by Kurenai, while Naruto and Haku finished off the survivors. Hinata and Shino, meanwhile, were doing their best to not look at the two vets as they sealed everything the bandits had stolen into sealing scrolls. Fortunately, Naruto had already created clones to lead the women back to their village, so they were spared from having to see one of the dark sides of the shinobi world. 5 minutes later, the group was getting ready to follow Naruto's clones when the hairs on said blonde's neck rose. Naruto frowned at the tingling sensation he was getting and said, "Hinata, whatever you do, don't activate your Byakugan unless I say otherwise." Hinata looked confused but nodded and said, "All right, Naruto." As Kurenai and Haku started looking around trying to figure out what had Naruto on edge. Naruto began pulsing his chakra out before turning to the trees behind him and said, "All right, come on out. I already know you're there." Someone chuckled before the leaf Neen heard a voice say, "Heh, good job. Most people don't sense me until I'm right on top of them, if ever." They then saw a man who was about 6'2" with spiky red hair that reached just past his shoulders and blue eyes that were just a shade darker than Naruto's walk out of the trees. He wore a shinobi's typical clothing and had a katana strapped to his back with the hilt over his left shoulder. Tied to his forehead was a shinobi headband with a spiral symbol on it. Well, when I heard that the village nearby was having bandit troubles, I decided to help them out. Imagine my surprise when I find Leaf Shinobi already taking care of the problem. This must be my lucky day since I've finally found someone from the Leaf who could possibly give me a challenge. I don't usually bother asking my enemies this since they're usually dead before they can make me break a sweat, but since you were able to sense me, I think I'd like to know my opponent's name," the man said as he pulled his sword out of his scabbard. Naruto frowned and said it is customary to give your own name first when asking another for theirs. "But my name is Naruto Uzumaki. Mind telling me why you believe we are enemies?" The man's eyes widened when he heard Naruto's last name, and he said, "Uzumaki? But you're just a kid. Still, that means there must have been other survivors." The man then narrowed his eyes and said, "Oh, where are my manners? You want to know my name? My name is Kuroda Uzumaki, elite jounin of the hidden whirlpool village." You know, it's kind of ironic. I had been looking for survivors for so long, but when I finally find someone whose parents were survivors, they end up under the banner of the enemy. Naruto's eyes widened as well, and he said, "You're an Uzumaki as well? But I thought everyone but my mother was killed when the hidden stone attacked them in the last war." "Wait a minute. What do you mean under the banner of the enemy? The Hidden Leaf and Whirlpool villages were allies." Kuroda scowled and said, "Allies? Huh, don't make me laugh. The Hidden Leaf wasn't our ally. It betrayed us. When we were attacked by the stone, they only sent 2 Chunin teams, 2. How the hell could two teams comprised mainly of genin of all things make a difference? They couldn't. We were obviously not worth the leaf sending any real help. They were the only ones close enough to reach you in time. Naruto shouted at the man while everyone else was doing their best to figure out what was happening. Man, what's going on between these two? I mean, aren't they related? Hiba asked while the others simply shook their heads, showing their own confusion. Oh, and how would you know that? You weren't there. You weren't even born yet. Kuroda shouted right back at the blonde. Naruto narrowed his eyes and said, because I've read the reports of not only my father, but also my mother's. And they clearly said that the leaf was sending backup, but it didn't reach the village in time. The Hidden Leaf Village sent 3 platoons to the whirlpool once they received the message for help. 3 platoons that could have been used elsewhere at the time. My mother had joined them since she wanted to help defend her homeland. But when they got there, all that was left were ruins. The 2 leaf teams that had been sent were severely injured and were found hiding in an abandoned dock warehouse with about 20 survivors who were even more injured. The medics that the platoons had with them did all they could, but none of the survivors made it during the journey back to the leaf. We did everything we could. Yeah, well, it obviously wasn't good enough, was it? Kuroda growled out before saying I should have known someone born in that village would side with it. But I cannot believe that Kushina would side with them over her homeland. Seeing Naruto's eyes widen again, Kuroda chuckled and said, yeah, I know who your parents were. Not very hard seeing as how Kushina was the only Uzumaki in the Leaf Village at the time. And you look more like that Namikaze fellow that had been at the village at the time than an Uzumaki. What was his name again? Oh yeah, Minato. Minato Namikaze. Kurena's eyes widened when she heard that, but a quick glance from Naruto kept her from saying anything. Focusing back on Kuroda again, he said my mother chose to stay in the Leaf because we were allies. We were still at war with the Hidden Stone and Cloud villages, which you conveniently won just 2 months after our destruction. I find it odd that your father was able to complete his jutsu just after Whirlpool was destroyed. Kuroda shouted out. Naruto's eyes hardened as he said, are you saying that the Leaf wanted the Whirlpool to be destroyed? Well, it sure looks that way from where I'm standing. Kuroda growled out before his hair began fluttering around like it was caught in a breeze of wind, and everyone began feeling the sensation of being in the middle of an ocean during a storm. As everyone besides Naruto started lightly shivering at the Uzumaki's presence, Kuroda said in a dangerous tone, but it seems that talking will get us nowhere. You have decided to stand by the Leaf, and so you are just as much my enemy as any other ninja from the Leaf or Stone. Naruto frowned before he began matching his distant relative's presence with his own, and then swallowed it in his own, making everyone's eyes widen as they suddenly felt like the ocean they were in was suddenly in the middle of a massive maelstrom 5 times worse than before with 50-foot waves crashing down around them. Naruto's hair began swaying all over the place like he was caught in a cyclone as the 2 Uzumakis began glaring at each other waiting for the other to make the first move. What's this sensation? Hinata asked as she began to shiver uncontrollably. Kurenai opened her mouth to answer, but Haku beat her to it. Everyone has a presence that is hidden deep down in you that defines you. There are those who can bring that presence out in order to intimidate their foes better than any kind of killing intent. Zabuza was one of those able to do it. It had felt like you were being stalked by some unknown predator, but it was nowhere near this level. By the looks of things, their presences are strong enough to even physically manifest themselves a little. Before Haku could say anything else, Naruto disappeared just as a shell of what the others could only assume was chakra that was multicolored appeared before Kuroda's sword arm moved at impossible speeds to his side and met the kunai that Naruto was holding in a clang. Naruto's eyes momentarily widened before he just barely blocked Kuroda's free arm as he tried to backhand the blonde. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he disappeared and reappeared in front of the other Leaf Shinobi. Looking at the chakra shell around his opponent, he said, so that's why my mother was always able to keep up with my father whenever they fought in spars. She must have used the Uzumaki chakra to control her body movements and make them faster. Kuroda grinned and said that's right. Naruto frowned and said the only downside is that it takes extreme amounts of focus to have that chakra manipulate your movements in the right way without harming yourself. which is why not many Uzumakis could use it in battle since it's so hard to make your feet move properly without using your muscles. Kuroda's grin turned predatory as he said, "Looks like you did your homework about our history, boy. Although it seems that what you are doing is more like what that father of yours did. Makes things interesting when your opponent can move around as fast as you." Naruto smirked and said, "Oh no, what I'm doing is 5 times better than what Dad did." Right after he said that, a blue shell of chakra surrounded Naruto before 5 clones appeared around him and the 6 blondes disappeared. Kuroda's arm once again moved faster than the others could see, and 5 smoke clouds appeared before Naruto reappeared up against a tree that he was thrown against with a chain made out of the multicolored chakra wrapped around his arm and leading back to Kuroda's free arm. "Naruto!" Hinata shouted out and was about to rush towards the 2 Uzumakis before Kurenai grabbed her and said, "No, don't. You'll only get in the way." Hinata struggled before Haku said in a calm voice, "She's right, Hinata-san. This kind of fight requires speed that you do not have." Right as he said that, mirrors made out of ice began appearing all over the area surrounding the 2 fighters in a large dome that appeared to be completely solid with no gaps. Immediately after they appeared, the temperature inside the dome and around it instantly began dropping to the point where everyone could see their breath. The rest of the Leaf Shinobi outside, along with Kuroda, stared in surprise as Haku walked into the back of the mirror in front of him before suddenly reappearing in another mirror right by Naruto, who was shaking his head as he stood up and broke the chains around his arm with a burst of his own chakra. "Are you alright, Naruto-san?" Haku asked as he stepped out of the mirror. "Yeah, he just caught me off guard with those chains of his. I was under the impression that it was something only my mother could do among the Uzumakis of her time." Kuroda smirked from his spot where he hadn't moved from at all and said, "You would have been right about that 5 years ago, but I figured out how to do it as well, although it wasn't easy. Your mother was truly a genius when it came to using our bloodline." "Good to know," Haku said before he stepped back into his mirror and his image appeared in all of the others as well. Kuroda rose an eyebrow as he looked around and said, "Well, that's new." The images all rose their throwing arms over their chest, revealing braces of Sunbon needle, and said, "You seem able to handle multiple opponents quite well, but I wonder if you will be able to handle this as easily." As soon as Haku finished speaking, the dome was filled with Sunbon needles heading towards the redhead. But to both boys' amazement, Kuroda's chakra shell seemed to expand a little as the redhead moved at speeds that turned his body into one big blur, even to Naruto's eyes. Once the barrage of needles was over, Naruto and Haku's eyes widened as they saw Kuroda standing with a grin, holding a bunch of Sunbon needles in his hands, with the rest being held in the air in groups by chakra strings that were connected to various points on his body. Well now, that was interesting. If I was anyone else, I would have been a pincushion for sure. But it seems like a waste to use all those needles and not be able to use them again. Why don't I return them to you? Naruto's eyes widened as all the needles pointed themselves at him before launching themselves towards him at speeds that would give even him trouble to avoid, even if he had anywhere to move. Just as the first needles reached him, Haku's hand shot out of the nearest mirror and pulled him through it. As the 2 boys appeared on the opposite side of the mirror, they heard the needles impacting the inside of the dome. Naruto sighed as he pulled out a needle from his arm that had managed to get him before Haku pulled him through the mirror and said, "Let's not do that again." Haku nodded before they heard hidden sword art, sword blitz, jutsu. The dome began shuddering as the Kenjutsu user began bombarding the inside with numerous blades of chakra. 10 seconds later, the blasts died down and Haku frowned as he concentrated on repairing the damage the attack had done to the mirrors. Naruto frowned as well as Kuroda shouted out to them. "So you put chakra into the mirrors to keep them in existence and repair them. Very clever, but it must be a real drain on your reserves. I can simply wait until you run dry and then finish you off." Naruto glanced over at Haku and said, "How long can you keep those up?" Haku glanced at the mirrors before turning back to Naruto and said, "With that many, about another 10 minutes. Less if he attacks them again. After that, I'll be pretty much useless." Naruto nodded before looking at the mirror and cocked his head in thought. After a minute, his eyes lit up and he said, "You can manipulate those mirrors so that you can use the water in them for jutsu, right?" "Yes, but if I take any of the water out, they will be weaker against his attacks, and require more chakra to repair. Haku said, wondering where his partner was going with this. What if we surrounded him in water and froze him in it? Haku shook his head and said it could be done, but it would take too long to freeze him. By the time he was surrounded, he could simply blast the water away with his chakra before I could lower the temperature enough to fully encase him. Naruto frowned before his eyes lit up again and said, what if I added my wind-nature chakra into the mix? Would that speed things up? Or could we at least make the dome so cold that it freezes him to death? Haku's eyes narrowed in thought before he nodded and said that could work. We would only get one chance at this, though. Naruto nodded and put his hand on the closest mirror and said, then we better make this count. Haku nodded again and placed his hand next to Naruto's. The two then closed their eyes in concentration as they began pumping elemental chakra into the dome. As Naruto pushed more wind-natured chakra into the dome, the temperature of the dome itself began dropping dangerously low. The boys only had the chakra running through their arms, moving the cold air away from them to keep them safe from frostbite. On the other side of the dome, Team 8 was shivering as the temperature near the dome kept dropping. Man, it's freezing out here. What the hell are they doing in there? Kiba asked as Akamaru jumped into his coat to stay warm. They were not in the dome. Hinata said, stuttering more from the cold than from insecurities, and lifted the hood on her coat as she saw what was happening with her Byakugan. Naruto and Haku are on the other side of the dome and are pushing some kind of chakra into it. It's making the temperature around us drop. I can already see frost completely covering the ground inside. It's not just inside. There's some on the ground around the outside as well, Shino said as he pointed at the ring of frost that was steadily growing towards the leaf shinobi. Everyone back up. I don't know what those two are planning, but I don't want us caught in it, Kurenai said. The three Chunin all nodded, and all four began backing away from the dome. On the inside, Kuroda was trying to use his chakra to insulate his body, but was still shivering as well. The entire ground around him was covered in frost, and the dome was nearly completely filled with a freezing mist. As the mist continued to fill the dome, Kuroda raised his sword into position and swung it while calling out hidden sword art, sword blitz jutsu. The blades of chakra launched themselves from his sword and slammed into the dome. But to his surprise, the dome repaired itself even faster than before. He then heard his distant relative's voice drift in from outside of the dome. That's not going to work, Kuroda. It's not just Haku's chakra keeping those mirrors together anymore. Tell you what, if you promise to leave the land of fire and not attack any more leaf shinobi, we'll let you out. On the outside, Haku looked at Naruto in surprise and said, I know he is your relative, Naruto-san, but is that wise? Naruto glanced over at him and said, he's family, Haku. I have to try. Kuroda frowned before shouting out, you actually expect me to allow the leaf to go unpunished for what they have done? You are either naive or a fool. Naruto sighed before saying, all right, I gave you a chance, but if that's how you want it, then I guess we have no choice. Right after Naruto stopped speaking, the mist began closing in on Kuroda and began freezing on his body. As Kuroda began to try and break the ice off, the mirrors began rippling before water shot out and hit him from all angles, freezing over as soon as the water made contact with his body, while the mirrors began shrinking. As the mirrors completely disappeared, everyone was able to see Kuroda again, who was standing in the middle of a gem-shaped pillar of ice. Hinata gasped as Kiba said holy, under his breath, unable to even finish his sentence as he stared at what had happened to the redhead. Naruto slowly walked towards the ice formation and stared into his relative's eyes before placing his hand on the ice. As Naruto gathered wind chakra into his hand, he said, I'm sorry. The ice and figure in it was instantly turned into powder as Naruto's wind-natured chakra tore through it, leaving no evidence that a human had ever been in that spot. Not even Kuroda's sword or headband survived. Hinata gasped again before all three Chunin turned their heads from the sight of the powder falling to the ground with their eyes closed. Kurenai turned her eyes away as Naruto closed his own in sadness. Haku stepped over to the blonde and put his hand on his partner's shoulder and asked, are you going to be all right? Naruto nodded before saying, let's head back to the village. Haku nodded, and the two jumped into the trees with Team 8 following. That night, The Leaf Shinobi were sitting around a fire as Team 8 and Haku were eating their dinner, while Naruto was staring into the fire with his plate of food remaining untouched. As Hinata glanced over at the blonde, Haku gave her a light nudge. When Hinata turned to the ice user, he gestured over to Naruto and said, "Why don't we go talk to him, Hinata-san?" "But I don't know what to say," Hinata said. Haku gave a gentle smile and said, "So don't say anything. Just show that you're there for him." Before Hinata could say anything to that, Haku stood up and began walking around the fire. Hinata quickly stood up and followed as Haku sat down on one side, and Hinata took Naruto's other side with a small blush. Kurenai gave a small smile while Kiba frowned. He was about to stand as well when Shino put his hand onto his shoulder. Kiba shot him a look, but Shino simply shook his head, causing the canine-like boy to simply humph and go back to his meal. "Are you alright, Naruto-san?" Haku asked as he settled himself. Naruto took in a deep breath before exhaling in a sigh and said, "Tell me, Haku, were you alright after you killed your father when he killed your mother and then tried to do the same to you after he discovered your bloodline?" Hinata's and the rest of Team 8's eyes widened when they heard this while Haku was silent for a moment. "Not at first," Haku admitted before continuing, "but eventually the pain lessened with time. And when I met Zabuza, it lessened to the point that I could put it behind me. You are lucky, Naruto-san. You already have others who care for you that can help you through this." "Yeah," Naruto said as he continued to study the flickering flames of the fire. "I just wish he didn't have to die like that. I've lived my entire life without my family. And then the hour that I finally met someone that I shared a blood relation with, I had to kill him for the sake of the village. The world of the shinobi can be a cruel place. But if you have your friends around you, you can survive it," Haku said. Naruto nodded and said, "Yeah. Thanks, Haku. You too, Hinata, for being here." Haku smiled while Hinata simply nodded. Scene change, Hokage's office. Kurenai, Naruto, and Haku were standing in front of the Hokage as the two jounin finished giving their reports. After they were finished, Sarutobi leaned forward and said, "So there was an Uzumaki survivor in the area. I must admit I had thought your mother was the only survivor, Naruto. It is unfortunate that this Kuroda figure felt the way he did about the leaf. We could have used his skills as well as his help in rebuilding your clan. How are you handling it?" Naruto looked down for a moment before saying, "As well as can be expected, sir. Having Haku around helped." Sarutobi nodded and said, "That's good to hear. Very well. If there's nothing else, then you're dismissed." Naruto and Haku nodded, but as they were turning to leave the office, Kurenai said, "Actually, sir, there is something I need to ask you." When Naruto and Kuroda were talking, he said he knew who Naruto's parents were. He gave the name of Naruto's father, and I was wondering if you could confirm it. Naruto and Sarutobi frowned as Sarutobi looked at Naruto, silently asking, and Naruto nodded his head, causing Sarutobi to sigh and begin massaging his forehead. Looking back to Kurenai, he nodded and said, "I'm afraid he was telling the truth." Kurenai's eyes widened, and she looked over to Naruto and said, "Then that means that Naruto is." "Kurenai," Sarutobi said in a sharp tone, stopping the junior jounin short as Sarutobi continued, "The information about Naruto's full heritage is classified at the highest level." Haku stepped forward and said, "I'm sorry, sir, but why would information about who Naruto's father was be classified so heavily?" "Because Naruto's father made a lot of enemies before he died, more so than his mother and anyone else who fought in the last were combined. If they were to receive word that he had a child that was alive, then they would stop at nothing to see Naruto dead. It could even start the Fourth Shinobi War." Haku's eyes widened as she glanced at Naruto, who shrugged and said, "You've seen how effective my bloodline is against multiple opponents. My dad took full advantage of that as soon as he figured out a way to get over the tunnel vision that occurs when we use it. Although we don't think the stone or cloud would try anything if they did find out about me due to the fear of what I could do on the battlefield, we still don't want to take that chance." Sarutobi nodded before turning to Kurenai again and said, "Have your Chunin made the connection?" Kurenai shook her head and said, "Not that I'm aware of. Should I go ahead and tell them?" Sarutobi shook his head and said, "No, there is no need for that. I will inform their parents to make sure they don't talk about it openly." Fortunately, Hiraishin was one of his teammates, so he has always known, and some has known that they were at least related since their scents were so similar. I am sure that Shibi is aware of Naruto's heritage as well. They should be able to run damage control if their children come to them about this. I don't think I have to tell you how important it is that this information does not get out. Kurenai nodded and Sarutobi dismissed them. As Haku and Naruto exited the office, Haku turned to the blonde and said, "You are certainly full of surprises, Naruto-san." Naruto smirked and said, "Haku, you have no idea." 11. Chunin exams, an aid to international relations or a chance for war. One Akunta made-up word that basically means that the person it is describing has no respect from the person who said it. Note, it has been roughly 2.5 months since Team 8's bandit raid mission. Story start. Hidden Stone Village, 2 weeks before biannual Chunin exams. Anoki of the Twin Scales looked up from the report he just finished reading and said, "Is this report accurate?" His granddaughter nodded and said, "I just came back with my team from the town Lord Suchikich. It's accurate. There is a child of an Uzumaki survivor serving as a jounin for the Leaf Village. And as you can see, he looks like the Yondaime Hokage. Not only that, rumor around the village we were in says that he's able to disappear in one spot and reappear in another instantly." Anoki frowned in thought before he looked back down at the report and said, "This could be very bad if the wrong people find out about it. We may even go to war if this Uzumaki is in fact a descendant of Namikaze. And it would be one hell of a scandal if this turns out to be some Yamanaka that was banished from his clan." Kuratsuchi frowned as she considered everything her grandfather said and the consequences they could bring. Looking her grandfather in the eye, she said, "Sir, permission to lead a genin team to the Leaf Village and conduct a fact-finding mission under the cover of my team taking the exams." Anoki studied his granddaughter for a minute before he looked back down at the report, which showed a whiskered blonde holding a kunai in a reverse grip with the kunai inside some rough-looking guy, while another boy used a sunbon needle to block the sword of another bandit. "What do we have on this other boy?" Anoki asked, changing the topic. Kuratsuchi shrugged and said, "Not much. We know that he is capable of using ice-style jutsu with an ease that suggests that he has a bloodline. We also know that he became Uzumaki's partner after he found him in the Land of Waves. I'm afraid that's it, though." Anoki frowned again before he sighed and said, "This will require more than one team to be sent." Looking up, he said, "I'm sending 3 teams. You are to be in overall charge of all 3. Find out everything you possibly can about this Uzumaki kid. Secondary importance is his partner. I don't believe I have to tell you to take note of everything you can while you're in the village. I'll send you the team files tonight for you to choose which teams will be going." Kuratsuchi nodded and bowed before she walked out and closed the door behind her. Scene change. Hidden Leaf Village, Hokage's office. 1 week and 3 days until Chunin exams. "You needed to see us, sir?" Sarutobi looked up from the scroll he was reading at the sound of Haku's voice and gave a tired smile at the Jounin/Chunin team that was suddenly in front of him and said, "Yes, Haku, I did. I'm afraid that I have some bad news. Fortunately, I also have some unexpected good news for you as well, Naruto. Please, you too, have a seat." The 2 boys took a seat as Sarutobi pulled a file towards him and opened it as he said, 4 days ago, one of Jiraiya's multiple village information gathering agency, Viga, contacts sent us a message that he had given some intel to Stone Nin that we should really know about. Haku frowned and said, "Excuse me, Lord Hokage, for interrupting, but what is a multiple village information gathering agency?" "Well, to put it simply, it's a loose group of people who gather information about all of the villages and sells that information to whoever pays for their services." Haku frowned and said, "Why would a village allow something like that? Never mind pay for it." "Because these people usually have the best intelligence and they act as an equalizer. If one village has a piece of extremely important information that was sold to them by these people, you can always assume that the village it concerns will know about it sooner rather than later. The group prevents wars from breaking out by mainly telling their clients about coup attempts and alliances that are made. Now, as I was saying, one of the agents sold information to Stone that I think you two should know about. Primarily you, Naruto. Take a look at this picture and tell me if you recognize it." Sarutobi picked up a picture from the file and tossed it like a shuriken to Naruto, who caught it and looked at it while Haku leaned over and looked as well. The picture showed Naruto with a kunai in a reverse grip stabbed into the chest of a guy who could pass for a bouncer, while Haku was behind him with his back to the blonde as he held back a sword with one of his Senbon needles. Naruto frowned as he said, "This looks like it was taken during that mission we had last month to clear out that mafia group." Flashback. 1 month ago, border village between Land of Fire and Land of Vegetables. Their mission was simple. A mafia gang had set up shop in the town and had been receiving international taxes from anyone who was using the village to make the crossing over from one country to another. They were to go in, find the base, take all the gang members out of commission, and leave their unconscious bodies in the hands of the joint police force for some well-deserved one-on-one interrogation on other criminal groups in the area. There was just one slight hitch in the plan. The day Naruto and Haku had reached the village, the whole mafia gang had for some reason decided to have some fun at the police station, and a massive fight currently made walking around in that area of the village a hazard to a normal person's health. When they reached the police station, Naruto and Haku took 5 seconds to figure out what was going on and to run a quick IFF. After that, the fight turned into true organized chaos as Naruto slipped into the slipstream and began knocking people out by putting burns over the parts of the body that were the most sensitive to pain or just chopping the back of their necks, while Haku made a bunch of ice Senbon needles and began putting everyone in range in death-like states as he began wading his way towards the police officers. The fight was pretty much over the minute the two Leaf Shinobi showed up. But as Haku blocked an overhead slash from a sword-wielding thug with a Senbon needle, Naruto saw one of his victims regain consciousness and narrow his eyes at Haku before he sprung up to his feet with a switchblade flicking open. Naruto's own eyes narrowed before he disappeared and reappeared with a kunai already in the man's chest. "Should have stayed down," Naruto growled out as the man gurgled and fell to the floor. Naruto took his kunai out and called one of the policemen over. As the man rushed over to him and his victim, he said if you get him some first aid as soon as possible, he'll survive. The officer nodded and called over one of the rapid response officers who quickly got to work on the thug. Naruto turned around and looked back to where Haku had been and saw his opponent currently on the ground whimpering while he held one of his more fragile body parts while Haku stood over him. Naruto shook his head and thought, "I keep forgetting how harsh Haku can be when he's not forced to kill someone." Haku sensed Naruto's gaze and turned around and gave a smile at Naruto, causing the Jounin to sweat drop at how sweet the smile looked. In flashback. Unfortunately, the agency took that picture and sold a copy of it and information that was fortunately just rumor to stone. The agent who gave us that picture says that they didn't tell them about who they thought your parents were since they knew that would definitely start a war. Still, it's not hard to guess that Stone will work it out. In fact, we believe that at least someone already has. I've just received a message from the Tsuchikage. For the first time since the Chunin exams first came into existence, Stone is sending teams to the Hidden Leaf Village for the exams. 3 of them, in fact. Naruto frowned and said, "Isn't there some treaty or something that prevents them from coming?" Sarutobi shook his head and said there was never actually anything legal preventing enemy villages from coming to one another's exams. It was just simply one of those things that villages don't do because of the relationship they have with each other. Stone is simply taking advantage of that fact in an effort to get information, most likely so that they can either confirm or dismiss their theory on who Naruto's father is. Naruto's frown grew as he said, "In that case, me and Haku should probably take a long-term mission and stay out of the village until the exams are over. Sorry, old man, but it looks like you'll have to find someone else to proctor the 3rd exam. Actually, Naruto, I still want you to proctor the exam. If we try to hide you and Haku until the exams are over, that just shows Stone how much we want to keep you out of their sights, and they would be all that more determined to find out the truth. No, as much as I don't want to, we have to act like we don't know why Stone is suddenly sending teams to the exams." Naruto sighed before he looked up and said, "You said you had some good news, old man?" Sarutobi nodded as he allowed a smile to form on his face and pressed the button on his intercom. Leaning in slightly towards it, he said, "Mrs. Reynos, could you please send our guests back in?" His secretary's voice came through the speaker in its gentle tone. "At once, Lord Hokage. Fair warning, sir. One of them has been getting restless out here." "Thank you," Sarutobi said before a moment later the door to his office opened and the 2 boys in front of him turned around in their seats to see the new arrivals. As soon as they did, Naruto stiffened in shock. There were 4 of them, obviously a Jinin team and their Jounin sensei. 2 girls, 1 boy, and their female teacher. Each of them had some kind of bladed weapon on them, even if a couple of them seemed strange to the 2 boys. They would seem like an average team if you eliminated the fact that 3 out of 4 of them had red hair and blue eyes. The other member had blonde hair that was surprisingly almost the exact same shade of Naruto's hair and had storm gray eyes. But what really caught Naruto's attention were the headbands. They had a swirl on them that looked like a whirlpool. "No way," Naruto whispered before he whipped around and gave his village leader a look that begged for this not to be a prank. Sarutobi smiled at him and shook his head. Naruto's face instantly relaxed into a look of relief before they heard a voice behind him. "Finally, why do we have to wait outside so long, you old geezer? And who the hell are these 2? Ow!" Naruto turned back around and saw the boy clutching his head while the blonde held a fist over his head, showing that she was the one to discipline her teammate. The other females on the team were chuckling at the boy's misfortune. "Riko, show the village leader the proper respect." "Ow, Rachel, what the hell?" The boy, now identified as Riko, asked the blonde-haired girl. "Rachel? That's an odd name." Haku and Naruto thought almost simultaneously. "It's your own fault, you know. If you just talk to everyone with the respect they deserve, you wouldn't be constantly having a headache all the time." Riko turned to his red-haired teammate and said, "Shut it, Reina. Just because you're older than me by 6 minutes doesn't mean you can criticize me all the time." Reina's cheeks puffed out, and she looked like she was just about ready to really rip into her younger brother when the oldest redhead cut in. "All right, you two. No more fighting in front of the Hokage. You can continue this once we're back at our hotel." She got a muttered yes, Tsunami Sensei, before she turned back to the Hokage and said, "My apologies, Lord Hokage. If I may ask, who are these young men?" Sarutobi chuckled as he waved the apology away and said, "Apology accepted, Tsunami. As for these 2 splendid shinobi of mine, allow me to introduce to you Naruto Uzumaki, clan heir of the Uzumaki clan for any who reside in this village, and his partner, Haku Momochi." All 4 Whirlpool Nin's eyes widened before Riko pointed at Naruto and said, "No way, this guy's our clan heir. I mean, look at him. He doesn't even have our red hair. How can he even be an Uzumaki?" Tsunami looked about ready to scold her student again, but never got the chance as Naruto released the full scope of his intent. Naruto's hair began flying all over the place with his clothes flapping around like they were in Category 5 hurricane force winds. Everyone in the room shuddered as they felt like they were in that storm with waves over 75 feet tall surrounding them. And then Naruto took it one step further. After his battle against Kuroda, Naruto realized that he needed to learn how to control the different chakras inside of him. He started with the one that came from his mother, since doing anything with demonic chakra without knowing just what you're doing can be hazardous to your health. As Naruto's hair and clothes flapped around, he showed just what all the hours of working with his clones on the chakra were for. Naruto's special chakra erupted out of his body, forming a bonfire of multicolored light before part of it rose higher than the others and shifted into the form of a fox with 9 tails. Everyone was shaking from the feeling that Naruto was giving off, with only Sarutobi seeming to be unaffected. Then the fox roared at Riko, and the boy suddenly found himself on his knees with no recollection of falling. Then, as soon as it came, everything just vanished and Naruto's clothes stopped flapping and his hair fell back into place. Everyone but Sarutobi finally took a much-needed breath. As they did so, Naruto found the Whirlpool Nin's reactions to his little display were quite interesting. Rachel seemed to be stunned by the display of power, while Riko seemed to be terrified of him now. Reina was looking at him with awed respect, while Tsunami seemed to be somehow proud of him. Naruto was confused by this until Tsunami said with a light tone in her voice, "Well now, it's been a while since I've seen someone able to manifest the Uzumaki presence so well. In fact, the last one was Master Omi. Riko, I hope that shows you that he is in fact an Uzumaki, because I don't think that anything else says it louder than that." Riko gave a slow nod as he continued to stare at Naruto with wide eyes. Tsunami then continued with the light tone still in her voice, "Now then, Naruto, I'm sure you have some questions about where me and my team have been, since from what little I've gathered with my brief talk with your leader, Whirlpool Village is no longer around, and there weren't many survivors. However, let me explain about just what happened first before I answer any questions. Naruto nodded and Tsunami seemed to gather herself as she remembered events decades past. We knew for a while that the Hidden Stone Village would someday make a direct attack against our village. Since we were not arrogant enough to assume that we could repel whatever army they sent our way without massive damage done to our village, we decided to evacuate a large number of our civilians with 50 teams to protect them. But instead of sending them to the Leaf Village where they could have been intercepted, we loaded them onto ships and headed east, where we knew that there was at least one other continent. After 2 months at sea, we reached the next continent. A team of shinobi was supposed to come after us once the war was over. We ended up spending the next several years there, mixing in with the populations there. Said populations are actually much more technologically advanced than us, although none of them knew how to use their chakra before we came. We began taking jobs there while at the same time teaching parts of the populations how to use their chakra. One of these people was Rachel here. Said blonde gave a small wave as Tsunami continued after 10 years went by. We had to admit that Whirlpool was almost certainly destroyed and that the Leaf Village had lost the war. But then, 7 years ago, another Uzumaki came across the sea and found one of our many villages that we had set up in the coastal town of Bangal. His name was Kiba, and he told us that the Leaf had won the war 2 months after our village destruction and that he had been looking for survivors ever since. He had eventually returned to where Whirlpool Village used to be and found the scroll that contained the orders to send a team out to us. And so, he came for us. Tsunami's eyes closed briefly before she said, but by that time, many of us didn't want to go back. We were comfortable in a place where they had technology unlike anything we had here. Why should they have to go back? Still, a number of the older generations wanted to return. Whirlpool was our home, and it was our duty to return to that home, even if it was just to help let old ghosts finally rest in peace. Kiba wanted to stay since he had finally found the rest of his people. Me and my team volunteered to be the ones to head back to this continent and do a reconnaissance of the village to determine if it should be rebuilt as it was or a completely new one should be made, since I have a contract for the Sea Kings that would help make communication faster. Our ship landed at port in the Land of Fire, so we came here first hoping to hire a team to help us. But when we got here, your leader said that there was a child of a survivor that he wanted us to meet. And the rest you know. Naruto stared as the shock of what Tsunami said began to pierce his brain. There were even more survivors of the Whirlpool Village. Survivors numbering hundreds, possibly even 1,000 more than the most hopeful estimate that any village previously had. I'm not the only one who can walk in the sunlight. It was an amazing thought, that there were others who were living comfortable lives and weren't obsessed with revenge like Kuroda had been. He was brought out of his thoughts by Sarutobi, who coughed to gain all of their attention. Once he had it, he said, Naruto, there is one other thing that Tsunami has forgotten to mention. Since the Chunin exams are so close, she wants to enter her team in it so that they can test themselves against the ninja on this continent. That means that they'll be here for at least another month. Naruto frowned and said, that could be a problem. I'm pretty sure that Haku took the only apartment that was empty that Mr. Rodriguez owned, and I am not going to let them suffer by staying in a hotel for a whole month. Hey, how come where we stay is decided by this Akunta? One Riko asked, pointing his finger at Naruto, who looked back over his shoulder with a raised eyebrow. Rachel bashed him on his skull again and said, show your clan heir proper respect, Rikabaka. Reina chuckled again at her brother. But before Riko could launch another argument with his sister, Sarutobi coughed, drawing everyone's attention again, as he said, since Naruto is technically your clan leader while you're in the village, it falls up to him where you stay. On that note, Naruto, you could move into your parents' house. That should give you plenty of room. Or, if you so desire, you could theoretically take over the Senju clan compound since your great-grandaunt was married to the first. There's also the fact that Tsunade has made it quite clear that she doesn't want to return to the village, making it even easier. Naruto cocked his head to the side in thought before he shook his head and said, I think I'll stick with Mom and Dad's house. Too much trouble with the civilian council if we moved into the Senju compound. Sarutobi nodded and got up, gesturing for Naruto to follow him over to where the picture of his father was. When the old man took the picture down, Naruto saw the seal that he now recognized as a blood recognition seal. He had used them often on scrolls that contained things that not everyone should have access to when he did missions between the village and the capital. Knowing what to do from when Sarutobi had taken a small amount of his blood 7 years ago, Naruto bit into his thumb until it began to bleed. Pressing his now bleeding thumb on the wall, Naruto flashed it down the seal and watched as it glowed before glowing blue lines formed along the wall blocking in the seal before the section sunk into the wall and dropped down, revealing a small safe. Inside the safe was a small scroll that was labeled Hiraishin, the real reason it works. Do not give to Naruto until he is 16 or unlocks his bloodline. Naruto ignored the scroll since he had already read it before and reached behind it where he saw a small key. Naruto took out the key and noticed a stylized whirlpool on the side of the key that he could see. Out of curiosity, he flipped the key over and saw on the other side a symbol that looked like a swirling wind blowing what he assumed to be small leaves around. As Naruto looked down at the key with 100 thoughts running through his head, he was brought out of his thoughts by Sarutobi, who said, "Don't worry about the council, Naruto. With a blood seal on the gate, there's no way they can claim that the house doesn't belong to you. Now, why don't you go check out your new house?" Naruto nodded before he and Haku disappeared. "What the?" Rachel asked with wide eyes before she and Tsunami disappeared as well. "What the hell?" Rico was able to get out one word more than his teammate who he had unconsciously spoken with at the same time before he and Reina also disappeared. Scene change. Namake's household. Naruto and Haku reappeared next to a 3-story house that was surrounded by a 7-foot iron wrought fence. The house was roughly 5 miles north by northeast of the Kage Tower and was surrounded by a thin but thick ring of small trees that ensured privacy. Knowing that both of his parents were far ahead of others when it came to seals, Naruto was willing to bet that each and every one of those trees had some kind of seal that would alert the owner of the house if there was someone in them, if not a seal that would make the intruder very sorry indeed to be in one. Naruto shot a quick look at the house that really seemed normal besides its size before he disappeared and reappeared with Tsunami and Rachel. He disappeared again and reappeared a third time with Rico and Reina. The rest of Rachel's quiet shout had been rudely cut off as she and the others tried to get over the sensation of their surroundings suddenly changing with no warning whatsoever. As the four shook their heads, Haku said, "Don't worry, you'll get used to it eventually." Rico didn't seem to be listening as he took one look around and brought his hand up into the release sign and shouted release. When nothing happened besides Rico's chakra flaring, Naruto smirked and said, "You finished yet?" Rico scowled at the blonde who paid absolutely no attention to that fact as he walked up to the gate, which had the same 2 symbols as the key did. The wind design was on the left gate while the right held the whirlpool design. The middle of the gate had a lock with a slot where the key was obviously supposed to go and another blood recognition seal surrounding it. Naruto rebit his thumb and swiped the once again bleeding appendage across the seal, which glowed blue before disappearing. Naruto then inserted the key and turned it, unlocking the gate. Pushing the now unlocked gate open, Naruto walked in quickly and closed the gate behind the others after they had followed him. Turning back around, Naruto retook his position in front of the group and headed towards the house. Besides the massive training area under the house that had seals to change the environment into anything Naruto or the others wanted, the house was fairly normal. The second and third floors were full of bedrooms with 2 bathrooms on each floor, leading Naruto to believe that this was supposed to be for a growing clan or even for any Uzumaki survivors, while the first floor had 2 bathrooms, as well as a large dining room, a good-sized family room, and an impressive kitchen. They'd have to get a new refrigerator, though. All of the food inside had been left to rot, leaving one big blob of what looked like toxic sludge that smelled like something had been locked in the fridge and left to die for a good decade. Naruto made a few clones who had the unenviable job of dragging the biohazard out to the backyard, where the clones roasted it with a combination wind and fire jutsu. After that was done, Naruto and Haku took off to their apartments to inform Mr. Adragas that they had to move out due to Naruto's new circumstances before they went to buy a new refrigerator. The Whirlpool team, meanwhile, began to unseal their belongings in their new rooms. Scene change. 1 week until exams. Naruto's training ground, 1225. Naruto and Haku were currently back-to-back in the forest of the Hokage monument, with Haku holding one of his Sunban needles while Naruto held a kunai in their respective left hands. Scattered around them were kunai and shuriken. All of a sudden, a small figure rushed Naruto with a training bow staff spinning in their hands. When the figure reached him, Naruto deflected the staff with the flat of his kunai blade and then shoved his other hand out, sending a massively underpowered seal less great breakthrough into his opponent's torso, sending the figure skidding. He jerked his hand to the side and shot another blast of wind out as another figure tried to get him from his right side with a pair of training tonfa. Both figures slid along the ground before a tree stopped their skids. Naruto shook his head at the first figure and said, "Come on, Konohamaru. If you're going to make Chunin 6 months after you graduate, you're going to have to be able to come up with better strategies than just rushing your opponent when kunai and shuriken don't work. You as well, Undin. Don't be reckless. Use your strengths to help you and your opponent's weaknesses to bring them down." "But boss, what if they don't have a weakness that you can actually use?" Konohamaru asked. Naruto smirked and said, "Hope you never have to actually fight that person, Konohamaru. But if you ever do have to fight a person like that on a mission, then if possible retreat. If not, the world could always use a little more bang for its buck. A well-placed short fuse explosion tag can kill almost anyone if you play your cards right. But even if you don't kill them, you can be sure that the explosion will make things difficult for that person. Just don't try that on Strength Nin or Akage, because those kind of guys always seem to have a way of avoiding them even if the fuse is 1 second long." The two nodded before all three heard an oof. Looking over his shoulder at Haku showed Moegi holding her stomach from where Haku had lightly punched her. On the ground next to her was her training ninjato. "You should have listened to Naruto more, Moegi. I know that the sword is more direct than a staff or tonfa, but that doesn't mean that you have to rush a person head-on with one. Try to find a flow in your movements and attack without putting everything in one swing." "Yes, Haku-sensei," Moegi said as she grabbed her sword and quickly got back up. The three kids looked ready for round 2, but Naruto held up his free hand signaling a stop before he and Haku turned to a tree, and Haku said, "How long do you plan on hiding, Sannin?" The 3 academy students looked confused before a red-head boy stepped out from behind the tree and looked at them coldly. Konohamaru and his friends looked stunned that a person had been hiding so close from them, and yet they hadn't seen neither hide nor hair of the guy until Haku called him out. Said ice user just looked at the red head with his neutral smile on. Naruto had a cocked head look as he studied the fellow Nin that he had sensed but hadn't felt deserved a chakra pulse while he helped Konohamaru and his friends train. But now that the boy was actually in his sight, he was beginning to question that thought. The boy had eyes of a killer, and not just those of one who did it because they had to. No, these eyes said that this boy killed so often he no longer even gave the act more than a second's worth of recognition for said act. That kind of person was dangerous. And in Naruto's book, the earlier the age those eyes make an appearance, the more unhinged the person tended to be. None of that showed on Naruto's face though as he cocked his head further to the side and said, "Judging by your age, I'd say either you're here with your team due to a mission and are just looking around, or you're going to be in the Chunin exams a week from today. Either way, that doesn't explain why you seem to have so much interest in me and my partner giving the next generation extra training. Why are you here, Sannin?" The redhead stared into Naruto's eyes for a moment before he said, "You're just like me." Naruto snorted and said, "I highly doubt that. Unlike you, my troubled little friend, I don't have the eyes of a killer unless I'm actually planning to kill my opponent, which I might add is usually only when I'm taking down bandits who threaten nearby towns. You, on the other hand, just scream killer. I can even smell the blood that's in that gourd of yours. So what, pray tell, makes you and I the same?" The other boy just stared at Naruto for a moment, not blinking. The next moment, a truly ungodly amount of killer intent that Naruto never had the displeasure of feeling before fell upon the clearing, causing Konohamaru and his friends to instantly drop on their knees and throw up, while Haku began to shake a little at the intent. Naruto was quite sure the reason that his partner wasn't on his knees was because he had experience dealing with other intents from his time with him and Zabuza. Naruto, meanwhile, kept his eye locked with the kid, unfazed a bit by the intent. He somehow knew that this was a demon's killer intent and now knew just what the kid was talking about. Naruto let the intent wash over him for 10 seconds before he let loose with his Uzumaki chakra covering the entire field and negating the Ki by sending a modified sense through the chakra using a small amount of his own presence. For everyone else, they went from feeling like there was a viscous monster in front of them that was planning to completely destroy them to a slightly rough ocean with a strong wind blowing. A very big improvement in this case. The redhead, meanwhile, just kept his stare for a few more moments before he said, "You will prove my existence. Until then, I can wait." He then disappeared in a whirlwind of sand. As the three academy students shakily got to their knees, Haku said, "That boy, he has completely killed his heart, hasn't he?" Naruto nodded and said, "Not a pretty sight, was he?" Turning to Konohamaru and his friends, he said, "Training's over for today, guys. I need to tell the old man that we have a foreign Jinchuriki in the village. Pick up your tools and then take the rest of the day off." The three nodded, knowing how serious this was since Naruto had informed them of his Jinchuriki status and everything it implied when he taught them about all of the different kind of seals that were out there. Naruto and Haku then disappeared, leaving the three to their own devices once they cleaned up the ritual circle they had made with how many kunai and shuriken the three had thrown. Scene change, 1 hour later. An hour later found Naruto, Haku, and the head of the INT department and his second-in-command standing in front of their village leader, with said leader massaging his temples. Sarutobi had been rubbing his forehead for a good half hour as he processed everything Naruto told him and what it could mean for the village. Naruto knew that had taken the first 10 minutes. The last 20 had been about what to do with that information. On his right, Ibiki and Anko were going through the same process since they would have this kid in their exams. Even though he didn't show it, Naruto had been thinking the same thing. The only difference was that he could actually physically stop Gaara before he tried to start something, while the other two would have to act quickly once Gaara started to do something. Finally, Sarutobi sighed and said, "I hate to say this, but we can't just deny this Sannin entry simply for the fact that he's revealed himself to be a Jinchuriki. That would raise a stink worse than one of my old students' abandoned labs. But I do not like having a foreign Jinchuriki in the exams when Orochimaru is rumored to be the leader of the new village hidden in the sound. Even if it is the Jinchuriki of an ally, the timing is just too convenient. Ibiki, Anko, I want you two to keep as much of an eye on him as possible. Naruto, from what you have told me, he is quite unstable. Jiraiya will be here for the finals of the exams, but I want you to head to Otafukagai, where he should be right now. Once you find him, tell him that I want him to teach you the 5-pronged seal and to be back here as soon as he can. Do you understand?" Naruto nodded and the old leader dismissed them all. The instant he did, Naruto gave a quick salute before he and Haku vanished. Scene change, 5 minutes later, Uzumaki household. Naruto was standing in front of his house with each of his Jounin vest pockets filled with sealing scrolls that held everything he would need on a mission. In front of him was Haku and the whirlpool team listening to him as he laid down some basic rules for while he was gone. "All right, while I'm gone, if you're in the house, you listen to Haku, no questions asked. Tsunami, that includes you. No offense, but I trust Haku more than you right now when it comes to keeping parties out of the house." Tsunami gave a short nod, and he continued, "Next rule. You are for no reason whatsoever allowed to let anyone into the house. Meet them outside if you have to. But I don't care if it's the Hokage himself. No one steps foot into our yard. And finally, if I find out someone is able to duplicate one of those key copies I gave you, then heaven help whoever let it happen, because I will turn your life into hell for it. Understood?" Yeah, we get it. No wild parties and don't talk to strangers. We get it already," Rico said, and then muttered under his breath about how unfair it was having to do what an Akuna said. This, of course, prompted Rachel to hit him on the head and the other two team members to sigh. Reina then stepped forward and gave Naruto a hug and said, "Please stay safe, Naruto-sama." Reina quickly stepped back with a blush on her face. Naruto decidedly ignored the blush since Reina had been in some sort of odd stupor whenever she talked to him ever since he had let loose with his presence a few days ago. Thankfully, it wasn't as bad as some fangirls he had seen, so he just hoped it would blow over. Giving one more nod to everyone, Naruto gave a quick 2-fingered salute as he said, "Try not to burn down the house while I'm gone." Then he disappeared, leaving absolutely no trace that he had been there besides the 2 shallow footprints in the pathway where he had been standing. Scene change, Otafukagai, 30 minutes later. Naruto was currently on the roof of a small casino in the red light zone with his eyes closed and his chakra field out to its full extent and lightly pulsing every minute. He had been there for roughly 15 minutes and now had a very good idea of what the entire town looked like. He continued pulsing even as he saw a certain figure turn down a nearby street and headed towards the alley that was between the alley and the brothel next to it. 10 seconds later, the person was up on the roof sitting next to him. Naruto let his chakra field drop down to just the building they were over and a small dome around the top of the buildings in the block they were currently in. Keeping his eyes closed in concentration that maintaining a slightly misshaped chakra field required. He said the old man said he wants you to teach me the five-pronged seal. He also said he wants you back in the village as soon as possible. Jiraiya looked confused for the first part, but sighed at the last. Giving his godson a side glance, he said the only reason why the old man would want me in the village as quick as possible when I'd already planned to be back within a month would be that he's worried about village security. But the only reason why you could possibly need that seal was if you had to seal off a Jinchuriki access to their demon's chakra. His eyes narrowed as he asked which village? Sand. Jiraiya sighed again and said, "Oh, this is going to be a right pain in the ass, I can tell. All right, kid, let's go. I can't show you that seal just anywhere you know." Naruto nodded, and the two disappeared. Scene change. Sarutobi's office, 10:30. Sarutobi and his clone's head snapped up from his paperwork as he felt two presences enter his office without seeming to use either door or window. Seeing the two newcomers, he rose an eyebrow and said that was fast. "I wasn't expecting either of you to be back until tomorrow at least." Jiraiya shrugged as he said, "Kid got it in only a few hours. And I just had a few more things to discuss with one of my contacts. Now what's this I hear about a foreign Jinchuriki in our village?" 12. Chunin exams. Let the toward air tests begin. Story start. Day of the first exam. Uzumaki household. 6 o'clock. A loud yell sounded through the Uzumaki household before a voice could be heard shouting, "Naruto, I'm going to kill you. I don't care if you are our clan heir. You are so dead." In the kitchen, Naruto looked up from the newspaper he had in front of him and chuckled as he thought, bucket of water alarm clock successful. He then disappeared as one of Riko's katars stabbed through the air where he had just been sitting. A thoroughly soaked Riko looked around the room before he spotted Naruto leaning up against the counter still reading his newspaper. Riko growled and said, "What's the big idea dropping a bucket of water on my bed?" Naruto shrugged and said, "I figured you would want a wake-up call, so that way you would have plenty of time to get ready for the exam." Riko scowled and said, "So you decided to dump 5 gallons of water on me? Listen, you team, when I get my hands on you, you'll be in the hospital for a month." He activated his katar's splitting function, giving him 3 blades in each hand instead of 1. But before his clansmen could attempt to murder him, Naruto saw Rachel enter the room at a brisk pace and promptly bopped Riko on the head as she growled out, "Riko, don't talk to Naruto like that. And keep your voice down. You probably woke up the entire village with your yelling." "Ow, Rachel, don't hit me like that. Besides, he deserves what's coming to him for dumping water on me like that," Riko shouted, earning another hit to the head. "Actually, it was probably a good idea. Otherwise, you might have slept in until lunchtime," Reina said as she entered the kitchen and opened the fridge looking for the milk. Riko scowled at his sister, but before he could make a retort, Tsunami walked in and said, "Just drop it, Riko. There is no point trying to start a pointless argument this early in the morning." Riko's mouth opened and closed as he tried to form an argument against the treatment he was being shown this morning, but a pointed glare from his half-awake sensei stopped him in his tracks. Naruto smirked at Riko's misfortune before he said, "As entertaining as this is, we really need to get going. You ready, Haku?" Haku, who had seen the entire event play out from his own seat at the table where he had been finishing off a bagel, nodded as he stood and said, "I'm ready, Naruto." Naruto nodded and said, "Then let's go. Remember, guys, be at the academy no later than 9. And with those final words of parting, he promptly disappeared while Haku formed a mirror of ice and followed his partner. Scene change. Academy. Naruto reappeared in front of the academy. 10 seconds later, a mirror of ice appeared and Haku walked out of it before its molecules separated and the mirror turned into vapor that quickly diffused in the morning air. Grinning at Haku, Naruto said, "Have fun." Getting a grin in return, Naruto watched as his partner walked into the academy before he disappeared again as he headed to the Hokage Tower where a number of Jounin were planning on watching the first exam through a crystal ball that was 20 times bigger than the Hokage's personal one. Haku, meanwhile, was making his way to the third floor. While he was on the second, he saw Kotetsu and Izumo cover one of the class signs in a Jinjutsu and then hinge into younger versions of themselves. Reaching the third floor, Haku walked into room 301 and joined the group of Jounin who were waiting for Ibiki. Haku joined in the small talk for a few minutes before Ibiki came through the doorway of the connected classroom and said, "All right, people, let's go over one more time just what is and isn't acceptable for the maggots to do." 3 hours later, Haku, who had a thin faceted ice mirror in one of the corners of the room, saw Naruto's relatives and their teammate enter the room. The three whirlpool Nins took a quick but thorough stock of their surroundings, showing that they knew that this was indeed a competition where they were the minority and most likely first to be targeted for that fact. After their quick scan, the three walked along the wall until they were in the corner on the other side of the wall that the mirror was attached to. Haku noticed that the three stone teams seemed to pay them the most attention and made a note to be ready to step in if anything got too far out of hand. 5 minutes after that, the Leafs' three rookie teams filed in one after the other with only 20 seconds between them tops. Haku smirked at Sasuke's misfortune of his two biggest fangirls having a tug of war with him. But then a white-haired Leaf Genin approached them and showed them a deck of cards, causing Haku's eyes to narrow. No ninja worth his Genin rank would give out information to potential enemies. That boy was hiding something, and Haku didn't like the fact that he didn't know what it was. "I see you've noticed it as well," Ibiki said from Haku's side, where he was watching the Genin as well. Haku nodded and said that one is planning something. Whether it is to use the rookies as meat shields or to get a read on their mannerisms so he knows what to expect from them, I'm not sure. And it could be something else completely. Ibiki grunted, and the two continued to watch the glasses-wearing Nin continue to string the rookies along. But then the two saw the team from Sound begin to move through the crowd towards him. Ibiki's eyes narrowed as he and Haku watched the Nin avoid a punch from one of the Sound Nins only to fall to his knees and release the contents of his stomach. "I think they've waited long enough," Ibiki growled. "Yes, sir," Haku said before he donned his mask that had had the mist marks smoothed over and then repainted. Then the two of them and a small number of the Jounin who were with them vanished in Shunshin's. Reappearing in the room with all the Genin, Ibiki shouted out, "That's enough. There is to be no fighting unless we say so. Anyone who does so without our permission will be thrown out of the exams. Am I clear?" The man got nods from all of the Genin, most of which seemed terrified of the human bear that was glaring at them. Ibiki shot a particularly nasty glare at the Sound team before he held up a card with the number 1 on it and said, "Good. Now that we understand each other, pick up one of these numbers, get into the next room, and sit down in your seat so I can explain the next test." There was a large scrabble as the Genin quickly transferred themselves from the waiting room to the testing room. None of them seemed to want to make the bear in front of them angry at them. Once everyone was seated, Ibiki strode to the front of the room with Haku by his side. Turning to face them, he began laying down the rules. "All right, maggots, listen up, because I'm only going to say the rules once. And no questions either. Now in front of you, you'll find a piece of paper. Do not flip it over until I explain all of the rules. Rule number 1. Each of you starts out here with 10 points. The test has 10 questions, each worth 1 point. For each question you get wrong, we subtract a point from you. Get all 10 right, and you retain the 10 points you have. But if, for example, you answer 3 questions incorrectly, we take your 10 points. Subtract 1 point for every wrong answer, and your total drops down to 7. Rule number 2. This written test is still a team event. Passing or failing will be determined by the sum of the points held by 3 members of each cell. The object is for each team to have as few deductions as possible from its joint 30-point total. Rule number 3. If, during the course of the exam, a candidate does anything out of the ordinary, in other words, anything that leads the proctors to determine that he or she is cheated, we subtract 2 points from each member of the cheater's team. We'll be watching you, one of the Jounin in the middle of the vertical row along the windows said while tapping his clipboard. "As will I," Haku said before mirrors formed in the room with one in each corner and 2 on the ceiling. The Jinin's stunned murmuring turned to stunned silence when another mirror formed behind Haku, and he stepped back and seemed to merge into the mirror, causing his image to appear in all of them. Ibiki gave a dark chuckle and said, "Last rule. If any individual loses all 10 of his or her points, that person's entire cell, regardless of how the other 2 members do, will be disqualified." "But that's unfair," Sakura shouted, with other Jinin muttering their agreement. "Silence," Ibiki shouted, making them all shut up before he said, "Those are the rules. If you don't like them, then you and your team can leave now. Now then, you have 1 hour. Get started." There was the sound of papers flipping before Ibiki, and all of the other proctors grinned at the gurgled sound some of the Jinin made. Grinning to himself, the scarred one thought, "Let the fun begin." The next 45 minutes proved interesting for Haku and the other proctors, as various Jinin found ingenious ways to cheat without being caught. Unfortunately, they had to let the last Uchiha and the few Hyugas in attendance to get by using their dojutsu, even if only Hinata tried to hide the fact that she was using it with a minor genjutsu. Others were much more intriguing in figuring out how they were getting their answers. The whirlpool Nin had each sent chakra through the tables they were sitting at and pushed a thin amount into the other test papers to get their answers. The sound Nin seemed to be actually listening to everyone writing for the answers, while the rock Nin appeared to be using the vibrations from all of the people moving pencils across paper to know what to write down. And while most of the other Jinin didn't do anything that was really that fancy, some of them came up with some rather unusual methods. Finally, 45 minutes later, and nearly half the teams caught with their figurative hands in the cookie jar, Ibiki called time as he said, "All right, maggots, pencils down. It's time for the final question." As soon as he had everyone's attention, he continued, "Before we begin, there's a few extra rules you need to be aware of. First off, you must choose whether or not to take the 10th question." "What? Why would anyone choose to not take the 10th question?" a sand kunoichi with her hair in 4 ponytails asked. Ibiki gained a dark grin as he said, "Because of the next rule. If you refuse to take the question, you automatically get a 0 on your test regardless of how many points you have, and you and your team fails." "What? Then of course we'll take it. What kind of idiot wouldn't?" Kiba shouted. Ibiki grinned and said, "Someone who also knows the last rule. If you do choose to take it and get it wrong, then your team's score is brought to 0 and you'll never be able to take the exams again. Furthermore, you will be kept at the rank of Genin forever even if you fight in 10 shinobi wars." Haku mentally chuckled at all of the Genin freaking out and thought, "And now we see who really has the strength to go the farthest." But even as he thought this, teams started dropping out like flies. Sometimes it was just one of the team members deciding that he or she couldn't handle the stress. Other times it was the whole team. One thing Haku noticed, though, was that the whirlpool and rock Nins didn't seem to be the least bit worried. Haku frowned at that, wondering if those 4 teams knew something the others didn't. But before she could ponder it for too long, Ibiki took one last glance around the room and said, "It's time for the final question. If any more of you are going to play it safe, then now is the time to leave." There were a few worried looks, but no one else left. Nodding to himself, Ibiki said, "Well then, I guess we'll just get to it then. For those of you who stayed for the 10th question, congratulations, you all passed." Haku swore he heard crickets outside during the 10 seconds of pure silence in the room as the Genin's brains tried to match what they just heard with something they could understand. Sadly, the quiet is always before the storm. "What?" That one word was the only one that the proctors understood as the Genin began shooting questions left, right, and center after the collective shout. Ibiki grew a tick mark before he did a few hand signs that the rookie Leaf Nin instantly recognized. They were just in time to cover their ears before Ibiki's head grew to truly massive proportions, and he shouted out, "Well, you maggots, shut up." Ibiki's head returned to normal proportions, and he glared at all of the now silent Genin before he said, "Now then, allow me to explain just what this was all about." Scene change. 1 hour later. Gate 1 access to Forest of Death. Anko gave another count of the teams in front of her and thought 24 teams. They've either got balls of gold or Ibiki is getting soft on me. Nah, not possible. If Ibiki was getting soft, he'd have retired by now. Gaining a grin that scared the Genin even more than Ibiki's did, Anko said, "All right, maggots. Welcome to my little home away from home. This here is Training Area 44, although me and the rest of us actual shinobi like to call it the Forest of Death. Don't worry though, one little run through here and you'll be calling it that as well." As if to add credence to that statement, a massive roar filled the air, causing the trees of the forest to lightly sway, as if the massive behemoths of the forest were caught in a rough wind. Anko turned slightly to look over her shoulder with a grin and said, "Sounds like the tiger population is doing well." All of the Chunin stared at her as they wondered if she was serious, and even more terrifying, how big a tiger must need to be able to roar like that. Anko snapped them out of it as she said, "All right, here's how this exam is going to work. This will be a no-holds-barred capture the flag battle that will take place for 5 days, or 120 hours. Your flags are these 2 scrolls." Here Anko reached into her pocket and pulled out 2 scrolls as she continued. Each team will be given either a heaven or an earth scroll. Your objective is to collect the other scroll and make it to the tower in the center of this forest before 5 days is up. Each team will get 1 scroll for 3 of these waivers. She put the scrolls back and took out some waivers from a pocket that was sewed to the inside of her coat. The Leaf Village isn't responsible if you die in there or not, hence the waivers. You have 30 minutes for you and your teammates to sign that form and to get a scroll from that booth by the fence. Think carefully before you sign, because you are putting more than your ninja career on the line if you decide to go into that forest. Any questions? Yeah, what about food? Chuji shouted. Anko smirked and said, "There's plenty of nature's bounty in the forest. Just be careful what you eat, because there's also plenty of nature's wrath in there as well." Chuji slumped over as Anko said, "Now if there's no more questions, start signing." 30 minutes later, all of the teams had signed their forms and were heading to their gates. A waterfall team stayed behind near Gate 1, but otherwise it was just Anko and the 3 Chunin who had been sitting in the booth. Deciding to indulge herself in one of her vices while she waited to send the poor Chunin into her favorite place in the village, the snake summoner made a mud clone and gave it some money before sending it to get her some dango. The clone got back 10 minutes later, just in time for Anko to begin the exam. Taking the bag of dango and cup of red bean soup from the clone, she dispelled it and set her treat on the booth's counter, sending a small glare at the Chunin there, warning them not to touch. She then grabbed the handheld microphone that was hanging from one of the walls and clicked it on. From speakers positioned on all 44 gates, Anko's voice gained all of the team's attention as she said, "All right, maggots, the second exam begins now." 44 gates all opened at once, and the teams rushed into the forest as the Chunin closed the gates after them and proceeded to lock them with chains that were held together with 3 padlocks. 30 minutes later, Anko was laying on the top of the shack putting the finishing touches of the hidden leaf symbol she was making in a nearby tree with her dango sticks when a Chunin suddenly appeared in a shunshin. Turning her head to look at him, she saw the serious look he had and said, "What is it?" The Chunin gave a brief salute before he said, "I need you to come with me, ma'am. Bodies of a team that is taking this exam were just found outside of the training area." Anko frowned before she leapt off the roof and landed next to him and said, "Lead the way." The Chunin led her to a small ring of Buddhas that was a 10-minute walk from the training area. Inside the ring were 2 more Chunin looking down at 3 bodies. As Anko walked into the ring, she saw blood on some of the Buddhas with one's front almost completely covered in the stuff. Shaking her head, she said, "That is no way to treat a Buddha." I said the exact same thing. One of the Chunin said before motioning to the 3 bodies and said, "We called you as soon as we learned that they were supposed to be in the exams. Also, there's something wrong with their faces. It's like they never existed." Anko's eyes narrowed as she gently moved one of the bodies so that she could see what the man was talking about. When she saw the face, or rather the lack of one, her eyes widened before they narrowed instantly. Turning to one of the Chunin, she said, "You have their IDs, right?" The Chunin nodded and handed her the 3 ninja passports that contained all of their information. Flipping it open, Anko let out a curse before she slapped it shut and said, "Shit, they're already in the forest. You, go get the Hokage and tell him his old student's in the forest. Let him also know that I've gone ahead. You go find Uzumaki and tell him that I need him to head to the forest and search every inch of it for a person with the same chakra as my curse seal. And I want you to go to the NCIS team and have them check this crime scene for anything we missed." NCIS. Ninja Criminal Investigation Squad is an idea of Eros Lacrimikas. Each Chunin saluted before they rushed off to carry out their orders. Once she was relatively alone, Enko frowned at the bodies and thought, "What are you planning, you bastard?" Shaking her head, she then turned back to the forest and rushed towards a confrontation with a demon of her past. Scene change, Uzumaki compound. Naruto was currently taking advantage of the peace and quiet that was so rare in his household nowadays by checking all of the seals that resided in the perimeter of his house. As he checked one particularly nasty seal in a tree that was at 7 o'clock in relation to the front door, he said, "What is it?" The nearby Chunin, who wisely was staying out of the ring of trees, gave a quick salute and said there have been intruders in the second exam. Enko said she wanted you to search the forest and look for someone who had the same chakra as the one in her curse seal. Naruto's head snapped around so fast the Chunin actually heard it crack a little. Naruto looked at the Chunin with dead serious eyes as he said, "Is that really what she said? Word for word?" The Chunin nodded, barely getting his head down an inch before Naruto was gone. Scene change, Forest of Death. Anko stared at her old traitor of a master from where she was standing in a tree across from him as she tried to stall the sick man. "So what are you doing here? Surely something as lowly as participating in a Chunin exam is beneath you," she said. Coo. True, but it's not the exam that interests me, but the participants. One in particular is very interesting. Young Sasuke will allow me to go far with my plans," Orochimaru said. Anko frowned, but before she could say anything to that remark, Orochimaru's eyes widened before a kunai was suddenly in his chest with a blonde Jinchuriki holding the kunai's handle in a reverse grip. Orochimaru continued to stare in shock for a few more seconds before he suddenly grinned and melted into a big clump of mud. Naruto disappeared and reappeared next to Enko with a frown on his face as he said, "Damn, I thought for sure I had gotten the real one. Coo, my what speed. If I hadn't reacted instantly to my instincts and switched with a mud clone, then that could have been very painful," Orochimaru said as he came out of the trunk of the tree his clone had been standing on. Naruto frowned at him as he put his kunai away before his hands became coated in chakra as he formed half-ram signs and held his arms loosely by his sides. Orochimaru rose an amused eyebrow as he said, "Oh? Do you really think that you stand a chance against a Sannin when you no longer have the element of surprise?" Naruto cocked his own eyebrow before he disappeared. Orochimaru gained a confused look as he and Anko felt so much chakra surround them, it was actually slightly visible. There are 4 degrees of burns. First, second, third, and fourth. Let's go with 4th degree. Orochimaru and Anko looked around at the sound of Naruto's voice that seemed to come from all around before a massive 4th degree burn as wide as Naruto's hand suddenly appeared across the white snake's chest. Before Orochimaru could even register the pain, another burn just as wide crossed the first burn, making a large X. Then both of his arms were left with thin burns going down their sides. Only then did the enemy begin to feel the extreme amounts of pain. As Orochimaru gritted his teeth to force himself not to scream, another burn appeared running straight down his back, with another running across before the first was even done forming. Then he was reacquainted with a different kind of pain as the blonde reappeared in front of him with his foot already in the side of his opponent's face. As Orochimaru went flying towards the end of the branch, Naruto's hands disappeared before they reappeared a second later in the bird sign, while Naruto drew in a massive breath before exhaling with a shout of wind style. Wind Senbon. Hundreds of invisible Senbon needles made of wind shot out of the blonde's mouth at impossible speeds and tore through Orochimaru's body. However, when the body landed at the very end of the branch, it lost all similarities to a human body as it caved in on itself and was revealed to be a mud clone. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the mass of mud as he softly cursed under his breath. "Damn it, when did he make the switch? I didn't even detect it. Where is that bastard?" Naruto's chakra mist suddenly turned into a chakra fog as the blonde tried to locate his target. Anko, meanwhile, was just staring at her comrade in disbelief as she thought he actually forced him to retreat. "I know he's an elite jounin for a reason, but still." Meanwhile, Orochimaru was currently making his way out of Dodge Underground. He finally felt that he was far enough away when he came to the last ring of trees before the fence. Pulling himself out of the ground, the snake winced at the burns across his upper body and arms hitting open air. Looking back into the forest, he frowned and thought, that boy is dangerous. I will need to make plans so that he doesn't interfere with my goals. He then turned back to the fence before seeming to melt back into the ground as he left the area to nurse his wounds. 13. Chunin exams. Prelims. Author's notes. First and foremost, please forgive me for the long wait. My only excuse is that I've been a lazy-ass sod preferring to read instead of writing. That said, I plan to have the next chapter up by the weekend after this has been posted. Chapter start. For some, 5 days in the forest felt like the longest torture imaginable. For others, it passed by in a blur. Naruto was one of the ones who seemed to have plenty of time to analyze everything he could have done differently when he encountered Orochimaru. Yeah, he had the upper hand the entire time, but did he actually do anything meaningful? The only thing he had killed in that forest were a couple of mud clones. The actual snake itself had gotten away and was doing who knows what right now. Naruto shook his head from those thoughts as he looked up from his position where he was standing upside down on the ceiling of the battle room in the Tower of Death. Below him were 10 teams standing in rows of 3 looking forward at the Hokage where he was speaking in front of Ibiki, Anko, a bunch of Chunin, and all of the team's Jounin instructors. Well, all but the sounds. They were pretty sure that Orochimaru had planned to try and slip in as their Jounin, but with the 4th degree burns Naruto gave him 5 days ago, that clearly wasn't possible. No Jinjutsu can cover up that much pain, even if it was the numbing kind that 4th degrees brought about after the first hour. Shaking his head from those thoughts, he instead looked back at the teams and thought, almost exactly half the teams passed. What are the odds of that happening? Turning his head to look at Anko, he had to smirk at her face and thought, look at her, she's pissed. She probably thought Ibiki had been getting soft for letting so many teams through and is now probably wondering what the hell's wrong with her beloved forest. Said 10 teams were the team his distant relatives and their teammate formed. One of the 3 teams the Hidden Rock Village sent, a team from the village hidden in the rain, the team from Sound, a team from their ally the Sand, and from the Leaf Village, the 3 rookie teams as well as Team 9 from last year, and an older team that consisted of a white-haired teen and his 2 teammates who wore veils to cover their faces and shades to cover their eyes. He heard his brother Jinchuriki say something about enough with the talking and get on with the life and death stuff. Rolling his eyes, Naruto disappeared and reappeared leaning against him with his arm across his shoulders, surprising everybody, as he said impatient, this one is. Is he not Lord Hokage? The redhead's eyes widened even as Sand rushed at Naruto, but the blonde was gone the instant the last word was out of his mouth and was now standing beside said leader, who was currently chuckling. Almost all of the genin in front of them had wide eyes besides the whirlpool Nin and the rookies in teams 7 and 8. As he enjoyed all of their stunned expressions, Naruto took a second to look at the mark on Sasuke's neck. It seemed to be throbbing in pain every once in a while, and Naruto frowned a little knowing that it would have to be sealed soon. That small frown turned into a big one as Ino decided to open her big mouth and shouted, Naruto, you idiot, what the hell are you doing here? From her spot behind Ino, Rachel began frowning at the blonde while Naruto lazily shifted his focus over to her and said, Lord Hokage asked me to be the proctor for the final exam. Now kindly be quiet so I can explain what the 3rd exam will be. Ino bristled and looked about ready to get into a one-sided shouting match with her former classmate, but a stern look from her sensei stopped her cold. Nodding to them all, Naruto said, for those of you who do not know me, allow me to introduce myself. I am Naruto Uzumaki, and as I've just said, I'll be your 3rd exam proctor. Now then, the 3rd exam will consist of a group of one-on-one matches that will be held within a month's time in the Chunin's arena in the village. Why the month wait, you ask? It's so the delegates who are coming to watch you compete have time to get here. Now normally, this is where we would offer any of you to drop out and then draw lots to see who goes against who. But with so many teams passing the 2nd exam, we need to have preliminary rounds since no one wants to spend all day watching a tournament where 36 brats are having slap fights with each other. Most of said 36 brats glared at Naruto, who didn't care, while the adults in the room all chuckled. Keeping his straight face, Naruto said, now, as I said, the The fights in a month will be one-on-ones, and these preliminary rounds will be as well. That said, if any of you are here simply because your teammates wanted to become Chunin, then feel free to walk right out that door, because from here on out, it's all or nothing. No one is forfeiting. So can you stop with the useless talking and get on with it already? Gaara asked with an annoyed voice as a small amount of killing intent began to fill the air, making everyone nervous as they glanced at him. Naruto's head rolled to the side a little as he sent a lazy look at the Jinchuriki before he seemed to flicker for the briefest of instants, and the preteen's eyes widened as he folded over holding his stomach. As everyone stared in shock, Naruto said, "Anyone else want to be a smartass about this? No? Good. Now, are there anyone who wants to forfeit?" When no one raised their hands to forfeit, Naruto smiled at them and said, "Good. Now the rules for the preliminaries are as follows. You lose if you forfeit, obviously, if you lose consciousness, if I believe you cannot continue, or if you just plain die. If I tell you to stop fighting, then you will do so, or else. And believe me, you wouldn't like me when I'm angry. Now, the matches will be chosen randomly by the computer screen behind me." As Naruto had been talking, said computer screen's cover had slid down, revealing itself. When your name is displayed, come down for your fight. Otherwise, you are to remain on the balconies on either wall and stay out of the way of the fight currently going on. If I catch any of you interfering in anyone else's fight, I will disqualify your entire team. Naruto glared at them as he said the last sentence, and everyone gulped before he suddenly did a 180 as he said right then, "Enough talking. Let's see who's fighting first." The board lit up and began going through names for a few minutes before it stopped on the first two of a long series of matches. Naruto shot a quick look over his shoulder before he looked back at the genin and said, "Sasuke Uchiha, Daisuke Dangai, you two are up first. Everyone else get off the floor." All of the genin besides Sasuke and one of the rock genin, a heavy-built guy who looked like he was part of a cliff face, turned and headed to the balcony. As their sensei passed them, Naruto saw Kakashi pause and whisper something to Sasuke. He didn't bother with it since he'd already been given his orders when it came to the Uchiha. Once the three were alone on the floor, Naruto asked, "Do either of you have any problems being the first ones?" Seeing the two shake their heads, Naruto said, "Very well then. First round of the preliminaries, Sasuke Uchiha versus Daisuke Dangai begin." Naruto gave a quick but long jump away, landing 5 feet away, leaving Sasuke to study his massive opponent. Daisuke, a black-haired boy with gray eyes, studied him as well before he shifted into a heavy-set taijutsu stance and gave a non-committal grunt as he said, "So I get to face the so-called last Uchiha, huh? Should be interesting." "HN," Sasuke grunted. Daisuke frowned and said, "Not much of a conversationalist, are you?" "HN." Naruto and everyone else sweat dropped at Sasuke's response before Daisuke was suddenly in Sasuke's face with said face full of a fist. As Daisuke's right hook connected with Sasuke's face, the Uchiha was sent flying and landed skidding halfway to the wall. Sakura and Ino's shouts of "Sasuke-kun" permeated the air while everyone else was giving off soft whistles at the big guy's speed. Naruto, meanwhile, had a raised eyebrow at just how fast Sasuke had managed to recover from his skidding position. The one-e off the ducker had barely hit the ground before he was moving his body from out-of-control skid into a crouch and thrusting his hand into his weapon's pouch. 2 seconds later, Sasuke's hand was launching a brace of shuriken at his opponent before his right foot hit the wall, stopping his backward progress, and he rushed at his opponent. Daisuke brought his own hand to his pouch and grabbed a kunai to deflect the shuriken before he blocked Sasuke's incoming kick with his other hand, which he closed around Sasuke's leg and used to toss the Uchiha over his shoulder. Daisuke then followed up with a punch to Sasuke's stomach that sent him into the arena floor, coughing up a little blood from the force of the blow. As Sasuke tried to get his breath back, Daisuke took a step back and looked down at his opponent with his head cocked to the side curiously, and said, "You know, I would have expected a Uchiha to be doing better right now." "Shut up," Sasuke growled as he got to his feet. "Seriously though, the Sharingan hasn't even made an appearance yet, so I have to wonder, do you just not care, or are you really that weak?" Daisuke asked in that same curious tone of voice that continued to piss Sasuke off. "I said shut up," Sasuke roared as he activated his Sharingan and blurred as he rushed to Daisuke, and kicked upwards in a move that anyone who spent any time fighting with a user of the Iron Fist would recognize instantly, as he kicked his opponent in the chin, sending him flying in the air and kicked up off the floor after him. Sasuke positioned himself under Daisuke and placed his finger against his back, temporarily paralyzing his opponent. Daisuke somehow was able to turn his head to look back at Sasuke and said, "Dancing leaf shadow, huh?" Sasuke swore he was smirking at him right now like he knew it was copied. "That's right. From here it's all original though," Sasuke said, before he suddenly flinched as black marks began to make their way out of the curse mark out of their seal. Meanwhile, on the arena floor, Naruto saw the seal activate and thought, "Shit, the seal's activating." But before he could go through with his orders, he saw the black marks recede. Sighing with relief, he thought, "I guess Sasuke is made of stronger stuff than I thought." Giving a quick look around faster than most human eyes could follow, he thought, "But does this mean that Team of a Snake is nearby?" Back in the air, Sasuke had just finished pushing the curse mark back into its sealed form. Taking a breath, he said, "Sorry about that. Now then, as I was saying, Lion's Barrage." Sasuke launched a kick that Daisuke was able to block, but Sasuke used the block to pivot around his bigger opponent and began to really lay into his opponent's other side, especially his right arm, to keep him from blocking anything else until they landed on the ground, and he tumbled away until Kakashi stopped his progress with his foot. Naruto, meanwhile, was looking at Daisuke, who was slowly getting up from the floor while clutching his right arm that the blonde could see was broken in at least 3 places. Feeling the blonde's gaze, Daisuke glanced up at Naruto and shook his head to the unasked question. Naruto nodded and said Daisuke is unable to battle anymore. Therefore, the winner of the first match is Sasuke Uchiha. How anticlimactic. As a medic rushed over to look at Daisuke's arm, Ino and Sakura began yelling about how cool Sasuke was and how they knew he would win. They shut rather quickly though when Naruto and the other Kunoichi genin in the room shot them a glare. Said Uchiha was meanwhile being led away by Kakashi out the double doors. Naruto studiously ignored that though as he looked back up at the board and sent a small pulse of chakra to a seal in his pocket to signal the board to start its second sequence. The board stopped its shuffling and Naruto rose an eyebrow as he and all of the other hidden leaf jounin each thought, "Oh, you have got to be kidding me." The old man, meanwhile, was looking at the board like it had just placed 2 mountains of paperwork on his desk back at the Hokage Tower. Sighing, Naruto turned his head back forward and said, "Will Shino Aburame and Suzumabachi Kamizuri please come down?" As his former classmate and his opponent walked down the 2 balconies, Naruto took a moment to study the Kunoichi from the Hidden Rock Village. She had the brown hair that was typical of the population of their continent and gray eyes. She wore a battle kimono that stopped at her knees and was cut to leave her shoulders bare. Her eyes were currently narrowed in a glare at her opponent as they walked down the stairs. Shino, meanwhile, walked down the stairs with his head bent in thought. Any clues to what he was thinking were hidden by the shades he wore, although Naruto and the other jounin in the room could hear his coat buzzing as the destruction beetles that were inside the Aburame's body prepared themselves for battle. Once the 2 were in front of him, Naruto said, "Round 2, Shino Aburame versus Suzumabachi Kamizuri, begin." Chopping his hand down as he jumped away, Naruto was barely 2 feet away before Suzumabachi tossed out her arm and 3 shuriken flew towards Shino with 5 bees right on their tail. Shino retaliated by lifting his arms and sent a small group of bugs out in front of him, which formed a wall stopping the shuriken before 10 of the beetles broke off from the wall and rushed the bees, tearing into them in pincer movements before continuing on towards his opponent. Suzum in turn made 4 hand signs in quick selection, calling a large swarm of bees with what looked like miniature paper bombs into existence. The swarm rushed towards the wall of insects in front of it, slicing through the 10 insects in front of it before they all slammed into the wall and exploded with enough force to slightly shake the room they were in. Suzum smirked as the smoke cleared and revealed Shino's body on the floor, badly burnt and bleeding. Her smirk quickly disappeared, though, as she felt a 2 kunai pressing up against her throat, and a voice from the wall behind her said, "Do you yield?" Suzum turned her head to see a 3rd Shino step out of the shadows cast by the foreign side's balcony. "How?" Suzum asked, and the 3rd Shino pointed back to where the body was. When she looked back forward, the blood was gone and the body burst into insects. Insect clone and Jinjutsu combination. I was never actually in front of you, Shino said. Suzum let out a curse before she sighed and said, fine, I yield. Winner, Shino Aburame. Naruto called before pushing chakra into the board seal again as the two insect clones holding their opponent hostage broke apart and went back inside Shino's coat as he walked away. The screen beeped and Naruto looked back before calling out Ino Yamanaka. Rachel Aliston, you two are up. Ino began walking towards the stairs while Rachel decided on the more direct approach and hopped over the railing, softening her landing with chakra. As she walked calmly towards Naruto, he gave her a slight nod which was returned before he turned his attention to Ino as she made her way down. Once Ino had finally joined them and the two girls were standing across from each other, Naruto rose his hand and slashed it down as he called out third round. Start. Naruto jumped away from the two. But even though the fight had started, Rachel was just staring at Ino with an intensity that made Ino, who found she couldn't look away, nervous. After a minute of having an unwilling staring contest, Ino finally couldn't take it and shouted, what are you staring at? Rachel cocked her head an inch to the right as she said, tell me something please. Is it true you were once a classmate of Naruto-sama? Ino's brows furrowed as she said, Naruto-sama? Why the hell would you call that loser something like that? I see. So you were. And it seems you've already answered the other question I had. Rachel said with a small frown on her face. Ino started to ask before she got a fist in her chest and was sent flying by Rachel, who had pumped chakra into her legs to close the 4-foot gap between them so fast it looked like a blur to most of the genin present. I would have thought that a clan heir such as yourself would have known not to insult another clan heir like you so obviously have a habit of doing. As she was speaking, Rachel reached over her shoulders and removed the two hook swords from her back. Ino gulped at the sight of the swords which had hooks at the end and the cloth-wrapped steel handles set in a bladed, dented rectangle. At the other end of the handle was a short spike of steel. Think Shaolin monk hook, sword used deadliest warrior. Rachel's storm gray eyes turned cold as she said one should always show the proper respect to those around them. And in my eyes, Naruto-sama has earned that respect. He has given me and my team food and lodgings in his household for our stay here, when he could have just simply left us in a hotel. And yet you seem to have no respect for him whatsoever. Even if he's not a member of your clan, he is still your superior officer. Anyone who doesn't respect their superiors does not deserve the rank of Chunin. I'll be glad to disqualify you. Ino had finally gotten up during Rachel's speech and glared at Rachel as she drew two kunai and said, well, I'll be glad to beat down anyone who worships that dead last like you obviously do. The Yamanaka charged at Rachel, swiping at her with two kunai, only for Rachel to swiftly swipe both blades away with her own as she sidestepped and sent a roundhouse kick to her opponent's head, sending her flying again. You know, if there's one thing I hate more than someone who doesn't show proper respect to those who are in charge of looking after you and showing you the ropes, I would have to say it's those who don't take this kind of thing seriously. I'm sure you know the types. Those who think this is just a game or are expecting some knight in shining armor to appear when they screw up. After all, where I come from, if you enter this business, then you need to be willing to go all the way. As Rachel spoke, she placed her swords back onto her back, seeing no point in staining them with a fangirl's blood before she blazed through hand signs and shouted water style, water bullet jutsu. As the 3 bullets of water shot out of Rachel's mouth, Ino kicked the ground from her laying down position and back flipped away in time to avoid them. It was a good thing she did since the projectiles left craters 2 inches wide where they hit the floor. But before Ino could sigh in relief, she heard Rachel's voice whispering behind her. Pathetic. Lightning style, knockout palm jutsu. Ino's body twitched once as Rachel's lightning-covered palm hit her spine before her eyes rolled up to the back of her skull and she fell over. Rachel took a step back as Naruto appeared next to Ino's body and performed a quick diagnostic jutsu to make sure Ino's body was still functioning before he stood up and said, winner, Rachel Aliston. Rachel gave a quick bow of respect to Naruto before she headed to the bleachers while the medics approached to revive her opponent. She doesn't seem to mess around, Sarutobi thought as Naruto used the seal again and the board began its job. When it finished cycling through names, Naruto called out Hinata Hyuga, Sai. You're next. Hinata took a deep breath as she turned and began walking towards the stairs. Sai meanwhile kept a blank face as he walked beside her. A root member that specializes in ink ninjutsu versus a member of the Hyuga clan. Sai is going to have trouble on this one, that's for sure. It should still be a good fight though. Kakashi thought to himself as his student turned to face his opponent in front of Naruto. Now everyone here will see how pathetic you are and that it is your fate to remain a failure. Niji thought with grim satisfaction. Naruto looked between the two as he thought, time to see what Hinata's been up to. I just hope this fight isn't as short as the last few. Shaking his head from those thoughts, he gave both one last look as he said, "Are you two ready?" Sai gave a small nod, maintaining his blank look, while Hinata gave him a small smile with hers. Naruto nodded before he rose his hand and said, "Very well then. Begin." He quickly slashed his hand down and jumped back. The instant the last letter was out of Naruto's mouth, Sai copied his actions and jumped back while pulling out a brush and scroll. As soon as his feet touched ground, Sai had a painted wolf on his scroll. Making a hand sign, Sai calmly said, "Ninja art, beast art mimicry." The wolf shot off the paper and rushed at high speed towards Hinata, who had also jumped back while activating her Byakugan. However, as soon as it got in arm's reach of her, she blasted it apart with a palm strike filled with chakra. The wolf exploded in a splatter of ink that Hinata avoided by jumping back, as she didn't want to get any of the possibly reusable ink on her. Sai meanwhile cocked his head and gave a small false smile as he said, "It seems that I was right. My drawings are ineffective against you. But what if there is more than one?" As he was speaking, Sai had been constantly drawing on his scroll. As soon as he finished speaking, he made his hand sign again, and 10 tigers rushed off the paper and moved with incredible speed to surround the Hyuga heiress. Hinata shoved the small jolt of anxiousness that entered her body from being surrounded out the door before it had a chance to get a foothold in her body. Once she was surrounded and the tigers prepared to pounce, she spun with her arms held out, sending a pulse of chakra out that slashed through the ink constructs as she called out, "Chakra wave." Up in the stands, Niji looked on in shock as he thought, what was that? It almost looked like an incomplete rotation. But a rotation isn't supposed to continue expanding like that. Meanwhile, Sai was having slightly different thoughts. Well, that's unusual. I did not know the Hyuga had a jutsu that had a larger range than the rotation. I will have to be on guard for that. But still, since none of my creations can get to her, I'll have to go in myself. My sword should help keep her at bay. Sai put thought to action as he drew his tanto. When Hinata saw the short blade that was flat on the end, she tensed before sliding into a slightly different gentle fist stance. Sai took notice of the new stance and slipped into one of his own before he ran towards Hinata and sent a fast slash from down low going up at an angle on Hinata's left side, hoping to get past her arm and do enough damage to make the Hyuga heiress withdraw without too much damage done to her person. However, Hinata wasn't planning on making this easy for Sai as her left hand suddenly became coated in chakra that compacted to the point of looking solid. With the dense chakra covering her hand, Hinata slapped the sword away from her and sent her right hand towards Sai's chest. Sai countered by flicking his wrist and slapped Hinata's hand away with the flat side of his tanto. The attack by Hinata's hand was diverted, but Sai was caught off guard by her leg hooking his ankle and dropping him onto the floor. Sai quickly rolled to the side when he saw Hinata's other foot surrounded in chakra and heading straight for his stomach. That action saved himself from contributing to the small crater that Hinata's foot made when it hit the arena tile. Sai retaliated by swinging his tanto at her feet only for the Hyuga to jump over the blade and do a front flip in the air before landing near Sai's head in a crouch already in motion to hit Sai with a palm strike. Sai rolled avoiding the strike and sent his sword towards Hinata's arm in retaliation, only for it to slide off Hinata's chakra-coated arm, tearing a good chunk of the jacket's arm with it. Hinata jumped back, getting some distance, allowing Sai to get to his feet as she looked at the torn sleeve. Looking at Sai with a steely gaze, she said, "I normally don't care about my clothes like some stupid fangirl, but this was my favorite jacket." Sai's unemotional eyes stared at her before they widened slightly as Hinata's chakra peaked, and the image of a transparent white tiger suddenly appeared beside her. The tiger roared, and Hinata launched herself at Sai. As Hinata began launching an assault that Sai was hard-pressed to defend himself against, Naruto was chuckling to himself as he thought, Looks like Hinata's discovered how to tap into her presence. Trust clothes to be a motivation for a girl. I guess I'll have to teach her how to use it properly. Everyone else besides Team 8, the Whirlpool Nin, and the Hokage were wondering just where the tiger had come from and why it had disappeared 10 seconds after it appeared. Sai, meanwhile, was beginning to sweat from defending himself from Hinata's attacks. Every time he thought he saw an opening and tried to take advantage of it, it turned out to only be a feint, and he would barely get his blade into position in time to prevent the girl from getting a hit on his chest. He already had bruises on his arm from where he had been forced to block the girl's hits with flesh, and he could feel his chakra fluctuating between acting like a faucet with a leak to a roaring river that was making his chakra circulation network strain with the rapid differences it was being forced to make. But then Hinata did something that made his fluctuating chakra take a back seat. Sai had just tried to hit her with his tanto again when Hinata had grabbed the blade in a chakra-coated hand and yanked Sai forward, ruining his balance. Before Sai could stumble more than a step, though, Hinata's right knee found residence in his stomach, forcing him to exhale as his eyes widened at the loss of air. But before he could counter, Hinata spun on her left leg and slammed a glowing elbow into his back, temporarily paralyzing him before she completed her spin and slammed an axe kick down onto his spine, sending Sai into the floor harder than normal and leaving a small crater in the ground since she had put chakra into the kick. As Sai tried to lift himself up with his arms, everyone watching began muttering as it became apparent that Sai couldn't use his lower body as he fell back down when his legs wouldn't listen to him. Hinata confirmed their suspicions as she said, "Don't worry, I made sure not to permanently damage the spine. The paralysis will go away in a few minutes." Naruto saw that there was no way Sai would be able to fight while partially paralyzed, and said Sai is unable to battle. Hinata is the winner. "Yeah, you kick ass, Hinata." Hinata blushed at Kiba's shout before she gave a slight wave and began walking toward the stairs while the medics came and began working on getting his temporary paralysis over as soon as possible. Up in the balconies, Niji frowned and thought, it seems that fate was on her side this time. But it will leave her soon enough, and then I'll show her how weak she really is. He saw Naruto's eyes flash towards him as if the blonde had heard his thoughts. The two kept locked gazes until Naruto broke it 10 seconds later and sent chakra in the board seal. Why do I feel like that particular Hyuga has a bigger stick up his ass than the others? Naruto thought before he saw the board finish its selection and said, Riko Uzumaki, Oboro, look alive genin. Oboro is the member of Team Oboro with both eyes visible. Riko scowled at Naruto before he put a hand on the railing and jumped over while Oboro decided to take the stairs. As the redhead walked towards his blonde clan heir, Riko muttered under his breath, at least I didn't have to wait too long. But why did he have to be the proctor? Everyone down in rank and above heard him, and Naruto chuckled before he turned towards Oboro, who was taking his time coming and was only halfway down the stairs. Naruto frowned before he seemed to flicker. When he did, Oboro disappeared and reappeared a few inches off the ground with Naruto's hand holding his collar. Dropping the kid back to the ground, Naruto said, "Let's go, kid. There are a lot more matches after this, so stop keeping us waiting. Besides, it's rude to make your opponent wait longer than necessary." Most of the other occupants of the room sweat dropped while Oboro seemed to send a dirty look at Naruto. They only had his two eyes to tell, though, since the rest of his face was completely covered. Naruto pointed to the spot in front of Riko, and the teenager huffed before he stomped over to his spot. Naruto smirked before he got serious and said, "Fifth round, begin." As soon as Naruto was clear, Riko's katars were out and Oboro was suddenly headless. Or at least his water clone was. As the clone broke apart, leaving a puddle of water on the floor, Riko snorted and said, "You know, we Uzumakis may be known as chakra monsters, but I can still tell when I've been put under a jinjutsu." The Uzumaki's declaration was met with the sound of disembodied chuckling before copies of his opponent seemed to melt out of the floor with kunai in hand. Riko glanced around with a bored look on his face before he started sparking, much to most of those who knew of the Uzumaki's surprise. "You know, back home I was called the Thunderstorm by my friends. Care to guess why?" Riko asked before the sparks surrounding his body suddenly turned into lightning bolts as they blasted the 10 Oboros that surrounded him. As the clones once again turned into water, Riko said, "It's because unlike my relatives who only have water or wind natures as their elements, I have lightning as well. Now stop being a coward and get up here. Or would you rather I kill you underground?" His answer was an arm coming up from underneath him with a kunai that tried to stab into his leg, only for Rico to hook his leg around the blade and kick Oboro out of the ground, thus ending his opponent's underwater fish projection jutsu and sending him crashing into the wall. They really should have come up with a better name for that jutsu. Rico took a moment to look at his slightly cut foot before he blurred through hand signs and said lightning style, "Lightning kunai jutsu." 8 kunai of electricity formed in the air in front of Rico before he made a gesture with his hand and sent them flying at the stunned Oboro, who was too slow to dodge the high-speed projectiles and ended up pinned with 2 in each limb. Oboro screamed in pain as the electricity poured into his body before the kunai disappeared and he slumped forward unconscious. As Naruto appeared next to him, Rico scoffed and said what a waste of time. Couldn't even handle a little static shock. And from this point forward, all matches were chosen randomly by my brother, who knows nothing about Naruto. I really should have done this for the first few matches, but I didn't think of it until now. So please don't criticize the list since this is as random as I can get. Naruto sighed at his distant relative before he pushed chakra into his seal again, and the board began doing the only thing that gave meaning to its life. Naruto looked back when the board beeped and said, "Sakura Haruno, Misumi Tsurugi, you two are next." Walking over to the beginning spot, Naruto looked up at the leaf balcony and noticed that Sakura seemed a little pale as she made her way down. Glancing to the other balcony showed her veiled opponent making his own way down in a somewhat cocky manner with an evil glint in his eyes. Once both were in front of him, Naruto said, "Are both fighters ready?" Misumi seemed to smirk behind his veil as he said, "Of course." Sakura nervously swallowed before nodding. Naruto nodded as well as he raised his hand and said, "Sixth round, fight." Naruto jumped clear just as Sakura jumped back as well while sending a brace of shuriken towards Misumi. Misumi simply scoffed before he backhanded the shuriken away with the metal plate sewn into his glove. "Is that the best you've got?" Misumi asked. Sakura bit her lip before throwing down a smoke bomb. The resulting smoke cloud blocked everyone's view of the kunoichi for a few seconds before 4 copies of the girl ran out, trying to flank her opponent. Misumi, though, simply scoffed and said, "Clones? Are you really so pathetic that you actually rely on those? Soft physique modification jutsu." As Misumi finished calling out his jutsu's name, he threw his out in a horizontal swiping motion. The arm stretched before it went through the first 3 Sakuras on the left before slamming into the real Sakura and wrapped around her. Misumi yanked his arm back, jerking Sakura towards him. As soon as she was close enough, his other arm and legs wrapped around her body, with the end result being one arm, keeping her own arms pinned while his head was behind hers and his other arm around her neck, with just enough pressure to make it hard to breathe. "I'm feeling merciful, so I'll give you one chance to yield before I snap your neck," Misumi said, causing Sakura to shudder at the cold malice in her opponent's voice. Cold malice which only further added to the cold fear that Sakura had in her due to the precarious position between life and death that she was in. "I yield," Sakura shouted. Misumi smirked and said, "Smart girl." The next instant Sakura was free and had her hands at her neck while she took in deep breaths, trying to calm her racing heart, while Naruto declared Misumi the winner. As Sakura shakily made her way back to the leaf balcony, with Misumi walking smugly ahead of her, Naruto had the board start cycling through names again. Hearing the beep, he turned and announced the next fighters. "Reina Uzumaki, Kintsuchi, will you please come down?" The 2 kunoichi made their way down. Once they were facing each other, Reina looked at her opponent coolly, while Kin had a smirk on her face that practically screamed, "I'm going to make you weep and enjoy every minute of it." Naruto looked between the 2 before he rose his hand and said, "Are you 2 ready?" Getting nods from both, he slashed his hand down and said, "Fight." As soon as Naruto was clear, Kin launched Senbon needles at Reina, who crouched for a split second before she launched herself upwards in a chakra-laced jump, allowing the needles to pass harmlessly past her. Reina continued upwards before flipping and sticking herself to the ceiling. Kin looked up and shouted, "What's wrong, scaredy cat? Afraid to fight me?" Reina cocked an eyebrow at her opponent as she said, "Not really. I just don't want to be in range of those Jinjutsu bells you have on your Senbon." Kin's jaw dropped before she shouted, "How do you know about those?" Reina smirked and said because you told me about them when you fought that Leaf team to get your second scroll. For a group who claim to know everything about sound, you really need to work on your awareness skills. Me and my team saw the whole fight, which is how I know that your needles need to be at a certain range of the target to work properly. The worst you can do to me while I'm up here is have blurred vision, and that doesn't really matter since I have jutsu that don't need extreme accuracy to work. King glared and said, well, all I'm hearing is a scared dog barking to cover up for its lack of bite. Reina smirked before her hands blurred as she went through a chain of hand signs. Ending on the common hand sign for water jutsu, Reina said, well, all I'm hearing is a second-rate kunoichi trying to talk big. Water style, condensation jutsu. The air shimmered as the humidity sky rocketed, causing vapor like mists to form before the mists grew until they merged together to form a slightly dense fog. With her source of water secured, Reina ran through more hand signs before she called out water style, water dragon jutsu, shocking most of the jounin present with her ability to use such a high-level jutsu and with fewer hand signs that was normally required no less. Tsunami, however, smirked and thought, that's my girl. Show them why you're the best water-style user of your generation. Meanwhile, as Tsunami was mentally complimenting her niece, the fog in the air compressed before it formed a massive water dragon that sucked all of the moisture from the air as it formed. Once fully formed, yellow eyes seemed to snap open as they appeared before they glared at Kin and let out a roar that caused the room to vibrate and dust to fall from the ceiling. Kin paled before she threw two senbon with exploding notes attached at the dragon. Said dragon simply opened its mouth before swallowing the needles. The exploding notes detonated, causing the dragon's form to briefly swell before it returned to its original slim shape. Kin paled even more as the dragon seemed to give an evil chuckle before Reina made a hand gesture and the dragon launched itself at Kin. The impact sent a large dust cloud into the air. When it cleared, it showed an unconscious Kin lying in a large puddle, badly bruised, and with all four limbs at terribly unnatural angles. The girl was lucky to have not broken her neck. Naruto took one look at the girl before he said, Reina Uzumaki is the winner. Medics. These whirlpool definitely don't mess around. I'm glad we're still allies with them. Sarutobi thought as he pulled the brim of his hat down to cover his eyes for a moment as he began thinking about a new treaty for any more returning Uzumakis. Reina meanwhile dropped down to the floor and landed in a crouch as the white-coated medics rushed past her to asses just how badly she had pummeled her opponent. Reina gave a respectful nod to her clan heir before she turned and walked to the balcony and rejoined her team. As soon as the medics had carted Kin off the floor, Naruto once again began the process of choosing the next fighters. The board beeped and Naruto said, Zakua, Bumi, Kagari, you two are next. As the two foreigners made their way down, Naruto frowned at the sound or at his arms, which were both in slings to be more specific. He's actually planning on fighting? I could understand him not forfeiting before the prelims just so he could watch the fights, but to actually fight without both arms? This boy is either cocky or faking. He shook those thoughts from his head as the two shinobi settled in front of him. Kagari eyed his opponent's arms and sneered as he said, you must be really confident in yourself. Do you actually expect to fight me with no arms? Zaku smirked before his left arm began to shift, and he pulled it out, enjoying the look of surprise most of the genin had on their faces. Well, what do you know? It seems I can use one of my arms. This should be more than enough to deal with you, Zaku said as his smirk turned evil. Naruto mentally sighed before he said, if you two are done talking macho, then begin. Naruto slashed his arm down and jumped back. The two fighters glared at him for a moment before they shifted focus on each other. Kagari gave an evil chuckle before he began sinking into the ground at a rapid pace. The moment his head disappeared, it seemed to shoot right back up along with copies of him that surrounded Zaku in a 10-man ring. Zaku scoffed at the ring of Kagaris and said, looks like you're as cowardly as your teammate. Not that it matters. Decapitating wave. Zaku swung his body around a full 360 degrees as air blasted out of the tube in his arm, blasting apart all of the clones in one move. He smirked, but the smirk quickly left his face as twice as many clones sprung out of the ground. Zaku sked before he repeated his last maneuver, blasting all of the clones as they tried to hit him again. This cycle repeated itself for 5 minutes, becoming redundant, with the only changes being the number of clones sent up and Zaku at some point having brought his right arm out of the sling. And as everybody knows, redundancy breeds boredom. Naruto sighed as another wave of clones was wiped out by a slightly panting Zaku, and thought this match is nothing more than a battle of attrition to see who has the most chakra. I'm half tempted to just call it a draw and move to the next fight. Two things stopped him from doing just that. One was a small hand gesture from his Kage that told him to let things run through. Why the old man wanted that was beyond him, although he personally thought it was to stall the inevitable paperwork back on the old man's desk. Second was the fact that both shinobi's chakra was quickly nearing their limits, meaning that the fight would probably be over in another minute or two. True to his suspicions, that limit was reached by both a minute later. A panting Zaku dropped to his knees before his face met concrete as he fell forward. 2 seconds later, all of the clones around him burst as the real Kagari slowly emerged from the ground, looking just as exhausted. I won. Take that, you sound idiot. Kagari said before he too fell flat on his face, earning sweat drops from most of the Chunin at how pointless the entire fight seemed. Naruto sighed and said since neither of the two combatants can battle, this is a draw. Neither will continue to the third exam. Now that we have that waste of 6 minutes done, let's see who's fighting next. The medics hoisted the two shinobi off while the board went through its routine again before landing on 2 names. When the board beeped, Naruto looked over his shoulder and said, Yoroi Akato, Temari of the desert. You're up. As the fighting Kunoichi turned to walk down from her spot next to her team, her youngest brother said Temari. When he knew he had her attention, he continued, don't take too long beating him. I've already spent too long waiting. Temari swallowed before nodding as she turned and walked down the stairs. The two fighters met in front of Naruto, who looked between the two as he said, fighters ready? 2 nods was his answer, so he raised his hand as he said, then 9th round start. Naruto's hand slashed down, and he jumped clear just as Yoroi rushed his opponent with his hands glowing. Temari didn't give him a chance to make contact, though, as she whipped her war fan off her back and slammed the end of it into the side of Yoroi's head, sending him flying. Yoroi rolled along the ground before he shakily got back up. But before he could fully orient himself, Temari flicked her fan open and blasted him with a wind jutsu, as she called out, great sickle weasel technique. The burst of wind seemed to form sickles inside it before it slammed into Yoroi, who screamed in pain before the wind died down, and his eyes rolled to the back of his head as he fell face down, bleeding from over 100 cuts. Naruto didn't have to check to know that the fight was over. Pointing to Temari, he said, winner, Temari. Medics. Another one who doesn't mess around. The Jounin thought, unknown to the blonde. Most of the other Jounin and the Hokage were thinking the same thing as medics rushed over and began checking Yoroi. Temari meanwhile smirked and walked back to the balcony. Naruto gave them a chance to get the poor sod out of the area before he pulsed chakra into his seal. Hearing the beep from the board, Naruto turned his head and his eyebrow rose as he thought, talk about coincidences. Turning his head back forward, he said, Kankuro of the desert, Niji Hyuga. Will you two please come down? The two made their way down, and Naruto had trouble figuring out which one seemed to be the more cocky of the two. When they were both in front of him, Kankuro took off the mummified figure from his back and slammed it into the ground next to him as he said this shouldn't take too long. Niji smirked and said, I agree. Fate has decreed that I shall win. Kankuro gained a tick mark over his right eyebrow. But before the one with makeup could retort, Naruto sighed and said, since you two seem ready to go, 10th round start. As Naruto jumped away, Niji activated his Byakugan and smirked as he said, do you really plan on fighting me while you can't see anything? All of the Chunin wondered what he was talking about before the wrapped bundle came undone and everyone saw another Kankuro appear. Looking at Niji with a raised eyebrow, the second Kankuro said, well, I guess there's no need to keep up the charade. But you're going to wish you had. The first Kankuro shimmered before it turned into a battle puppet, which rattled before it launched itself at Niji. Niji frowned before he began dodging the various blades that unfolded from the puppet's body. Catching sight of the poison on the blades only confirmed Niji's opinion that he didn't want to get cut by them. Kankuro smirked, thinking he had his opponent completely on the defensive. Niji, however, was keeping half his attention on the puppet itself while focusing the other half on where Kankuro's chakra strings were connected to the puppet. He had to make sure he knew exactly where each one was when he made his move. 10 seconds later, Niji stopped dodging and began hitting the puppet with hard palm strikes. Kankuro scoffed and was about to ask what good that did when the areas Niji hit exploded into wood chips as Niji applied one of the principles of tree climbing. Namely the fact that if you put too much chakra into what you try to stick to, that thing explodes from the chakra overload. Kankuro stared in horror as his puppet fell to the ground in pieces. Niji's attack had blasted straight through the wood, where Kankuro's chakra strings had been attached from the back. Without any wood for the strings to attach to, the puppet had fallen like the puppet whose strings had been cut it was. There was barely anything left of the arms and legs for Kankuro to send chakra strings to. Not that Niji would let him, since the Hyuga was now standing between him and his beloved puppet smirking at him. I would forfeit if I were you. Fate has decreed that I shall win here, and you are already at a disadvantage. Kankuro scowled before he reached into the pouch on his waist and pulled out what looked like a custom-made kunai that had a sheath on it that Kankuro pulled off and stuck back in his pouch. What made it look custom was the fact that the handle had no ring at its end and was slightly thicker than usual. The slight glistening of liquid on the now exposed blade gave everyone a clue as to why the handle was thicker. It was obviously to store a liquid of some kind that could soak the kunai's blade. Kankuro flipped the kunai in his hand so that it was in a reverse grip and took a ready stance. Niji closed his eyes and shook his head as he said, "Do you really think you stand a chance with that? What a fool." Niji's eyes snapped open before he rushed Kankuro's position, ready to teach the Sannin that you shouldn't use a knife when fighting a Hyuga, but a 4.5-foot-long claymore instead. As soon as he was in range, Kankuro swung his blade, hoping to at the very least nick his opponent and at the very most take his pound of flesh. In a move similar to what his cousin did during her fight, Niji coated his arm with condensed chakra, deflected the attack by pushing on the flat of the blade before he smirked and said, "You're in my range." Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Niji let loose a fierce barrage of palm strikes, causing Kankuro to yell in pain before he deactivated his Byakugan and took a step back. Kankuro groaned before he fell sideways and crashed onto the ground. Niji turned and started walking away as he said, "Proctor, call the match. He isn't getting back up on his own." Naruto sent a quick pulse of chakra out, and when he saw the puppeteer's chakra network, had to agree. It was barely registering as resisting Naruto's pulse, which was how Naruto registered how much chakra an opponent had when he formed his fields of chakra. Add to the fact that it felt like the human body's second circulatory system felt like it was broken into several pieces. Naruto had to acknowledge Niji's claim. Naruto quickly declared Niji the winner before gesturing to the medics, who rushed over and quickly began working on restoring Kankuro's chakra network to what it should be, even as they moved him off the floor. One of the medics thoughtfully sealed Kankuro's busted puppet before joining his comrades as they carried the puppeteer off in a stretcher. Once the floor was clear, Naruto set the board back to work and called out its next selection. "Kiba, Inuzuka, Rock Lee, will you two please come down?" "Yosh, I finally get to show everyone my flames of youth," Lee said as he hopped over the railing and practically jogged over to Naruto, earning sweat drops from almost everyone but his sensei, who seemed to be encouraging his students' behavior. "I have to fight that guy?" Kiba asked before he sighed and took the stairs like a normal person. The people who also had jumped the rail before his fight didn't count, since they were at the end of the balcony and so were farther from the staircase than he was. As Kiba made his way down at a reasonable pace, Lee began bouncing on his heels and then stretching, and then switching back to bouncing on his heels numerous times, earning even more sweat drops from the other normal people. Seriously, is there really a normal shinobi out there? When Kiba joined the other two on the floor, Naruto raised his hand and said, "Fighters ready." Getting a nod from Kiba as his partner Akamaru jumped off his head and an excited "Yosh." From Lee, Naruto dropped his hand and jumped back as he said, "11th round start." As soon as the words were out of the proctor's mouth, Lee blurred straight at Kiba and hit him with a punch to the chest, so strong it sent Kiba a foot into the wall behind the dog user. Akamaru barked and rushed to Kiba's form and whined as he tried to pull out his master by grabbing one of his pant legs in his teeth. Lee's eyes bugged out at the sight of the unconscious Inuzuka as he said, "Ah." my flames of youth snuffed out my opponents. Everyone's sweat dropped again before Naruto cleared his throat and said winnerly, "Medics." The medics took a few minutes to get Kiba's body out of the wall before they carted him off. Everyone winced at the blood that was visible as it stained the back of his coat and wondered how in the world he survived such an impact. What can I say? I like most of the rookie 9 too much to kill them so heartlessly. Once the wall was Kiba free and the medics had retreated, Naruto activated the seal and the board began going through names. Once it had its selection, Naruto said Shikamaru Nara, Eren Raku. You guys are up. Naruto flickered before reappearing with Shikamaru beside him. Shikamaru shook his head before glaring at Naruto, who simply rose an eyebrow before turning to the second fighter who got the message and walked just a little bit faster to the stairs. Said shinobi was a little taller than Shikamaru, and like his team, mates seemed to prefer taijutsu. Once both were in front of him, Naruto said, "Fighters ready." Eren nodded while Shikamaru gave a muttered troublesome before nodding. Naruto slashed his hand down as he said, "Fight." Eren didn't waste any time getting clear of Shikamaru's expanding shadow as it rushed towards him. As he took a giant leap back and to his right, he saw that Shikamaru's lazy look had been traded for one of determination. Landing and taking another jump back, Eren said, "You know, I hate Naras. Even though they're lazy asses off the battlefield, you can always expect them to come up with some plan and or do something that will screw you over if you have to fight them." Shikamaru gave a non-committal grunt before his shadow shot past where his opponent had been after his first jump and connected with the shadow from the foreign side balcony. The combined shadow then surged towards Eren, who cursed and jumped away saying, "See, that's what I'm talking about." Shikamaru's lips twitched before the shadow continued its path and connected with the balcony on the other side of the room. Eren looked at the two groups of shadows that began to quiver as they began stretching towards him, encircling the IWA shinobi. A panting Shikamaru smirked at his opponent and said, "I suggest you forfeit before I make you do something that would be terribly embarrassing." Eren looked around him at the wide circle of shadows that surrounded him and considered his options, which sadly were few in number. He could either try and jump to the ceiling and hope that the shadows couldn't connect to his while he was up there. He could allow the shadows to connect to him and be seriously embarrassed. Or he could keep most of his dignity by forfeiting. Raising his hand, Eren said, "I forfeit." Naruto shrugged and said, "Eren forfeits, so Shikamaru wins." The shadows shot back to the balconies as Shikamaru tiredly walked back to the leaf balcony. When he reached his team, Chuji handed him a bag, and he took a pill out of it while thanking him. Naruto, meanwhile, started the selection process for the next fight, causing the board to start cycling through names. It gave its selection a lot faster now that it only had 6 more names to go through, and Naruto called out, "Will Kabuto Yakushi and Chuji Akimichi please come down? He doesn't look too bad. At least I won't be knocked into the wall." Chuji said, glad that he wouldn't have to fight someone like Lee or the last Sannin who looked really scary. A hand clapping itself on his shoulder drew his attention to Asuma, who smiled and said, "Hey Chuji, if you win, I'll take you to that new barbecue restaurant for an all-you-can-eat." Chuji's eyes widened before they filled with determination as he turned and began marching toward the stairs while his team mates commented on how low it was to bribe Chuji with food like that. Kabuto, meanwhile, simply pushed his glasses further up his nose as he walked down the stairs. As the two met in front of Naruto, Chuji glared at Kabuto and said, "I'm going to beat you. The meat demands it." As Kabuto gave his opponent an amused look, everyone else sweat dropped as Naruto thought, "Great. An Akimichi who actually believes his food is a deity." Shaking that thought from his head, he said, "Combatants ready?" Getting 2 nods in response, Naruto raised his hand before he slashed it down and said, "Start." As soon as Naruto was clear, Chuji roared before his arm expanded, and he launched a punch at Kabuto, who simply smiled before he jumped over the punch and landed on Chuji's arm. Running up the arm, Kabuto reached Chuji's face in seconds and kicked Chuji, forcing his head back as Chuji stumbled back. Kabuto landed on the floor before he crouched low and swept Chuji's feet from out under him. As soon as Chuji hit the floor, he had a kunai at his neck. He followed the hand that held the blade to see Kabuto's smiling face looking down at him. "I would yield if I were you. You are at a disadvantage fighting someone who's trained to be able to avoid any attacks," Kabuto said. Chuji swallowed before he rose his hand and said, "I forfeit." Chuji has forfeited, Therefore, Kabuto is the winner, Naruto said. Kabuto quickly put his kunai away before he held a hand out to Chuji, who hesitated for a moment before he accepted the help and was hoisted to his feet. As Chuji walked back to the balcony with his head down and Kabuto walked away without making a scene, Naruto used the seal and started the board again. It took 30 seconds before it beeped out the second to last pair of fighters, and Naruto called out Dosu Kinyuta, Gaara of the desert. You two are next. A whirlwind of sand appeared in front of Naruto. When it died down, Gaara was in its place. The redhead glared at Dosu, who seemed to be taking his time coming down. Once he joined the two Jinchuriki, Naruto said, "Fighters ready?" "Yes, get on with it," Gaara said as killing intent began to slowly but surely fill the room. Dosu nodded as well, and Naruto began the match before disappearing and reappearing beside his leader. The two would most likely die before they told anyone, but both were glad that it was a sound Nin fighting the foreign Jinchuriki. The contact Jiraiya had talked to before coming back to the Leaf Village with its own Jinchuriki had told him that Orochimaru had ties to the Sound Village. In their minds, anyone who had connections to that scumbag was welcome to fight the Sand Jinchuriki, since that meant none of their people had to. As the two were mentally thanking the electronic board for not choosing an allied shinobi to fight the unstable Jinchuriki, Gaara had been busy. As soon as Naruto had disappeared, his sand blasted out of his gourd and rushed Dosu, who had rapidly retreated. As soon as Dosu dodged the first stream of sand, he flicked the melody gauntlet on his right arm, sending sound waves out which he directed at Gaara. Gaara's left hand suddenly clapped against his ear. His eyes narrowed at his opponent before the cool gaze turned into a glare and the sand that was hovering around him all shot forward a second time. Dosu tried to jump away a second time, but the sand formed into the shape of a hand, which backhanded the mummified figure, sending him rolling across the floor. As soon as Dosu's figure had stopped rolling, the same hand of sand grabbed his right leg and lifted him into the air before it began swinging around in a circle. It did this for 5 cycles before the hand slammed Dosu's body back down onto the floor, cracking the concrete. As Dosu tried to get the cobwebs out of his head, more sand joined the hand and began covering him with it. As Dosu's body became fully covered by sand, it lifted him up until his body was floating a few feet above the ground. Gaara, meanwhile, had a hand held out as he said, "Pathetic. Desert coffin." The sand coffin imploded, crushing everything in its grasp, where it would have if there was anything in it. Gaara's eyes widened the smallest fraction as he saw the coffin do its job without spilling any blood. They widened further when the sand dispersed and Naruto was revealed with an unconscious Dosu being held by the collar of his shirt and wind swirling around the two in a small vortex that was spinning lazily. Dosu is unable to fight anymore. Therefore, Gaara is the winner, Naruto said as he gestured to the medics to take the unconscious Sound Nin from him. He may have preferred a Sound Nin fighting the Jinchuriki, but that didn't mean he would let one of the fighters die if he could help it.